be brought into the workplace. So performance management is super, super key. Another thing I like speaking about in performance management, it doesn't just end there in clearly defining goals, measuring performance, but what happens after you measure performance? In the HR space, one key thing happens after you measure performance. We call it performance development. And it could be two-pronged, right? So there's a performance development action for those that are going in the right path. And there's another performance development action for those that, based on what we've measured, they are not really pulling their weight. While we call one, for the guys that are going in the right path, that are pulling their weight, let's say for example, on a scale of 1 to 100, we measure somebody and the person scored 70 or 80 over 100. Ideally, 70, 80 is an A or a B. Anyhow you want to look at it, right? So for those kind of people, we trigger what we call an individual development plan, which means we want to make these people move from good to becoming better, or they're already better and want them to become the best, right? While for the other guys that probably scored, let's say, less than 50 or less than 40, these are not the kind of people we need in the system. What we now put in place for them from a HR standpoint is what we call performance improvement plan, which is PIP. That's something that is very common in the corporate world. And PIP is not to push people away from the organization. It's to actually help people move from that path that is not the right path, right, over to the right path. And how does HR or how do leaders do this in the organization? Through training. Not just training, through counseling sometimes. Because sometimes some of these issues are not even what we call competency related issues. Not just that you don't have the skill, the knowledge, or the attitude to do the right things, but it could just be because someone is currently going through a personal trauma, right? It's not in the right space. What that person needs at that time is counseling. Sometimes what people need is coaching. Sometimes what they need is mentoring, right? And a whole lot of other things that leaders can actually use in terms of developing your people, right? Then in terms of motivation, I said performance management, and I like talking about motivation. Motivation is super, super key. When people have been, you've measured people's performance in an institution and they have done well. Beyond the developmental bits which I spoke about a few seconds ago, one key thing that needs to be done is reward and recognition. When people have done well, you need to acknowledge the fact that they have done well, either on an individual basis or on a team basis. You need to recognize the fact that these people have done well. And I use that word reward and recognition because not just reward alone, because in some clients, people have done well, you give them money, you give them this, end of story. But I tell you, reward and recognition goes way beyond just money. There's what we call internal and external motivation. They are both great, they work hand in hand. Giving you money, okay, Pius, you've done so well, take this 10 million naira, go and enjoy yourself in the coming year, or just go and enjoy yourself. I'll be happy. But that is what we call external motivation. If tomorrow another employer comes to meet me and he tells me, oh, I've seen your great works, come and work with me. If you replicate the same success, I will give you 100 million naira. Most likely, as a human being, you might go, right? But guess what? If when my employer was rewarding me, beyond giving me 10 million naira, they also probably put my frame all around the institution, put my pictures on the website and all that, gave me an award that I can go and put, a plaque that I can go and put in my living room and all that. I got probably maybe a handshake from my CEO telling me well done, or my name was imprinted in the financial statements of my organization in that particular year. Do you know how that will make you feel? Beyond the money, that will make you feel in ways that financial resources cannot quantify. And if another institution is telling me, hey, come over, I'll give you 100 million and the rest, what I'll be asking is, will my name be replicated in the ways my company has done this for me? In fact, it will even be tough for you to even listen to them, because what my own company has done for me has so resonated deeply with me that I will almost feel like a betrayal if I leave my company to the other company. So there is power in reward and recognition. They go hand in hand. So I've spoken about two things. Number one, delegation. I've spoken about performance management. I chipped in motivation into it. The next I'll be talking about is teamwork and collaboration. We spoke about delegation. It's one thing for a leader to effectively know how to delegate. Let's say you have a team of 5 or 10 or whatever. You effectively delegate. Great. They understand the assignments and everything. But it's another thing for your team members to be able to work hand in hand, collaboratively, towards a unique goal. Not working competitively in the same team. Teamwork and collaboration is super key. So as leaders, we should be encouraging open dialogue. We should be encouraging cross-functional type projects. Because sometimes, I like being very practical. Sometimes we just say these things, we give buzzwords, okay, you should do this, you should do that. It's as real can be. Nothing stops you from saying, okay, in my organization we have product team, we have sales team, we have operations, we have finance, we have this. Okay, can we, probably we don't have a research and development department in that organization. Can we have an R&D department? We get representatives of every unit here. Your assignment is every quarter, every 6 months, or every year, churn out a new solution. People from different worlds of work, they come into one team. While the guy in finance is his brain, any suggestion that comes, the guy's brain is quickly thinking about the how it will impact from a Naira and Kobo perspective. The guy in HR is looking at, okay, how will this thing impact probably maybe people's growth in the organization, or how the organization will expand in terms of bringing in number of people and all that, or what kind of skill sets and competencies should we now be looking at when we churn out this new idea and all that. The guys in marketing and product are thinking about, okay, what we want to do, how well can we package it and sell it to people, to the public that we are rendering the service. So at the end of the day, when you see different people like that with various skill sets in one project, right, in one project team, working hand in hand, at the end of the day, you just see that the guy in HR now knows 1 or 2 things about finance. The guy in finance now knows 1 or 2 things about sales and product. The guy in sales and product now knows 1 or 2 things about HR. And at the end of the day, you are building what we call a multi-skilled workforce. That's a topic for another day, because going into the future of work, we are now talking about talents that have multi-skills, not just people that you move them from one place, take them to another place, and sadly they can't function. Because that is the type of world we live in today. We've been hearing we live in the VUCA world. VUCA, V stands for volatile, U stands for uncertain, C stands for complex, A stands for ambiguous. But there are newer theories that has even gone beyond VUCA. One of the popular ones is called the Bani theory, B-A-N-I, that describes the world of work. B-A-N-I, B stands for brittle, A stands for anxious, N stands for non-linear, and I stands for incomprehensible. And what's the Bani theory all about? The Bani theory is just trying to tell us that the world we live in today, you can go to bed tonight, and by the time we wake up tomorrow, the world has changed from what we used to know it as. 6 years down the line, COVID showed us that yes, this is real. We can all go to bed today, wake up tomorrow, things have changed. Either from a technological point of view, from a medical or biological point of view, or even from regulation. 6 months ago, the new Tax Reform Act in Nigeria, using Nigeria as a case study, some people never knew that anything like this was going to happen, but it was ideated, the government bought into it, and today, it's a new life we're living in that terrain. So, we need to start building that capabilities, right, amongst our employees, people that work with us, right, so that they can be as versatile as possible. And one of the biggest ways to achieve this is through teamwork and collaboration. In discussing about teamwork and collaboration, another key thing too is also ensuring that there is alignment between the organization's overarching core values and what everybody in that organization is doing. Meaning people need to, they need to understand what the core values of this organization is, what the vision, what the goals of this organization is. Not just understanding it, but you also need to buy into it, so that you don't have teams working amiss. While one team is talking about, okay, we must make profit, another team is talking about, no, profit is not the main goal right now. It's just to ensure that our products and services are everywhere, that people, that we are well known and the rest. So everybody needs to plug to the center. Okay, so we've spoken about delegation, we've spoken about performance management, we've spoken about teamwork and collaboration. The next thing I'll be speaking about is communication. I hinted on communication, I was talking about delegation. Communication is super key. As a human being, not even as a professional, but as a human being, communication is super key. Because no matter how great a vision is, if that vision or strategy, no matter how great a strategy is or a vision is, if that vision or strategy is not well articulated and communicated, is as good as being useless. I gave the example of us having a truck in point A that we needed to move to point B. In that example, that is like the vision. That's like the strategy. Okay, we need to move this truck from point A to point B. You get in people. If you are not able to clearly articulate what you need to tell them and communicate that to them, that this is what we need to achieve, then you just have those people around you, and sadly, you are just looking at yourselves, or rather, you're working amiss. So communication is super key. And in communicating, another key thing that we need to also pay attention to, because it's one thing to communicate strategy, communicate your vision and everything to those you work with, but it is another thing to also get feedback and listen actively, because communication is a two-way thing. And no matter how great your strategy that you've crafted, your vision and all those things, I keep saying the strategy document is a living document. It can be adjusted. You can't say, okay, we've done this thing, it's frozen, do or die, we must achieve it. Yes, we'll do everything we need to achieve it, but when you get feedback, those feedback will come from your employees. We're talking about winning with people. People span beyond just your employees. Those feedback would also come from your customers. If you're in a highly regulated space, those feedback will come from your regulators. And guess what? There's sometimes you get feedback that are not coming to you directly, right? But it's still feedback. You could get feedback even from your competitors. So communication is super key. We've spoken about delegation, we've spoken about performance management, we've spoken about teamwork and collaboration, we've spoken about communication. The next thing we'll be speaking to is conflict resolution. Human beings, we say we are social animals by default. And in socializing, what we also experience is that no two human beings are the same. You see some people, by default, they'll tell you, I'm an introvert. I just like keeping to myself, doing my thing, and living. You see some people, they call them the life of the party. There's no way, and those people they call life of the party, they call them extroverts, right? You will not see some people that want to play it safe, they'll say, no, I'm in between, depending on the situation. I could be an introvert today, or in this particular situation, I could be an extrovert in the other situation. They call them ambiverts, right? So there is no way you will put three human beings with each of these unique characteristics together in a team, on a project, or an assignment, and the possibilities of having misunderstanding will not emanate. So as a leader, or as a professional that is being tasked with that type of situation, that has been faced with that type of situation, what should you do in that instance when there's a conflict? What I always advise is you need to find out, we need to use the root cause analysis approach. Find out the why, what is happening here. Find out the why without any bias. And the only thing that should be at the back of your mind is, how can I ensure that we have a long-term solution? What has happened? Deal with the issue. Leave the human beings first of all. What is the issue itself? When you understand the issue itself, then we now start dealing with what is the why, what is the root cause. And in dealing with the root cause of these things, at some point, you now need to start looking at things from a situational approach. I'll give an example. Imagine someone that is, let's say we have 3 people working in a team. Person 1 is someone that has been in that team for 10 years, working in that team. Person 2 is a Gen Z that has been in that team for 2 months. And person 3 is probably a lady that had been away on maternity leave for maybe about 3 months, right? That has just resumed. Probably a couple of things have changed, right, in that department. And then a conflict arises. After drilling deep to the why, you address everybody, right? The 3 of them, probably collectively. It is always best to also meet them where they are. One-on-one engagement. And that is why in corporate institutions today, especially post-COVID, those one-on-one sessions, whether it be a conflict issue or not, one-on-one sessions, in fact, they are now recommended to be having that as frequently as possible. It could be on a monthly basis, it could be on a weekly basis, it could be on a bi-weekly basis. But in this example I gave, it is key you engage those people on a one-on-one basis. Because the kind of feedback I will give to someone that has worked for 10 years in a particular team, let's say I'm giving a harsh feedback, right, to someone that has worked for 10 years in a particular team. If I should give that same feedback to a Gen Z that has probably worked for only 2 months, the possibilities that that Gen Z might never want to work again in his or her life, they are there. True or false? Really true. Also, the lady that I just put to bed has been away for about 3 to 4 months, that's probably not in touch with some of the new things that might have changed from a policy perspective. The way I'll be engaging the Gen Z or the other guy that has been there for 10 years, that you've been in this office every day, you were part of the policy change and everything, the way I'll be engaging them will be totally different from the way I'll also be engaging the person that has not been around for about 3 to 4 months. So you see why individualistic engagement is super key in conflict resolution. It can never be one size fits all. Understand the root cause, work towards a long-term resolution, and in working towards a long-term resolution, meet people where they are. There are 2 more kits I'll quickly speak about. 2 more. Coaching and mentoring is toolkit 6. So let's start from the beginning. Number 1 was delegation. Number 2 was performance management. I chipped in motivation into that. Number 3 was teamwork and collaboration. Number 4 was communication. Number 5, conflict resolution. Number 6, coaching and mentoring. Coaching and mentoring, I singled it out because if you remember when I was talking about performance management, I said it out, especially from a HR perspective, one of the outcomes of performance management is that's what we call performance development. And I told us, I said, performance development, we look at it in 2 ways. I'm doing a recap. If we look at performance development in 2 ways, we look at those that are doing really well, right? That we want to move from good to becoming better or better to becoming best. And we look at those that are not doing so well, that we're trying to move from the wrong path to the right path. Where we call the ones that are doing well, we call it individual development plan. And for the guys that are not really doing well, we call that performance improvement plan. But I want to single out coaching and mentoring. Because coaching and mentoring is not something that you even have to wait till performance appraisals and all those things are done. Yes, when performance appraisals are done, it could lead to coaching and mentoring interventions. But coaching and mentoring from a leadership perspective, and let's remember when I say leadership, I'm not talking about our big ogas or the supervisors and all that. Everybody is a leader. Remember I said the first person you lead is yourself, right? So coaching and mentoring should be part of our everyday life in an institution. You should be able to see person A, person B, person C, and you should be able to tell this is this person's strength, this is this person's weakness. On this person's strength, what am I doing? Am I telling this person, hey, I've noticed you're good with report writing. You're really, really good with this. Are you leveraging some AI tools that could even help you become more effective on this, so that you start the things that are monotonous, you allow AI tools do that for you, so that you're even focusing more on the strategy side of things, the recommendations and all those high level things, right? That is you're mentoring, that you're showing the person that this is something that is good, right? And this is something you can work on, and you don't even end there. Either if it's a skill set that you have as a leader, you can volunteer to guide that person to further propound that competence or skill set you're seeing, or you can connect that person with someone else that has done that way ahead, right, for a long period of time, so that person can help nurture that skill that you've identified. Then also, we don't just look at the strengths alone when it comes to coaching and mentoring. We also look at the weaknesses. Okay, what I've also seen is, as great as you are in this thing, I've noticed that there are lots of typos. I've noticed that there's something that is lacking in your work, or I've noticed something about you. Maybe you don't really interact with people and all that. What are you also doing to help that person on that front? And in coaching and mentoring, while in coaching and mentoring conversations, while I always advise that the mentee, right, because the mentor is the more experienced person, right? I don't like using the word senior person, because we have what we call reverse mentoring, right? I could have 20 years of experience, and my mentor in a particular field could have just 3 years of experience. It has happened to me before when I was trying to was it Twitter? I was trying to learn how to use then, and the person that was teaching me how to use Twitter then was, as in, I was way older than the person, but the person was teaching me, okay, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to do, and all that. And in today's world, people are encouraging reverse mentoring. But the point I'm trying to make here is, the mentee, that's the person that is gaining from that conversation, should be encouraged to lead those conversations, because I'm the one that needs something from you that you already know the way. I should not now be waiting for you that already know the way to come and drag me along. So that is the kind of DNA we should be building in our people. Yes, you might help people identify, okay, these are your strengths, these are your weaknesses, point them to resources or people that can help them amplify their strengths, and people that can help them overturn their weaknesses and make those weaknesses become strengths. But in terms of nurturing that relationship, encourage those people, charge those people, make them accountable to own that relationship, because at the end of the day, they are going to be the biggest beneficiaries of that relationship. So the last two kits I'll be speaking to is what I call culture of excellence. Culture. Let's leave the excellence first of all. Culture. There's so many popular sayings about culture, but I think my most favorite saying about culture is that they say culture eats strategy for breakfast. And I learned they've added this strategy for breakfast, lunch, dinner. Me, I've added my own. It eats strategy as snacks too, right? Culture is super key. I liken culture, in fact, in social studies way back, the definition of culture, if I'm not mistaken, is the way of life of a given people. So it means that in your institution, there needs to be a way of life. And that's why I call it culture of excellence. Meaning, in your institution, mediocrity should never be celebrated. People should be encouraged to give their best. You saw the word I used there. People should be encouraged to give their best. Because why? There needs to be a deliberate intent in building that way of life that you want to see in your people. One of the popular theories one of the popular motivational theories in human resources management is what we call McGregor theory, X and Y. In the theory X, they'll tell you that human beings that follow that theory X, they don't really want to work. They just want to come to the office, sit down, at the end of the day, get paid. They don't want to do anything. At best, the barest minimum. When I have those in theory Y, those are the human beings that are motivated. They want to work. They only just want to earn a good living for the kind of work that they do. And it's the theory Y that we all should strive, theory Y type of people that we all should strive to have in our institution. And the only way you can have those theory Y type of people that always want to go the extra mile to give their best, is when you have, it doesn't just happen by chance. It never happens by chance. Organizations that from time to time they keep on churning out excellent workforce, churning out good numbers, it doesn't happen just by mere coincidence. You will see that in those institutions, number one, there is a clearly defined vision. There is a clearly defined mission. Then more importantly, vision, mission, so great, right? But I always like paying more emphasis on core values. Because you know why? Vision, mission, most times they change, especially vision, mission, yeah, in some institutions, they change every year, sometimes twice in a year, sometimes every 5 years, sometimes every 10 years. Because your vision could be, I want to be the biggest manufacturing company in Africa in 2028. And by 2028, you become the biggest manufacturing company in Africa. We look for a bigger thing now to achieve, right? I want to become top 2 in EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. You conquer that. I want to be the biggest in the world. So it keeps evolving. But I see core values. Core values, these are, so even though your vision and mission is changing, core values, we're saying, in my institution, integrity is part of my core value. Humility is part of my core value. Innovation is part of my core value. Entrepreneurial spirit is part of my core value. Customer centricity is part of my core value, and all that. Irrespective of your vision or mission changing, those core values, they remain relevant to those changes in your vision and mission. So when you have core values defined, it goes beyond just putting core values on the wall and people reciting core values. But when you are deliberate in ensuring that people are living up to the core values, and how can you be deliberate in ensuring that people are living up to the core values? When people live up to those core values, recognize it. There's something we call positive reinforcement and negative reinforcement. Let's say punctuality or timeliness, or it's part of your core value, or integrity is part of your core values. And let's even use integrity. Integrity is part of your core values, and probably someone saw a stash of maybe dollars in a bag or something, and the person returned it. Reward such attitude. Don't say, okay, that is the right thing that the person should do. Yes, it's the right thing. But reward does not mean, okay, now give the person $10 or $1,000. Nothing stops you from just writing something about that person and publicizing it in your institution. Nothing stops you from doing that. That's positive reinforcement. Right? On the other hand, negative reinforcement. If you say integrity is part of your core values, if somebody, as simple as, okay, somebody sent a mail, maybe the mail, maybe the person eroded brand values and all that. Let's say the person sent it from a team mailbox, right? So I could be in a team of 5 people and we have a general mailbox, whereby when we send an email, you don't know who sent it. And because the CEO didn't like that email correspondence, the CEO was like, who sends this mail? Nobody owned up. Nobody lied, though. Understand this story. Nobody owned up. Everybody kept mute. Who sends this? Everybody kept mute. You know, keeping mute and lying, that's conversation for another day. They seem like 2 different things, but at the end of the day, it's one bad thing that is happening. They say, if you speak for nothing, it means that you're standing with that so-called nothing. Right? So everybody keeps mute, and you now have your technology team coming to investigate who sent this email. And at the end of the day, they now pointed it to person B or person A in that team. Ideally, that person should be penalized. And when that person is penalized, those in that team, or even in some extreme cases, probably the entire workforce, they should also know. Because you know what you're doing? You are letting them know that this is the tone in this company. We do not joke with anything integrity. Once integrity is short of 99%, we don't joke with it. So when you have those, when you're demonstrating those type of actions, I use integrity as an example. It could be customer centricity. In some places, just because a customer gives a good feedback that I went to your branch location and I was treated so well, you will need to see the way people will be rewarded in that particular space where they were treated so well. Likewise, if a customer reports that you were being rude in that particular branch location, vice versa, you will see the way the fire will come. So by so doing, you already know the stance of the leadership of that organization, that this is an organization that does not play with customer centricity. And the last thing I will leave us with in terms of building a culture of excellence, beyond the organizational core values, which guides an institution. Again, remember what I said, we are all leaders. Even if you are in level 1 in your institution, nobody is reporting to you, the first person you lead is yourself. And as a leader, and a potential leader of people. Because very soon people will start looking at you, people will start reading you, people will start drawing inspiration from you and learning from you. You should pay attention to building your own personal culture of excellence. Meaning, everyone needs to have their own unique core values. I like tying this culture of excellence to core values. What are your own unique core values as an individual? I always say this anytime I get to speak around topic like this and this conversation comes up. Even if I'm sleeping by 1 a.m. and you ask me, Mr. Pius, what are your core values? I'll just mention it to you. My core values are preach. That's why most times I call myself a preacher jokingly. And what does my preach stand for? P is professionalism. R is resilience. E is empathy. A is accountability. C is customer centricity. And H is humility. With these few words of mine, I hope I have been able to charge all of us and remind us that you cannot achieve so much without people. And with the right people around you, and you also leaning on them, there is so much out there for us to achieve. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so glad to be here. My name is Monisola Adedayo, and I'm going to be talking about something that I'm passionate about. But before I talk to you about or mention what I want to talk about, let me tell you something that happened some time ago. As a child, I heard something from my mother. There was a day a friend of hers came around, and when the two of them saw themselves, they were very happy. They, hugged themselves, but I noticed that the other woman was not talking. And the two of them were very happy, and they were laughing. After this friend of hers left, I asked her, what were they laughing about? She told me a story. That woman, they were friends. They went to the same school. They went to Modern 3 together. Our own brother, that's my mother's brother, had traveled out of Nigeria to London. And it was time for him to get married. They packaged this woman. Our brother did not know this woman at all. I've never seen her before. Packaged the woman, sent her picture to the man, and then sent her to the man. And that was how they got married. But why were they laughing? The man only saw the picture. He didn't know what he was expecting. So when the woman came, it was only then that the man realized that the woman that was sent to him could not hear, deaf. But she could read lips. But do you know that with that disability, if I can call it that, their marriage stayed forever. They stayed together till they died. That was the kind of marriage that they had in the 60s. I wonder how many people can survive with that kind of arrangement now. All right. So I'm going to be talking about marriage in Nigeria, from survivor to choice, a generational shift. What has happened? What is happening right now? And what do we think may happen? So in time past, some of us may not know the history of what we call marriage. But if you look at it, you realize that in time past, when you talk about a man and a woman coming together to marry, it's not about I love you. There are so many things involved. And most of the time, you have the family deciding. Sometimes you have a whole nation deciding. So you have one nation deciding that, oh, we are sending you to go and marry the king or to go and marry somebody in another nation just for political reasons, for alliance. So in the 60s, that's the time that I, came to know. In the 60s, you discover that things were such that when you are talking about marriage, it was not about I love you. It was not about I understand you. It was not about we are compatible. It was simply about structure. It was about family. It was about culture. So if you look at it, you realize that at that time, if you follow history, at that time, people were not struggling to stay in a marriage or not to stay. You have no option but to stay, male or female. It is okay if a man, at least from what I know, it's okay if a man decides to marry a wife and then marries another and marries another, 4 or 5 wives. But at that time, it is not okay if a man marries one wife, divorce that one, marries another, divorce again, and marries another. People will start looking at him as, is there something wrong? You can keep as many wives as you want, but if you are marrying and you are divorcing, they know that there's something wrong with you. That is in the 60s. If you marry a wife that time, or you marry a husband, there is a particular reason for marrying. Most of the time, you have for survival. So the woman is marrying for survival, the man is marrying for survival. It was not about love. Now, I am not saying that we didn't have people that time that married for love. I'm just saying that it was not the main reason for marrying. So in the 60s, there were some things that helped the marriage to survive. The culture in particular was there. The culture was very, very powerful at that time. There's something that is expected. And at that time, you realize that the roles, the gender roles were clearly stated. What is it that is expected of a man? What is expected of a woman in a marriage? Very clear. Who takes care of the children? Who brings home the money? It has nothing to do with whether I like you or I love you. But it does not stop you from loving yourself. Recently, I was going somewhere and I took a cab. I took a cab from Alausa. I was going to somewhere inside Ikeja. And I met a lady there. We started talking. A lady of like maybe 40. And we started talking. And I asked her, where's she going? She told me she was going to the office of domestic blah, 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 blah. I was like, what are you going there to do? She said, finally, the Lord has decided to set me free. We have concluded our divorce. I'm like, divorce? I looked at her. To me, she was looking very young. I said, divorce? How many children do you have? She said she has 4 children. I said, how are you going to cope? She said, I will cope. Why would I not cope? Even when we're married, I was the one handling blah, blah, blah. I was like, wow. Now, that is telling us something. Some things are changing. It's not just about that. We also have stories of a number of Nigerians married. They will leave Nigeria. When they get to the UK, something will change. When they get to US, something will change. And before you know it, you hear that the 2 of them have decided to go their separate ways. Some things have happened. So we have looked at what was happening in the 1960s. In the 1970s, when people get married, they are pressured to stay, male or female. The culture expects them to stay. Now, we move on to the next generation, where you have those people that got married between 2000 and 2010. So you have this set of people who got married in Nigeria. At this point, some things have changed. During the 1960s, you realize that you have financial dependence for the women. You have dependence on the woman by the man for home, cleaning, taking care of things at home. But these days, by the time you got to the year 20,000 or 2000 to the year 2010, some things have changed. It was no longer about financial dependence. The shift is beginning to happen. Now, we see a situation where young ladies are encouraged to go to school. Even though they are going to school, the culture still holds on the marriage at that time. The culture still holds. And so you realize that if a person gets married in the year 2000, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, the brothers-in-law, the sisters-in-law, they are still part of that marriage. So the couple, they are together. A brother will come and visit. A sister will come and visit. So even though the culture is still very powerful, it was not as powerful as it was in the year 1960 or in the 1960s. So by that time, you realize that because the women are now having more access to education, they can work more. And not just that, the TV, the cable network, they are beginning to come. And one thing that has changed the face of marriage in Nigeria is Nollywood. I'm sure that for every one of us here, you must have watched a film or another made in Nigeria where you look at it and a part of you will be, maybe this is the way things are being done now. So with Nollywood came some information, what people never used to see. It didn't occur to a lot of people that, oh, it is possible to marry the other person and then within a short while say you are no longer interested. It became very popular gradually. It was becoming popular gradually. Now, because of that, that generation gave birth to the next generation. So we are looking at the generation that came after the year 2010. So from 2010 onwards, people started questioning things. Something interesting happened to me recently. One of my daughters, she's my niece, but according to our culture, I'll call her my daughter. We went home for a reunion. This my daughter is already 30 years old, so she will be 30 this September. We met. And I was asking her, according to the culture, I was asking her, babe, what's the next thing now? Where is the guy? You know what this lady told me? She said, Mommy, I'm yet to blow. I'm like, blow? Yeah, you blowing too. She said, Mommy, I'm yet to make money. When I make money, we will start talking about marriage. I said, wow, interesting. In our own days, when you leave the university, the first thing you are thinking about is, oh, it's time to get married. But now, what you have is, as the guy is trying to blow, permit me to use that Nigerian slang, the lady or the babe also is trying to blow. Okay, now, the parents that gave birth to the guy, they send this guy to school. They are expecting that at some point, the guy will come back home, build houses, buy cars for the parents. The same thing is being expected of the young ladies now. And so you notice that even before some people get married, they have their houses, they have their cars. So the idea of dependency, financial dependency, is being taken out. So we are looking at the generational shifts from the 60s to the 90s to this time that we are in. And so if you look at it, I do not have any statistics here. I am only speaking based on what I've experienced. I do a lot of facilitation, talking about learning, teaching in classes. And a lot of times I find myself talking about emotional intelligence, facilitating emotional intelligence, talking to people about how they can manage their, feelings and the feelings of others in the workplace. But I noticed one thing that became very popular in some of these classes. When I am through with my session on emotional intelligence, I get to hear some people ask me, can we talk to you for a minute? Can we talk to you for a minute? So at the back of my mind, initially when it started, my thought was that they will want to talk about their colleagues. They want to talk about something that is happening in the workplace. But a number of times, they want to ask me about their marriage. Supposing my colleague, or supposing my wife did so and so. Supposing my husband did so and so. What do you expect me to do? In fact, there was a guy that spoke to me in one class and told me that I got married last year. So the marriage was barely 2 years old. And he was already having issues. Now, what was the issue that he brought up? He said that he works in the IT, and because he was with the bank, it was necessary sometimes for him to be moved from one place to the other. He didn't want his wife to work. The wife was already working before they got married. And so he wanted a situation where when he's being transferred from one place to the other, the wife should abandon her own job and move with him. The woman said no. Said no. And he was asking me, how do I handle this situation? So in time past, that would have not have come up as a discussion at all. That would not be a discussion at all. As soon as the husband is moving, I'm talking about the Nigerian culture, as soon as the husband is moving, except the man says, oh, you stay here, and then I go. As soon as the husband is moving, the wife is bound to move with him. But no, we don't have that often anymore. If the wife says she's not moving, nobody can force her to move. So what happened? The culture has lost its power. So what we were using to stabilize marriage, to help marriage to stand in the 60s, in the 90s, that thing is gradually disappearing. And what is that? We have two major things. We have the culture and we have the religion. Two major things, culture and religion. It is not allowed that you should do this because you belong to this family. It is not allowed that you move in that direction because you belong to this community or because you belong to this religion. But these days, things have changed. What is that major thing that is changing the way people are thinking about marriage? So number one, we've talked about the financial independence that is coming to the women. The education that is coming. Another one that is very powerful is the social media. So the social media is there. I mean, the social media is something that has come to change the face of everything in the world. Everything. But one thing we are not suspecting that is changing is marriage. And that is why I think that even the government of the nation should spend quality money on research on how to ensure that the future of the families that's talking about marriage is secured. Why are people abandoning? What is it that we can do to ensure that the marriage or the family continues? So with the social media, if you go online today, you will see some things. Very funny things. You see a woman that says, oh, if you are not like this, if you are not like that, I don't want to be married to you. Or somebody that will just decide and say, I am tired of this marriage. And everybody in Nigeria is watching that. And because of the way life is, you copy what you see more. So the culture has lost its power. Religion is losing its power gradually. I guess the question you want to ask, the question we should be asking ourselves is, how do we ensure that the family continues? Nobody is wrong. The man is not wrong. The woman is not wrong. But we need to change the strategy. So if in time past we had culture, and the culture is not as strong as it used to be. I heard of a young lady recently who said to her husband that your mother cannot stay with us. I was in a class. We were talking about personal development. I can't remember how we got to that point. And there was this lady that said, I cannot marry a man that has a mother. I said, And at that time, I've already given birth to three boys. Now, I thought he was going to stop there. Then another lady picked it from her and said, you have just said the truth. I cannot marry any man who has a mother. I had to respond. I called these young ladies. I said, so are you expecting the guy to kill his mother or what? He said, no, I'm not saying he should kill his mother. I am only saying that I cannot marry a man who has a mother. So I was curious and I asked, why don't you want to marry a man that has a mother? And this lady started talking. Said, we have heard stories. We have heard stories that mothers-in-law, they are wicked people. They will do this, they will do that. But the truth of the matter is, a lot of times that has to do with what the Nollywood is putting out there. It is not necessarily that anybody or is everybody that has experienced it. But what I'm trying to get out here now is that you find that a lot of young couples are married. But what is supposed to help them, the structure that is supposed to help them, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, they are not allowed in. So when they are not allowed in, if there is a problem, nobody can help them to resolve it. So the question I'm asking is, what is the future like for marriage? What is the future like? I have had the opportunity, of counseling, couples before they get married. And there was a particular couple that I remember very well. They were going to get married, and with the process that we normally go through, when we discuss something, maybe we discuss communication or we discuss finance, we give them a week to go and think about it and come back with their questions. The following week, when this couple came back, I think we talked about communication. When the couple came back, I asked them that, do you have any question? The lady said, no, there's no question. I looked at the guy was smiling. So the moment he started smiling, I knew something was wrong. So I asked him, do you have a question? He smiled more. Do you have a question? And that was the time he opened up. He said, I was just thinking if it is okay to go ahead with this marriage. I said, after 5 weeks. We have only 5 weeks to go. But according to the rule, if there is a red flag and they cannot continue, we are there to encourage them to go their separate ways. It's better for them not to get married than to get married and start looking for a way to divorce. All right. So I asked the guy, why don't you want this marriage to continue? He said, when we left this place, on Monday, my lady here came to the house to come and visit my parents. I told her that anytime she wants to come to our house, I must be there. But she decided to go and visit my mother on her own. And when she got there, she met my younger sister. So somebody that the lady is probably older than, maybe about 6 years or 7 years. And then she met this lady and just called the person by the first name. I'm talking about the Yoruba culture here. These people are Yorubas. Yeah? So just call the lady by the first name. And the mother-in-law to be said to her that, no, you cannot call her by her first name. Oh. You have to call her auntie. And the bride said, no, I cannot do that. I am older than her. She is the one that should be calling me sister, auntie, not me. The woman said, if you want to marry my son, you will call the sister auntie. And so they had a face-off. The mother-in-law now said, well, if you will not listen to me, I will call your mother and tell your mother. Guess what the bride said to the mother-in-law today? He said, even my mother cannot tell me what to do. That is what I am going to do. And that was why the guy said, I don't think this marriage should continue. So I had to engage the lady with the wisdom of God, permit me. So I had to tell her that, because I know her father. I said, do you know the relationship between your father and I? She said yes. I said, okay, can you remember how many years, do you know how many years? That's talking about the gap between your father and myself. The father is at least clear 30 years older than myself, or 20 years. 20 years. All right, older than myself. Said yes. I said, when your father sees me anytime, anywhere, how does he greet me? He said, you say, mommy, mommy. I said, if your father can bow to me, even though I am not married to anybody and there's no marriage, it's not about marriage. It's just that this is what we have agreed in our own circle. It will not take anything from you to call the sister auntie. But at that point, even though I was saying it, I know that what she's seeing outside and what is happening around her will make her to fight that sister. And if that guy does not know what he's doing, honestly, within a space of maybe 3 years or so, the marriage will scatter. What is happening? It is not that the lady is wrong. It is not that the guy is wrong. It is just that the times are changing. The times are changing. And Darwin said something. He said that it is not the biggest species that survive. It is the one that is able to do what? To adapt. Change is the only thing that is constant. So the question we should be asking ourselves about marriage right now is that, what is it that is necessary to change for the women? What is it that is necessary to change for the men, so that in future we can have successful marriages? Because as it stands right now, we are working from two different sides. Now, for me, there's something that I will say that I see, that if we do or we carry out a research on it and we are able to find out more, maybe we will be able to escape the future that looks bleak where marriage is concerned. I think for me, I'm so concerned about those people who are in diaspora. So concerned. If they are in Nigeria, you know, a brother, a sister, a mother, somebody can still by force come and speak with them and so on and so forth. But outside, I don't know if you see what I see, but you must have heard a number of cases. It's not just about Christians. It's not just about Muslims. It's not just about people who do not belong to any faith. It's not even only about traditional worshippers. Once they get out there, the dynamic has changed. And if something does not change here, that marriage is coming down. So what are the things that we need to adjust? My opinion, strictly my opinion, I believe that the future of marriage is closer to the future of business. As technology is coming, being improved, the demands of the customers, you know, is becoming more and more. So what am I trying to say? We need to study specially the species of women that we have, the young ladies that are coming out to get married now. We need to study specially the species of men that are coming out to marry. And so we should not use the old style. We should not encourage them to follow the old way, because the old way is no longer working. I'm sure some of us have heard about 50-50. 50-50, where you say, we share the bills, 50-50. And because the lady is working, she's willing to share the bills, 50-50. But there are several other things to share apart from bills. Huh? There are quite a number of things to share. All right. So what about helping the generation coming to understand that they are not their great-grandfathers and they are not their great-grandmothers? So it means that the parents of this generation need to ask themselves questions. How do I take responsibility for the future of my children? That's talking about their marriages. So number one, my opinion, I believe that a parent should bother, the community should bother to engage the youth that are coming, that there is nothing wrong with marriage, because that is one major story that is going everywhere right now. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong. We need that marriage to keep our community growing. That's number one. Number two, that I want to suggest is that the community, the parents, should encourage that people who are coming together to marry, they should practice that thing that we call emotional intelligence. Empathy. Put yourself in the other person's shoes. If you want your customer to stay, there's one major thing that you must be able to do. That is identify the needs of the customer. So I do say to people, young guys, if the woman that you are dealing with does not need money, that is not our call. You should ask yourself, what is it that she needs that I can offer? What is it that will make me relevant? The guy that you are getting married to does not need the traditional things from you. The question is, what are those things that this guy needs? So I am, advocating that people should go into trying to understand themselves. It is not about what I want. It is not about this is the way our fathers used to do it. It is not about this is the way our mothers used to do it. Because the generation that we have now, they are not like our grandfathers and they are not like our grandmothers. Even for me, I'm shocked sometimes at what some of my daughters do in the house. Growing up, I am not sure that from the time that I found myself in Form 3, that is even taking it too far. From the time that I found myself in Form 3, I'm not sure I saw my mother in the kitchen cook. But these days, what do you have? You have young ladies in the house. She's in the university, but she's so busy with either the phone or the laptop. So busy. We are all busy now. So if you are busy, you should expect that the other person will also be busy. Emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence. So you should be able to ask yourself, you should be able to look at that other person, whoever it is that you are getting married to. You should look at that person and ask yourself, what is it that I can offer this person? It is not so much about what is it that I want to take away. So if you look at it, the rise of globalization has affected marriage so much in this generation. But it has nothing to do with the characteristics or the behaviors of the people. We have decided to adjust ourselves. We are yet to carry out the research, But if you ask me, can marriage survive? I will tell you, if we do the right things, marriage will still survive. There is still a future for marriage. We should not give up on marriage. We should not abandon marriage. It is one institution that I'm crazy about, and that is why I'm talking about it. Now, permit me to add more that when you think about marriage, a lot of times, in time past, we look at it from the angle of two families coming together. So it is this family, family A, and family B, that are coming together to marry. There is nothing wrong in helping the family to grow. There's nothing wrong. So what is the pattern that we have there now? We can see the pattern. If I get married and this marriage is not working, I can easily divorce and then go on to another person and marry and divorce and marry and divorce. And the more that is being done, the more the families, or let me say the children, the next generation, is being affected. Next generation is being affected. I was watching a documentary recently about why little children follow their parents around. Why do they follow their parents around? And that's one thing that really, pushed me to think about marriage the more. We need it. It says, why do little children follow their parents around? That's 3 months old, 5 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. Why do they follow their parents around? Why is it that when you are not there, they start crying? That documentary said that the reason why they follow you around is not so much out of love. The documentary said that they follow you around because you are the one that they are using to understand the world. When they follow you around, if you see a dog and you show fear, they know that, okay, anytime you see a dog, you must be scared. You should show fear. If when you see somebody, you smile, you are teaching them. They are learning from you. They want to smile when you see that person. So what is happening is that they are using you to learn how they react, how they relate, how they respond. Now, what happens when that thing is no longer there? And that is what is happening gradually. The male figure is not there, or the female figure is not there. There is nobody to mirror. Or this child finds himself or herself mirroring just about everybody. And so we have all sorts of things in the society. So for the good of the society, for the survival of the society, for the growth of the Nigerian society, I will want to suggest that we don't just focus on education as we have it, about sending people to school, going to the university. It should not just be about that. We should actually encourage marriage to stand. We should. We should back up marriage, not just from the cultural angle, not just from the religious angle, but more from the societal angle. The society should back up, spend quality money to educate people on the importance of staying married. However, nobody wants to stay in a marriage that is frustrating. And once people realize that they have options, they want to take off. They want to take off. Male or female. They want to take off. Not on a lighter note, but something happened some time ago. A guy, I don't want to use the word ran away, but that was what he did. He ran away from his house. 5 years, they were looking for him. They couldn't find him. 5 years after the guy showed up, what happened? All the time he was having issues with his wife. He could not say it out. Because the kind of issue he was having was the type that the Nigerian society would not even want to listen to at all. This woman, according to the story, very nice outside, very gentle outside. But when they get home, this woman is the type that loves to beat. You know, she gets really violent and beats up the husband. And the husband could not tell people. He was just telling people that I'm having issues with this woman. But nobody, he could not open up. At the end of the day, what happened? The guy ran away. He ran away. 5 years before this. So after 5 years, you know, the lady had gone to court. They got the divorce and all that. That was when the guy came back. Now, what am I advocating? I think Nigeria is matured enough with what is happening now to spend quality money on marriage counseling. So marriage counseling that I'm talking about, I'm not talking about the one that the pastors and the imams are doing. The pastors are doing a great job. The imams are performing wonderfully well. But we need real marriage counseling. Where, just like we have our hospitals, there should be a place where people can go to and talk and hold conversations about what is going wrong without spending money. And if they have to spend money, it should be something very small. I was telling somebody that if there's somebody who is willing to sponsor me for my PhD, the course that I want to go for will be PhD in marriage, if there's anything like that. But I know there's something like that. Maybe not exactly like that. But if we can get to a level where we sit people down, we can talk to them, just like you have it for somebody who is sick, I think the marriages will survive more. People don't have people to talk to anymore. In time past, a lady can easily talk to the mother or talk to the sister. But the relationship is not even there anymore. Everybody is living alone. Just as we were coming in here, we were discussing about how to get in here. We had to, you know, to get in here, they have to give you a pass. Now, if it's my sister that I'm coming to see, and my sister does not want to see me, all that will happen is I will keep calling, and I will not be able to get in, whatever problem she's facing. But if she does not want to talk to me, at least the government has somewhere there that she can go and present her case. So, the ice is melting when it comes to marriage. I don't know how many of us have read the book or you have seen the movie, Who Moved My Cheese? Our cheese has moved, talking about marriage. The ice is melting. And if we don't do something quickly about it, we will most probably find ourselves in the same situation where some communities that I would not want to mention here, where they have found themselves. The family will lose its value completely. And we don't want that. Or let me say, I do not want that. So number one, let us understand that it is necessary to invest in marriages. Education should not just be about going to school. It should not just be about I want to earn money. It should also be about I want to help the nation to develop people who will take over properly. And if marriage is not there, I'm not too sure who will help. So when next you hear somebody talking about marriage, and the person is saying marriage is useless, it's not necessary. You hear people saying it is okay to be a baby mama or to be a baby papa. I don't know if there is baby papa, okay? But when you hear that baby mama or baby papa, don't think it is okay. It's an abnormality. It is not all right. Because the child that is with the baby mama or with the baby papa will not have a complete picture to mirror. our culture will not continue. And it means that we are disappearing gradually. And if you look at what is happening in the world today, because marriage is being frowned at by some people, you find out that people are no longer willing even, I'm sorry to say, people are no longer even willing to give birth. So my mother had 7 children. Yes. My father's cousin, the wife had 9 children. Yes. And I know, I know that there's some families who, just one man and his wife, 12 children. Yeah. Okay. Now, what do we have? You have people who are willing to give birth to 2 children. 1. Somebody says, or nothing at all. 1 child. 1 child. So I asked myself sorry to refer to this case, when the war started, the one US, Iran, and Israel, when it started, I was thinking about Iran. I said, oh, well, they have a lot of people. So they will still have a number of people left. I was thinking about Ukraine. Have you seen what is happening to Ukraine? Almost all their men are gone. When people are saying it is not okay to marry, it's not okay to give birth, please tell them, let us give birth. Let us encourage marriage, because that's the only way we will not disappear. That's the only way we will not disappear. When we count our numbers, you will see that there are some people who are more in number than there are some people. Why are those people more in number? Because their women are willing to give birth. But the women will not want to give birth if the environment is not favorable. So gone are the days when somebody will say, I am in command, I am in control. We are all in control together. So I'm speaking to you about marriage. I cannot tell you that God insists that you should get married. I will not say that. Yes, like some people say, and I believe that God instituted marriage. But I will not ask you to get married because of religion. I won't even ask you to stay in it because of religion. But I will ask you to stay in it because of the society. I will ask you to make sure that the other person is comfortable in that marriage because of the society, because we need our numbers. We need to keep growing, and we need to remain happy. Now, one major thing that is frustrating marriage these days is the mental health of the people who are in the marriage. I am not an advocate of polygamy. Don't get me wrong. I am not an advocate of polygamy. So I'm not saying men should go and marry many wives. But I know that the women who were in polygamy in the 60s, I think they had the opportunity, just thinking back, they had the opportunity of giving birth when they want to give birth and focusing on the business when they want to focus on the business. So you are through with the man, you can continue working on your business, making more money, and the man is still married. The family is still together. I am not advocating for polygamy. I am only saying that the mental health of the people in the marriage, male and female, matters. And that is what is killing marriage today. When somebody feels he's not safe. These days we marry for love. I love you, you love me. But where there is no structure, the love will disappear very soon. Where the mental health is not okay, the love will disappear very soon. Where there is frustration, the love will disappear very soon. In this generation, we see a lot of people who are focused on what others are saying. and they are focused on what is coming from outside, talking about the internet. So instead of communicating, so I'm saying another thing that we need to look at that is not working for marriages in this generation, that worked for those in the 90s, is communication. Open your mouth and engage the other person. But these days, people don't talk to themselves anymore. They are glued to their phones. They are glued to the social media. They are taking information. They feel what somebody else is feeling in America, what another person is feeling in Saudi Arabia, what another person is feeling in Ukraine. But what the person that is sitting next to you is feeling, you can feel it because of the social media, because we are glued. If marriage is going to work, I think we need to go back to the basics. I know I'm not asking that we should go back to the old culture the way it is. But I'm asking that we should go back to ensuring that there is communication. We should go back to discussing what are you expecting? What am I expecting? In those days, when you send your son or your daughter to marry, there is something that each person is expected to do. Let there be agreements. So, marriage in the 60s, are they better than marriages in the 90s? I don't think so. Marriages in the 90s, are they better than the ones that we have right now? I don't think so. But what I see is that one is more stable than the other. The marriages in the 60s, in the 90s, they are more stable than the ones that we are having now. And the strange thing about it is that even the divorce that people are going into has become very expensive. In the 60s, if you want to divorce something, it's very cheap. In the 90s, it became a bit more expensive. But now, I was discussing with somebody recently, and I was asking him, how much do you think this divorce is going to cost you? He said that between himself and his spouse, that they are looking for divorce, that they will spend about $20,000. So the husband will take his own lawyer, the wife will take his own lawyer, $20,000. If you are planning to divorce at the end of the day, it is not necessary to get married in the first place. So this is my submission. I say to you that marriage is good. I say to you that marriage is good. I say to you that marriage can survive if only we are willing to change the way we think. We are willing to change the way we handle things. It is about the future. Nigeria will survive better if we pay more attention to the family and to the marriage. Thank you. I pass on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, global audience. We've heard a lot from our scholarly mother, and I hope that the youth in the house have taken one or two insights from her about marriage. I hope after this 20 days of eloquence, we'll start receiving invitation cards. Thank you very much. So, she made a valid point, and I'm going to tie her speech kind of to mine. She said most of us live our lives in comparison to what we see on social media. And the topic of my speech is comparison and complexes, stallers of progress. We live in a world that is driven by noise, visibility, and comparison. And many people, young or old, still struggle with the issue of self-doubt and inadequacy. I'd like to ask a question. At any point in your life, have you looked at somebody else's life or activities and you felt like you are falling behind? Anybody in the room? Have you looked at somebody else's life and you feel like, oh, I'm not doing enough? My mates are way ahead of me. Anybody? It could be their success, their achievements, their confidence, or the way things just seem to easily work out for them. If you are very familiar with the LinkedIn app, the LinkedIn environment, once you open that app, you see somebody celebrating, oh, I just gained a new certification. Thank you very much. I am glad to announce that I just started work at Microsoft. I'm pleased to inform my LinkedIn family that I just achieved a certification in cloud computing or so. They just give it one. Even if the person wants to say, oh, after 24 hours, I could finally manage to sleep. They would put the language and the vocabulary in a very enticing manner. Okay, in a world full of noise, I was able to revert back to the natural system of rest. Just something to make you go back home and think of your life. That's the reality of many people in today's world. The funny part is, comparison is natural. We are all humans. We tend to place things side by side to juxtapose. Oh, we both have the same length of hair. Why is my own like this and her own is looking neater? She's tall, I'm tall. How did she get the modeling gig and they are not seeing me? Comparison. We have healthy comparison and harmful comparison. While healthy comparison inspires growth, harmful comparison shifts focus from growth to inadequacy. Now you find yourself asking questions like, why am I not like them? Instead of asking, how can I improve? And in the long term, comparison gives birth to complexes. Complexes are not loud. They are very quiet. But you show signs, you show symptoms like hesitation, self-doubt. You are afraid to try. You enter a room and you just want to shrink yourself. Sit in a corner, you don't want anybody to notice you. You avoid opportunities. And even when these opportunities come, you second guess your ability. I want to share a story, a rather personal story. Not so personal, but yeah, my experience. Growing up, I would like to classify myself as an A+ student from primary up to secondary. But there was one time in primary school where my grades dropped. And I think I had 3rd position or so in the class. In a class of 18, if I'm not mistaken. Now my parents are very, how do I put it? My parents are very emotionally intelligent to the point where they never said, look at your mates. The person that had 1st position, does she have 2 heads? I never heard that. But dropping from a 1st or 2nd position to 3rd made me feel like, did I not read enough? Am I watching so many cartoons and they are reading while I'm supposed to be reading? I'm watching cartoons. So it unlocked this level of self-awareness, self-consciousness. it made me put in the work. And throughout my primary, secondary, I maintained the first position. Now that is healthy comparison. Now we finished secondary school and we all wrote JAM. My first JAM, I wrote JAM twice. Not because I failed. My first JAM, I had 309 as my overall score. Now with that score, you're already dreaming big. Oh, I'm going to university. I wanted to study medicine and surgery. I felt like these universities did not stand a chance. I would get it at a go. Fast. I don't need to wait for admission. That type stuff. My classmates, they had within the range of 250, 260 and the likes. Now when it was time for admission, everybody kept saying, oh, I got admission to University of Ibadan to study this is that. Okay, I got admission to Olabisi Onabanjo University. I was happy for them, honestly. But months passed and I did not get anything, even with that type of score. Then I went home and like, what did I do wrong? What happened? Did I not do well enough? And I felt very discouraged to take that exam the second time. I actually told my parents that, see, I'm not writing again. At least for this next year, I don't want to write. Because I didn't fail. So why was I not given an admission? My mom encouraged me and, okay, just go write it, even though my problem was not writing the exam again. My problem was writing the exam and falling below that score, because I felt like I'd already set this standard for myself with that kind of score. So what if I score less than 309? What will people say? That means the first time it was just luck. She was lucky. I kept comparing myself to other people. And slowly, I started having this inferiority complex to other people. Not because, oh, they are smarter than me. But I felt like I lacked something that these people had that was giving them results. I took JAM the second time. I got more than 309. Admission came. Not the course I wanted to study. I was given plants biology and biotechnology when I applied for medicine and surgery. I went to school because I did not want to stay at home. But when I got to school, university, I saw different people from different backgrounds. And that fear came back. I don't know these people. They are obviously better than me. They are well dressed, eloquent, well spoken. They have this aura around them. And from 100 level to 300 level, I was the shadow of the class. Nobody knew me. There were opportunities to come and speak, lend your voice to important discussions in the departments, in the faculty. You would never find me there. Why? Because I kept comparing myself to my colleagues. I kept comparing myself to the people I saw around me. And it made me forget that there was something unique about me too. 300 level, I decided to break out of that zone that box I had placed myself in. And with the encouragement of friends and family, I stepped out. I became the class representative for my class. I became a parliamentarian in my faculty. And little by little, I started to see that there's nothing special about anybody. It's just how you present yourself, how you carry yourself. University of Benin. And in that same 300 level, I joined sort of a movement, an NGO in the university. These are things that I would never have done on a normal day. I don't like people seeing me. I don't like people knowing me. But that push was necessary. I became the director of community projects for the NGO is Junior Chamber International, JCI, Uniben chapter. And with my co-director, I went on to organize the biggest cleanup event in the University of Benin. We pulled sponsorship that we never believed we could. I mean, a brand gave us ₦1 million just for cleanup, and we got support from other organizations. I pushed myself. First off, I recognized the problem. Then I identified what was special to me, and I used that to propel myself forward. 300 level was my busiest year in the university. At a point, my friends were like, it's looking like you're abandoning your academics, so you're now pushing for the spotlight. Are you sure you're going to be able to cope? And funny enough, in the so-called busiest level was when I had the highest GPA. I had a 4.97 in my 300 level. Now, that changed my entire mindset. And I felt like if I could do this, balancing everything, putting myself out there, it means that I can change my story in this department, and at the end of this whole school year, I would make a name for myself, an unforgettable one. Ladies and gentlemen, the shy, timid undergraduate. Yes, one more thing. It wasn't only because of, oh, these people dressed better, these people could speak better than me. If you remember in my last speech, where I talked about disability, I spoke about scoliosis, right? I saw people wear clothes that I would want to wear, but I could not wear because I was too afraid of how it would look like on my body, because of how my spine is shaped and all that. So it killed I did not want to. I can't stand in front of people. I could not stand on stage to speak because people would notice that, oh, she's bending to the side. Why is she bending like that? Yeah, it's funny now because looking back, I was like, I avoided presentations. I didn't want to. I would do the background work. Let me be the brain. You be the figurehead. I will do the slides, do the research, but I could not present. Yeah. So it was like monkey they walk, babu they chop. Exactly. I would do all the work, but I did not want to stand in front of people. So 300 level was when I started to overcome that fear. And like I said, I made a promise that I would make a name for myself in that department. We finished our final exams, project and everything, and everybody went home. convocation was close. I think we finished in May, and convocation was in November. On a random day in September, I got a call from my friend, and he said, "Final results are out. Oh, have you seen yours?" I said, "No, I'm not interested. I don't want to check." Then he said, "Me, I'll tell you. If you like, accept it. If you like, don't accept it." I finished with a 4.77. First class. When he told me, I was like, wow, beautiful, impressive. Then he said, "That's not all, oh. That's the highest CGPA in our department. So you finished as the best graduating student." Now, in that moment, I didn't shout, oh, I didn't scream. I went to the mirror and I stood staring at myself for like 5 minutes. Then I smiled and I said, "Never again will I shrink myself just to make myself comfortable." When the message of 20 days of eloquence came out, I think I saw it in our NYSC LG group chat. That message was there for about 2 days. I kept looking at it and I said, public speaking, no, it's not something I can do. But then I remembered that I promised not to shrink myself. I promised to put myself out there, even though it would be hard and it would be uncomfortable. So I sent my name to my LGI and I said, let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes, and I am here. Day 11. We are still going strong. This is just an admonition to everyone out there that your story is unique to just you. You don't need to compare yourself to anybody. Because even in your family, even amongst your siblings, your DNA is different. There's something peculiar to you. There's something only you can do. And this is just telling you to find that thing that God has placed in just you and harness it to your full potential. Now, how do you break free from comparison? How do you break free from complexes? The first thing is to identify the problem. I don't know which popular philosopher said this, but he said, "Man, know thyself." Socrates, yeah. Man, know thyself. That is the first step to anything. Sit down. Analyze yourself by yourself. Because other people's opinion about you will not count if you form a strong opinion of yourself. Now, when you become aware, shift your focus inward. Remove the distractions around you and look inward. Find that thing that is unique to you, your strengths, your path, and plot a strategy of how you can build with what you have. Because growth is not about becoming someone else or becoming like someone else. Growth is becoming more of who you are, who you were designed to be, who you've been created to be. So as I round up, you do not need to be ahead of everybody. It is your race. It is your life. It is your timeline. You are the author of your story. God has given you the blank pages, and He put the pen in your hand. So, how do you decide to write your story? Do you want your story to be more of a tragedy? Or do you want a story where you are the hero and you come out victorious? So you do not need to be ahead of everybody. You do not need to be perfect. There's beauty in your imperfections. And if you find a way to harness those imperfections, you'd create the most beautiful story known to mankind. So keep moving, keep going. Your consistency and your courage would make a way for you. And I hope that you always remember that your journey is valid. Your thoughts are valid. Your emotions are valid. You will cry most of the time. It is acceptable. You would sulk, you will complain most of the time. That is still acceptable. But what is not acceptable is crying and remaining where you are. What is not acceptable is sulking and remaining where you are. Cry forward. Sulk forward. Complain, but move forward. Because the journey will always favor the moving man. Remember that fortune favors the bold. And with this, okay, I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Nigerians. My name is Engineer Hawa Yahaya Abubakar. I'm a public servant by profession. I would like to talk about infrastructure deficit in Nigeria and then talk about the ways to bridge the infrastructure gap we have. Yesterday, I flew in from Abuja to Lagos using the air infrastructure. Assuming we don't have that in place, my coming wouldn't have been possible, and then the landing wouldn't have been possible as well. From the airport, I had to come down to Ikoyi, which is like an hour drive, using the road infrastructure. And on my way coming, I had the privilege of using the famous infrastructure, which is the third mainland bridge, which is connecting the island and the mainland. To you Lagosians, assuming the third mainland line bridge ceased to exist, which has been built for over 30 years, what will happen? I'm sure you can't go anywhere. On the way coming, I was busy making calls to reach out to the school. How do I get to the school? Send me the location, also send me the code, the access code for the gate pass. That is another critical infrastructure, communication infrastructure. Everything about this life relies on infrastructure. Looking at the population of Nigeria, a population of about 243 million people, the infrastructure is not enough, which has put the infrastructure stock at 35% of GDP compared to what is obtainable, the pass mark of 70% globally. Meaning that we still have a lot to do to bridge the wide gap that has been created. According to World Bank, it states that Nigeria will require $2.3 trillion to bridge the infrastructure over 30 to 40 years. Meaning, on an average, Nigeria needs to be investing about $150 billion annually for the next 21 years to bridge the gap. Let's take a look at the total budget for this year, which is just 68.3 trillion naira, which is about $49 billion. It's not even half of what is being required annually. If the government has to use what is its own resources to develop the infrastructure, it will still not be enough. And as such, the government, in its wisdom, set up an agency of the government, which is the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, which is where I work, to ensure that infrastructure is being delivered as required by the growing population of the country. In trying to do that, the ICRC was established in 2008 with an Establishment Act of ICRC 2005 to ensure that there is rapid development of infrastructure. Anywhere you go, you realize that the number of people depending on a particular infrastructure, it's more than what we have on ground. Like I mentioned earlier, the government does not have the capacity to deliver all of that. And that way, the ICRC has to come up with a financing scheme, which the public-private partnership, PPP, is one of it, to tap into the private party financing to provide an infrastructure and then work out a modality in which the private sector or the private party can recoup their money over a period of some years. Looking at the public-private partnership, we have two types. One is the solicited route, Second is the unsolicited route. For the solicited route, the government has a provision in its budget, and that has been backed up to now come out and say they're looking for investors that will invest to provide a certain type of infrastructure, be it road, be it rail, be it hospital, be it bridge. And then the private parties will come in to do their own part. The second one, which is the unsolicited proposal. In this arrangement, a private party sees an opportunity and decides to come up with a solution for the government, preparing the outline business case and submitting it to the relevant agency, whether it's road, whether it's rail or hospital. It depends on the nature of the infrastructure they want to go into, and then they submit it. If the government see it as being viable, in the sense that, yes, it can pay back its own money, and then not requesting or burden the government to bring out money to fund the project, the government can decide to go with it, and then they work out a modality depending on how much they're going to invest, and then that would determine the number of years it's going to take for them to run the project. After that expiration of the number of years, the project, the asset goes back to the government. So the government can decide to either give it out to another party, or they will now keep it for themselves. So, going by the PPPs, the ICRC has a mandate to play, which is to ensure that every concession agreement that is being entered into by the federal government is being executed as it was signed in the agreement. 2, to ensure that whatever is being signed for is being done. The government is not being shortchanged, and then likewise the private party is not being shortchanged. 3, also to ensure that all of these agreements, all of these conditions are being monitored, and they're being done as they were signed in the agreement. And then also, lastly, to carry out any responsibility that may be assigned to them by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So you can see that it's not easy to have an infrastructure. We are crying out for investors to come and invest so that the masses can enjoy the infrastructure, and then also we have to give them an enabling environment, free of banditry, free of attacks, and then having a very strong legal regulatory framework in place for them to recoup their investment. We have quite a lot of such projects that have been done using the PPPs. One of such projects is the Lekki Deep Sea Port, which is here in Lagos at the Lekki Free Trade Zone. The total cost of the project is about $1.3 billion. So if we are to wait for the government, it's going to take forever for the project to be done. But now the project is almost 4 years into existence. And the project has the tendency of contributing 361 billion to the GDP and a revenue of about $200 billion, creating about 170 employment. In doing PPPs, it gives a better value for money, and then it gives transparency. It gives efficiency, and then also it eliminates corruption. So anywhere you see infrastructure, let's value what we have. Let's maintain it. Let's make it easy for the people that are investing their money to see that we have such an infrastructure. Sometimes it's quite disheartening when people put in their money and then at the end of the day, they cannot recoup their investment. As it should be. But that, in such instances, we don't let it go freely. Let's take an example of the Abuja-Kaduna rail. The rail was provided by the government, partly funded by the government in conjunction with Chinese government. They brought in $500 million to have the project, and then the Nigerian government has to do its own part because it was quite necessary, and then it cannot be done alone by the government. That was provided, which now limits the exposure of individuals using the road to go to Kaduna. At the end of the day, some people had to find a way to sabotage that project. But to be fair to the investors, they still need to recoup their money. And then the government has some monies that whenever such instances happen, they give the private party as like the money, like a form of support for their own investment, to guide their investment. So it is a requirement on all of us to safeguard what we have and appreciate the little that the government is doing, in as much that the government wants to do more than that, but the resources are quite limited. So I would like to leave us with a quote that we should see our infrastructure as our investment. All of us can take care of it, and we should manage it well. Thank you. On that note, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very, very much for that wonderful one. We really appreciate. Good day, the world, Nigerian and School of Eloquence. Well done. Are we tired? We cannot be tired, by God's grace. Okay, so this afternoon, we'll be looking at procrastination. Is procrastination really a laziness or just a psychological struggle? Is procrastination laziness or a psychological struggle? You know, most people misunderstood procrastination as someone being lazy. And if you ask them, why have you not done this? I don't think I want to do this now. Is it actually laziness or a psychological struggle? Although I think I will stand with the fact that I believe that procrastination is not just being lazy, although we can, in some aspect or in some area, we can actually tag it as maybe laziness to some people though, but I think most times it is out of psychological struggle, because most people that procrastinate, they have this mindset of they want to do it, but because of this psychological struggle, they tend to like procrastinate. Maybe I can attend to it later, maybe I can go back to it later, because of one thing or the other. So many people often misunderstand procrastination for laziness. Many people. Now, when someone keep putting things behind because they are not really in the right mood to attain to that particular thing, that doesn't make them lazy people. And you hear some comment like, don't mind that person, he or she just being lazing around. Procrastination is not merely laziness, but it's a psychological struggle that is being influenced by emotional fear and mental pattern. So this afternoon we'll be looking at some of the things that leads to procrastination, because most people actually procrastinate not because they don't want to do that particular thing, not because they don't want to get that job done, not because they don't want to get that task done, but because of some struggles and not really open to that task at that moment. You know, many people that procrastinate cares a lot, because they tend to like, at the end of the day, they will start regretting, I should have done this. So we can't actually tag that as laziness. They go back emotionally and try to like blame themselves. That's because maybe at that moment they are not in their right senses to attend to that task, or maybe they are struggling psychologically. So I would say one of the things that leads to procrastination is fear. And then let me elaborate how this fear can lead to procrastination. Fear of failure, right? A lot of people want to get some things done, but because they are scared of failing, I don't want to get this done now and I will fail. You know, some people who want to enroll for some certain test or exam, and just because they are expecting not to score below some certain score, they will want to like, I don't think I want to go in for that exam, because they don't want people to see them as failure. And they tend to like, okay, maybe next year I will just take the exam. Maybe next year I'll be mentally fit to take the exam. Fear of failure is one of the major challenges that make people to procrastinate. Fear of failure. When people doubt themselves, when you doubt yourself, it makes you procrastinate some certain tasks. You don't believe in yourself. You don't have that confidence in yourself. You don't believe that you can actually do it. You know, a lot of people are giving their story of how they just like, okay, this 20 days public speaking, I don't think I can do it, but since my name is there, let me just go and see. And then you can see that a lot of people that even promised to be present actually backed out, not because they cannot speak, not because they don't have topic to talk about, not because they cannot actually stand in front of people or multitude, but because fear of what will people think if I make mistake. You see, that struggle, that low self-esteem, what will people think if I make mistake? So they tend to like, okay, maybe next time I will try to like give it a try, but for now I am not ready. So what if the next time never comes? For how long are we going to be staying back because of fear and because of procrastination? So you can see that fear is one of the major reasons why people actually procrastinate. Fear, low self-esteem, you are not confident enough, you don't believe in yourself. The ability, you don't believe that you actually have that ability to get some certain things done. And all this can also be channeled to this low self-esteem, not believing in yourself. So we'll be looking at the second one, and I think we'll tag it as emotional regulation. Emotional regulation. People most time procrastinate, not because it's hard, but because it makes them feel uncomfortable. Now, I used to tell people about this. If you stay in your comfort zone, you can never ever grow. You can't make progress if you choose to stay in your comfort zone. You cannot learn if you choose to stay in your comfort zone. They said nothing good comes easy. But most people tend to procrastinate because of emotional regulation. They don't just, once they are not comfortable with it, they don't want to take that risk at all. And when you ask them, why are you not doing this? They feel like, I'm not comfortable with it. Are you going to consider being comfortable with it, or you're just going to look forward to what you are going to achieve? So most people tend to procrastinate because most times they feel like they are not comfortable with that particular thing. For example, you're supposed to get involved in some certain work, but just because you feel uncomfortable, you choose to like back down, you choose to step down, you choose to leave that position, and because of your comfort. For how long are you going to remain in your comfort zone? And the honest truth is, if you choose to always be comfortable with anything you're going to do, then you can make it. A lot of people stay overnight here, not because they are comfortable with it. A lot of people sacrifice their maybe some kind of fun outing, gathering with friends to be here, not because it's comfortable. Because they know that, okay, at the end of the day, I'm definitely going to gain something, which is the knowledge. It's not comfortable, but most people are doing it. It's not comfortable, but most of you are still here as audience and speakers. It's not comfortable, but most people sacrifice their sleep just to get this task done. And then you see other people, I can't do it though. I can't stay awake. For how long? Emotional regulation. You are so attached to your emotion that you cannot really detain when you are supposed to take action. And so you let your emotion control you. And if you keep allowing your emotion to control you, then you can never make progress. So we'll be looking at the third one, which is, we said procrastination can also be linked to mental health challenges such as anxieties and stress. Mental health, procrastination, mental health, stress. Probably when you're stressed out, maybe you have a task, you have a midpoint, and you choose to like withdraw back because you feel like you're stressed. Yes, most times, just like I said earlier, nothing good comes easy. But then we have to fight that anxiety. Because if we keep depending on or giving reason that we are stressed up, that is why we couldn't involve ourselves in so thing, or we couldn't get some certain things done, then we can never ever get to our destination or our desired destination. Definitely there will be stress. Nothing comes easy. You'll be stressed out from work, from talking, from sleeping, from so many things. So a lot of people tend to procrastinate because of these anxieties and stress. For example, let's say you have exam in 3 days time, and then definitely you know very well that if you start reading from today, you will do better than rushing to read overnight before your exam. And then you're like, okay, I still have tomorrow to get things done. Tomorrow you said I still have early or midnight to read. Midnight sleep will come and you like, I still have very early in the morning to read. Tell me, you really want to read for that exam, but because of the anxiety, because of the stress, you tend to keep procrastinating. And then at the end of the day, you might actually do well, but you won't really get the exact probably the score you're aiming. And at the end of the day, it's not laziness, because you come back pain, you start blaming yourself. Had I known, I would have actually start reading on time. But what stopped you? Procrastination did. And I feel like it is a mental struggle, it is a psychological struggle, because most time you just have to force yourself to do it. It is not that it's always comfortable, but you just have to force yourself to get that particular task done at that moment, because I said there is time for everything. You sleeping when you're supposed to be reading, yes, sleeping is good, but you're doing the right thing at the wrong time, and then the end result might not really come out good. That is the disadvantage of procrastination. So I strongly believe that it is not tagged with laziness, but it is a psychological struggle, and everyone has to work on it. And we can say the next one is perfectionism. Perfectionism. You're waiting to be perfect before you can start up that business. You want to have enough before you can actually vent into that business. You want to have that, you want to be perfect. You want to have that big or large amount of capital before you can start up that particular thing. And then you keep admiring from far. Probably you have little to start up something, but just because you want to make it big, just because you want to perfect everything, you choose to stay back. You choose to withdraw back because you just want to be perfect. Most times things doesn't really comes with perfection. You start from little and then you keep growing and keep expanding. That is just the only way you can be able to get to that perfect position you're aiming. But if you're waiting to get that perfectionism at that beginning, my dear, it will never come. Didi told us a story at the beginning of this event, how he started, I think how he had issue with his rent and some, and then he has to transfer back to his house, and he kept it going. He didn't pause, he didn't stop, and today he's here today. So he was not waiting to get that big amount of capital before he can start something. He started very little. If you ask anybody out there, they will tell you how they started, very little, and then they didn't stop. They work on themselves. They keep going, keep growing, keep working on themselves, on their mindset. That is actually how to fight procrastination. Because if you keep if you keep having this mindset of you want to have everything in full, then you can never get whatever you want. You see that your desire, it will not come true because you want to be perfect. And this is me telling all of us today to start little. It doesn't have to be big. It doesn't have to be so large. Just start little. Start with your little capital. That business, start it from your home. Start it from your bedroom. That business you're doing, start it from your WhatsApp status, and then you can expand. Everyone started from somewhere. They said it's not everybody that were born with a silver spoon. And then if you don't come from a rich home, you have to be the rich home that someone can come from. So that is why you have to work on yourself now. Don't wait for that perfect time, because it will never come if you keep procrastinating. And then we'll be looking at another point, which is lack of motivation. A lot of people might tell you that they no longer believe in motivation. Don't come and drop your motivational quotes here. This person is telling me I started with 10 naira. You know, some people might actually exaggerate, like I started with 10 naira. That is to tell you how little they actually started. That is to explain to you how very little they started. Lack of motivation. You want to motivate me? Is this how you started? Is it just with 10,000 naira you use in starting your business? Maybe the person might actually start with 10,000 naira. Of course, 10,000 naira can buy like a pack of something, and then you can start selling. You must not get that large amount of interest. But you did not quit. That person did not quit. And you can see that person in that position today that you are admiring. So that thing you are admiring, that particular task started from somewhere. You don't have to be perfect. You know, some people now feel like motivation feel boring because you no longer work for most people. Don't come and motivate me. You are motivating me now. So where is the capital? I don't want to listen to that motivational quote anymore. You don't read books because you believe that a lot of people, a lot of things written in that book is just to motivate you. My dear, we all need that motivation. Some of us are able to stand here today because our parents actually believed in us, and then we listen to their motivation. We listen to them speak to us. Yes, you can do it. You don't have to step back. I believe in you. That is motivation. Start from somewhere. I know you'll be great. I know you can do it. That is motivation. And some people they don't believe so much in that motivation. I know you can do it. Just start from. You'll be like, I beg, leave me alone. I've heard that a lot. I'm tired. You are tired of motivation. So lack of motivation most times causes procrastination, because if you don't have anyone backing you up with motivational quote or motivational speech, there are some certain things you won't be able to do. Like you need that encouragement. You need someone to keep pushing you. You need someone to keep encouraging you. Keep going. You are doing well. Even if you fail 10 times, you still have to stand up again and keep moving. And you can see that because that particular person encouraged you, you still want to like pick yourself up and try that particular task again. You still want to get that thing done. You still want to get better in that thing you're doing. That is the power of motivation. In a place or in any life where there is lack of motivation, and then procrastination would definitely come in. Because, you know, let me use our parents as an example, because our parents, I believe our parents are the number one people that solely believed in us. They would, even when you know you are not doing it right, and that is why there are some meme online that you see that I'm in school. Definitely school is happening to you, but your parents are telling their my daughter is in school. That is motivation. And because you don't want to fail your parents, you tend to put more effort. A lot of people graduate today because of their parents, and they'll tell you that I actually went for that certificate because of my parents. I actually went to that school because I don't want to fail them. I actually went into that particular thing because of their expectation. You can see, because they're actually pumping that thing in you, like, yes, keep going, I know you'll be great. Even when they are not sure about the future, they keep motivating you, like, keep going, keep doing it, I know you can do it. Yes, that's my child. So in everyone's life, motivation is very important, and where there is lack of motivation, procrastination would definitely come in. So we'll be looking at another number, which is low self-esteem. I think I spoke about this earlier. Low self-esteem and confidence. Why don't you believe in yourself? What is stopping you from believing in yourself? You don't have that confidence. Have you given that task a try before? Maybe you must have failed before, but you can still do it. Because you fail 1-2 times doesn't mean you can't do that. Doesn't mean you can't do it. You can do it. Build yourself. Build your confidence. Do not live with low self-esteem. Instead of looking down on yourself because someone is doing better than you, why not go close to them and learn from them? Why not drop your ego and tell them, okay, please, you are better than me, and I want to be like you. Yes, it's possible. You can even say, I want to be more than you. Please teach me. Now, that some people will tell you that enough of giving me the fish. Teach me how to fish. So you meet that person, you listen to that person, you follow the person's footsteps, and you can see that you will definitely come out very well. So you don't have to have that low self-esteem. Build that confidence in yourself, because it is very important. Build yourself. Have that confidence. If you wake up in the morning, you speak to yourself, I can do it. I am good enough. There's one thing I believe. I believe that asking for help is a sign of strength and not weakness. You know, a lot of people like, how will I even ask her for help? I can't ask him for help. God, I'm too shy to. No, asking for help is a sign of strength and not weakness. If you are asking for help, that shows that you actually know what you want in life. You are not asking for help because you love to beg too much. You are not asking for help because you love to be seen. You are not asking for help because you want to be noticed. It is a sign of strength. And it is a sign that you believe in yourself. Because if you don't believe in yourself, if you don't have that confidence, there is no way you can walk to someone and say, please, I need your help. It's only an intelligent person that can definitely ask for help. In area when you know that you're not doing good, you meet people that you know that, okay, these particular people know more than me. So you ask for help. And that is a sign of strength and not weakness. It is not weakness. Please do not view asking for help as a sign of weakness. Always be confident. Believe in yourself. Believe you can do it. Believe you can be better than yesterday. A lot of us came here on the first day with shaking hands, shaking body, our legs were shaking. But now some people can actually speak boldly here now because of that confidence. They've watched other people. They've watched other people come out and then speak fluently. And one thing is, if you keep thinking, if you keep like downgrading yourself of what would people think about me? What if I make mistake? You can never ever grow. Yes, you're supposed to meet this person to teach you, or you'll be like, today I don't think I have that confidence. I don't think I can actually meet with the person today. I rather bury myself in that position that is not good enough than going for that person. Or maybe I will go tomorrow. And then you keep procrastinating. You won't get better. If we keep procrastinating, there is no way we can do better. And that is why we have to always learn how to speak up, because nobody is coming to help us. If we don't learn how to speak up, if we don't learn how to ask for help, if you don't learn how to approach people to like, please, I want to get this done and I want it better, I want it well, I want it better than I know how to do. If we do not adopt that kind of mindset, then we will keep procrastinating, and there is no way we can ever move forward. So we have to fight that spirit of procrastinating. And I still believe that procrastination is not laziness, but psychological struggle. Because it has to do with your mental health. It has to do with your mental health. Like, what would this person think about me? When you're supposed to ask questions in class, you're thinking, what if my fellow student laughed at me? And then you'd be like, okay, maybe I'll just go and meet the lecturer in his or her office to ask. My dear, a lot of people might actually gain from that your particular question. So there is no need for one-on-one. Say it out. If it is not correct, your teacher will correct you. If it is not good enough, if there is any way you need an amendment, they will help you. And then you will see that courage will keep coming. I remembered something that happened in my year 1. I was the kind of child that hardly mingle or speak up most times, and I actually learned my lesson, because there's this particular topic I do not understand, and the question actually came to my mind. I really want to ask that question, but that fear to stand in front of the class and the lecturer to ask that question, I was scared. I could not speak up. And what really hurt me the most was after the lecturer said any question, everyone said no sir, including me. And then he said, tear a sheet of paper. That particular question that had been in my mind to ask was the question he asked as test question. And I left that lecture hall bittered. My life was full of regrets, because I was not confident enough to stand and ask question. And then that particular question came out as the test question, and I know so well that there is no way I actually do better in that question, because I should have asked. It was in my mind, but I couldn't stand up. I don't know if I was scared of my classmates, or I was scared of the result, the outcome, or maybe the lecturer. So since then, I have to work on myself. I have to learn how to speak out. If there is any question, if there is anything I don't understand, if I can't ask my lecturer, I will ask my classmates. I know that, okay, probably they know more than me. So procrastination, I was actually procrastinating that, okay, maybe at the end of the lecture, I will meet someone, I'll meet my classmate, or maybe I will have courage to go and meet the lecturer to ask that question. But that test didn't wait for me to even go out of the class first. That particular question came as a test question, and I was so pained. My life was full of regrets because I couldn't speak up. Low self-esteem. I was thinking of, what would they think about me? What if it is something that every other person knows, and even me, I don't know it, then I will be seen as a dollar. You get that kind of talking down on yourself. And then you choose to procrastinate because you want to go and meet someone behind when you have the main source that can explain to you very well, vividly on that particular question. But you still want to go turn around to go and meet someone that is also learning. Although I'm not saying that meeting someone that is also learning just like you is a crime, but then you have that, just like you having you having, like, you have your parent, right? You have your parent to speak with, but you choose to send your younger sister to go and help you to talk to your parent. You know, it was actually painful. And then I learned my lesson. And I started working on myself and my confidence. I choose to stop procrastinating. When my spirit say go and read, you pick your book and read. When your mindset say go start up this thing, stop procrastinating. Don't say tomorrow I will do it. Tomorrow I'm going to study. Tomorrow I'm going to get this done. When you have all the time today, you ask some people, why are you not reading for your exam? You know, I love sleep so much. I will read in the night. And you and I know that it's actually, I don't know, for me, it's actually always difficult for me to assimilate in the night. There is no way I will watch others sleeping and then I will be reading. And then just imagine I procrastinate and then choose to keep my own work pending because I want to be like others and then do it in the night. I won't come out where. There is no way I can come out where. It will never even it is not magic. Because you don't just pray to God, because you don't just pray, speak in tongues, praying, and because you want to pass your exam without reading. So it has to be balanced equation. As you're praying, you're reading. As you're reading, you're praying. And then just imagine, I procrastinate and I didn't read for exam. In the morning, I'll wake up, do sign of cross, and I'll say, God, go with me. Is that a magic? It won't work. There's no way I will pass. It's not luck. It's not miracle. That's just the fact. I just have to study so that I can pass. I just have to start from somewhere to get things done. I don't have to wait for that perfect time before I can get things done. So I will urge all of us, my audience, my listeners, please, let us fight the spirit of procrastination. It is not laziness. Nobody is lazy. There is nobody that is lazy. Although a lot of people might actually see it as, a lot of people might channel their own as being lazy, in the sense that you actually have that ability to do that now. But because you feel like, I still want to, maybe, let me scroll through my social media first. Yes, I have to be on TikTok. You're reading and then you are double taxing. This is your book. This is your phone. You give your book 5 minutes and then you dedicate like 30 minutes of your time to your social media. From one TikTok video to another, you scroll from TikTok to Twitter, from your X to your Instagram, your Snapchat. You want to take picture of yourself. You know, you are reading and then you want people to actually see that you are reading, and you set cameras in front of yourself. I'm not saying it's bad actually, but you'll get distracted. And before you know, you'll be like, okay, maybe I should make 1 or 2 videos. I will come back to the reading later. You're already procrastinating. When you're supposed, that is, you're being lazy around, because it's such, although I can say it's still connected to your psychological struggle, because why will you want to read? It's not like you're reading to the world. It's not like you're reading reading is your content that you're creating. You're actually studying for a particular exam, and then because you want people to see that this person is reading for that exam, you choose to set camera in front of yourself. My dear, you will definitely get distracted. And that is why we have the library, where if you enter there, you know that, okay, this is actually a very serious place. All you could see there is books and chair and silence, just like graveyard. Because you have to focus. You have to focus. You don't go to the library because you want to read for exam to go and create content. You will still come out with empty head. And at the end of the day, you will fail. So that is the spirit of procrastinating. So I want to tell us today, plan yourself. Plan your day. Work on your mindset. That thing that is distracting you, do away with it. If you are the kind of person that can read for straight 2 hours without distraction, dedicate that 2 hours to your reading. If you know that you want to start from somewhere and that capital is not so large or not so big yet, start from somewhere. You must not come out, you must not be perfect. You keep working on yourself, you keep growing. Every rich people, every wealthy people we are seeing today started from somewhere. So have the mindset to always work on yourself. Dedicate that time to that task. Dedicate that time to that task. Be focused. Have that zeal that you want to get this thing done. Set that time. There should be time frame for everything. Have that mindset that, okay, I want to actually dedicate this particular time to this thing. If you are meant to wake up as early as 5 a.m. to get some certain things done, my dear, stop procrastinating. I think sleep is one of the things that fights people so much. You know, a lot of people might actually, maybe you have a job that you're supposed to resume as early as 7 a.m. and you know, before you leave the house, you must do some house chores. You set your time to 5 a.m. Your alarm will wake you up, but you choose to silence that alarm. And it will come up again, you will still silence that alarm. And you keep doing, maybe in the next 20 minutes, let me just wait it, 5:30. From 5:30 to 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock to 6:30. By the time you wake up, before you get some other things done, you see that there is no longer time. And then you keep like, that is procrastination actually. There is no way you can get to your office before that 7:30. And just imagine you're supposed to have an interview at that particular time. You can see what procrastination has done to you. So it is that mental struggle that we all have to work on. We don't have to be comfortable before we can get things done. We don't have to always remain in our comfort zone. A lot of people will say, if it is not comfortable, then I'm not going into it. If all of us choose to remain in our comfort zone, if everyone out there choose to remain in their comfort zone, this position today, they wouldn't have actually achieved what they have achieved in life. It is because they fight that spirit of procrastination. You're supposed to take JAMB this year, and because you're scared, you're scared of scoring below that expected mark, you choose to procrastinate. I think I want to dedicate my time to reading till next year. You want to take a whole year to read, and that whole year you will not read because you have like okay, I still have 12 months. From 12 months, I still have like 6 months. I still have like 1 month. Your exam is in 5 days time. I still have 5 days. I still have 3 days. And then on the long run, you started rushing yourself, flipping your books. Okay, where do I read? How do I start? Procrastination. You're scared of what people will think about you. You are scared of the results. you're scared of the outcome, and then you don't want to get yourself involved in it, my dear, it won't work for us. So with every psychological struggle or procrastination, today I will encourage all of us, because I'm also a victim. I will encourage all of us to just push it aside. Take it behind you, because that particular thing, you can achieve it. Leave that your comfort zone. Leave that your bedroom. And some people will tell you that there is no work out there. Have you tried? How many times have you tried to submit your CV in any companies? How many times have you talked to people? Because you'll be like, I don't want to disturb people. My dear, that job will not come, because the job cannot come and meet you in your bedroom when you don't speak up. If you do not speak up, nobody will know about your problem. They say a problem shared is a problem solved. Although some people, if you share your problem with them, it will become a bigger problem. But that doesn't mean you should keep holding back to yourself. You don't have to keep holding back to yourself all the time. Move out of that comfort zone, because it is that comfort zone that is the biggest battle that is fighting us. Leave that your comfort zone today. You know, I remember when I was last year, when I was posted all the way from Kaduna State to Lagos, I wanted to stay back, because I felt like my father's house is my comfort zone. I don't want to go. That journey is just too far. But if I had choose to stay back in Kaduna State, I would not be here today. So we don't have to always remain in our comfort zone. You don't have to always hold back. Leave that comfort zone today. Build yourself today. Build on your confidence today. Break that task down. Break it down. If you know that you want to read for 5 hours, but you cannot go for that, you can't stretch it to that 5 hours, break it down. In the morning, when you have the time, go for 2 hours. During the day, go for maybe 1 hour, 30 minutes or 2 hours. In the night before you sleep, 1 hour. In a day, you must have achieved that 5 hours. You break it down, so that we'll fight the spirit of procrastination. Control your environment. Control your environment, so that you don't keep procrastinating all the time. Control your environment. Environment that is not so good for you, control it, avoid it, leave it. You have something to do, you have office to go to, and then you choose to party with people that don't even have anything to worry about. That environment at that moment is not for you. Work on it. Control it. Excuse yourself totally from that space, and then go work on yourself. Be specific about what you want. Be specific about what you want. Because it is only when you know what you want that you'll be able to actually work on yourself. Be specific. What do you really want? You know, most times I tend to ask people what do you want? And I'll also ask myself, what do I want? What do I really need? This thing I want to go into now, do I really need it? Do I really want it? What do you want as a person? Because if you actually go into something that you don't want or need, you will keep procrastinating, and it's not good enough for your health. So know what you want. Remove distraction. Just like I said earlier, remove distraction. Anything that will obstruct you at all, take it out. Remove distraction. If that thing is not going to add to what you're supposed to do, then take it out. If you know that you're doing English language and using your phone dictionary might distract you, because from your phone dictionary you might go to your social media app. My dear, get your hard copy dictionary. Get your dictionary. In that way you'll be able to work on it, because if your phone is not close to you, there's no way you get distracted. And most times while I was in school, if I actually want to read and I know that my phone is going to be a bigger problem to me, I would just choose to like leave it charging in my hostel, and then I walk to the school library, because coming back, entering the sun, coming back to the hostel because I want to check my messages, it will not be possible. So in that way I've removed that obstacle at that moment, so that I will be able to focus on what I want to do. If there is anything I want to browse about, I can jot it down and then read. Maybe at the end of the day I can now go back to the room, use my phone to browse. That is the only way you can be able to execute some certain tasks, because if you keep welcoming distraction, there is no way you can do it. And then before you know, by the time you welcome that distraction, procrastination will come in. Okay, let me check this first, I can go back to the book later. Maybe that particular thing you want to check at that moment is not what is so important to you. So I still believe it is a psychological struggle. And also, I want to say, remind yourself that done is better than perfect. You can always improve later. Remind yourself that done is better than perfect, because you can always improve better. If you are waiting for the perfect time, you won't get things done. So always remind yourself that getting things done is better than getting something perfect. You must not get it perfect at that moment, but if you keep doing it, constantly doing it, you see that it is better and it is good enough for it to be good enough for you. But you keep trying and keep trying. Remind yourself that done is better than perfect. You can always improve later. So with these few points, I would love to be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, sister, for that wonderful speech. Good evening, Africa. My name remains Isitora Ruth, and I'm going to be talking about why youth avoid responsibility. Why youth avoid responsibility. And I thank God that most people that are in this hall are all youths. Is there anybody that is above youth, or I don't understand. Everybody is youth, as long as you have not married. Even married people are youth. Some of them do. I think it's from 35 that you, from 35 downward are youths, but from 36 we believe they are grown. So we are going to be talking about why youth avoid responsibility. There are many reasons why youth are avoiding responsibility. So I don't know if anybody can tell me what he or she have avoided so far where they are living. Like, I want someone to tell me, what have you avoided? What responsibility, since you know that you became a youth, what have you avoided? Like any responsibility that you have avoided so far when you became a youth, probably during your youth time, even till now. Is there any responsibility that you have avoided? Anyone? Sion. Are you for? So why do you avoid Sion? What was the reason? Sorry. What was the reason you avoid Sion? Just Maname, I'm also a Sion member, so I want to recruit you back again and tell you that it's nice. It's nice being among youths, no matter the kind of meeting they are doing. And funny enough, it depends on how you are doing your meeting. For our meeting is very very lively. People laugh, jokes, and they will go back to the agenda. They will talk about it if it's necessary for you to laugh. Yes, after mass, the last mass is actually, it's not even the last mass, before the last mass. So I don't know how you guys doing your, probably you, the way you guys are doing your own, but for us it's very very lively and interesting, you get. So please try your possible best and be attending. So is there any other person again? Since you became a youth, what responsibility have you avoided? You are trying to escape from this responsibility that why am I even doing it? You even be praying that I wish I'm even a child, or I wish I'm not even a youth again. Is there anyone? I believe everybody has avoided responsibility, even if you don't want to share your experience with us. I know everybody, even me that I'm standing here, I've avoided responsibility, that I ever have to go back and think about my life. I'm no longer a child, even though I'm the last born. Does not mean that I'll behave like one. Even though people seeing me out there, they'll see me, I'll be displaying or probably doing things like, you don't behave like last born. I've seen many people saying it, that you don't behave like last born, you don't behave like last born, you don't behave like last born. Because I don't want them to know that I'm last born. Because I know that as when I entered youth, I did not realize that I was actually a youth. I was still behaving like baby in the house. So it's I have to think, when I entered it, I think it was when I entered university, that I was have to switch up in a certain point, and I have to tell myself that no, it was not even university, it was in my secondary school, senior secondary school. So I have to teach myself of that I'm not actually a child. As long as you are seeing your menstrual and puberty are everywhere, you're no longer a child. That is just it. So I have to talk to myself, I have to speak to myself. Nobody told me all these things, to be sincere. I was the one that switched myself up, that I told myself, okay, I'm not a child. I don't want to behave like one. I don't know if I should go outside there and people be thinking that you are behaving like a child, you are behaving like a child, you are behaving like a child. So I was able to adapt to so many things. Even things that I know that I cannot carry, I was able to carry it and make sure that I do it. Even if I fail, I will make sure I will do it again, so that by next time when I'm reviewing this thing, I'll be able to get it, even if I'm not perfect. To show how I was able to take that responsibility, I did not avoid it. It was before then I was always avoiding my responsibility. I feel that I'm too small for this thing now. How old I am. Even my age mate are getting married, to show that it's not even a serious matter. People that are even senior 4 years, 3 years, they're in their husband house, and you are be thinking about yourself. You are avoiding responsibility. Just imagine someone that is not about 2 or 3 years older. Person is already having responsibility on her own, taking care of her family, taking care of her child. To show that this life self is not something that you just be. Nobody is going to babysit you. That is just the fact. You will hustle for yourself. You have to struggle and hustle for yourself. So if all these people are out there taking the responsibility, so why am I going to avoid my own responsibility? Is it not the same head that they have that I also have? Or is it not the same God that created this person that created me also? So why am I avoiding this responsibility? Don't I want to become a better person in the future? Don't me want to be among my peers, those that are in higher opportunity or higher grades? Don't I want to be like them? So you can't be like these people till you take your responsibility, till you stop avoiding this responsibility. We youths we think that we are just like we are still child because we are youths. But funny enough, there are youths out there that are actually building houses, taking care of themselves. They are not even under their parents' care anymore. It's not like us that we anywhere we just run to our father's house. First, we are in our father's house already, safe. Even some people are in their father's house currently doing their service. Even men that were thinking that me are not supposed to be in their father's house by now, but they are still in their father's house. They feel they are still a child. They don't want to move forward. So it shows that we must take our responsibility. So if you are the type of person that don't take responsibility, you have to stand by your ground and start taking that responsibility that you have been avoiding since you became a youth. Even people that even some children that are not yet a youth, but they are taking responsibility. Why we can't take this responsibility as a youth for a child to do this thing? So there are many responsibilities actually. There are fear of failure. They worry about making mistakes or be judged. Most of us have this fear of failure. Probably you are the type of person that you don't like someone to be judging you. If anybody should just judge you like this, you start crying, or you feel so depressed, or you feel so idle, or you don't like anything, someone judging you. You just like someone being okay and everything. So you don't want to fail so that people will not judge you. But I'm putting it to you that no matter what they said you should do, or no matter what you are planning to do, and you are scared of doing that thing because of you don't want to be judged, because you think you are going to fail, even as you fail, it will make you to improve better the next time. That is just it. Even then, when I was in secondary school, if you are any student that fail, we repeat the class. If you should repeat the class, you know that they are punishing you. They want you to become better. So if you should repeat that class, the next time you're able to pass all the courses, probably all the subjects, and you passed, you have helped yourself in that aspect, than them to be jumping you to the next class where you know you don't even know anything what they are teaching in the JSS1 class you were. And the job, do you think they're helping that child? They're not helping that child. So they have to allow that child to repeat that class so that the child will know what the teacher that have taught them so far during that time in that class, during that year in that class. That once he goes to the next class, he's not going to depart from it, or either he's not going to be feeling less looked at, or probably my teacher has not taught me this thing, I don't know this thing, I don't know that. You end up writing WAEC and other things, you become a failure. That is when it will not become very terrible, because you can't actually go back again to JSS1 after you have wasted that many years of your life. So it's better for you to correct that thing immediately before you grow older and start making these mistakes. That judge that you have been avoiding, you will see it times 2 of it. So you should start doing that thing. Even if you fail, continue again. It will help you and it will improve you. That if you should do it again, there's no how. It will become a positive thing. So if you are the type of person that you are scared of being judged by people, we are in the area that you don't need to listen to people's judgment, or like if you are finished talking, you go and sit down. That is what's supposed to be your rule. You don't care what you believe in yourself. I believe that even if I fail, I will do it again. The same people that are judging me, they will be the one that will come and praise me. That should be your aim. You don't need to listen to people's conversation or people's talk, side talks, because if they are the ones to do that thing, they will also fail. They are not even perfect on their own. So why are you scared of them? Why are you scared of people's talk? Why are you scared of people's judgments? When you know that there are plenty people that are better than that is out there. Then if you see most people that are celebrity, that if they are posting their content or their posts, you find out people dragging them out, trying to look for faults from them. And you see most of these celebrities, they don't really give concern about these things. They don't give concern about these things. their life is still moving on. But there are some set of celebrities that will fall for all these comments and hatred, and you see that this team started bringing them down, bringing their self-esteem down, that they cannot even move higher. So if they are listening to all these people's judgment and gist, it will not improve them. They are bringing themselves down because they don't believe that they can do better next time. And you see the situation whereby this person was actually moving okay, bloggers dragging him or her out, then the person just crashed. And since that time, I've not heard about this person. Is this what you want? But if you are the type of person that you saw this thing, you fail, you picked again immediately, Nigeria will like surprise. What is going on? Even your haters will be looking at you. Are you for real? This guy is really strong. This guy knows what he wants. All those people that will be hating you, they'll be the one that will still come to your comment section and be like, ah, my G, my friend, my brother, my sister, to show how hypocrite Nigeria is. They might be laughing in your front, but you don't know what is in their minds. That is how dangerous some people can. You can't read their mind. Actually, you are not God. It's only God that can do so. So it's better for you not to pick everything that people are showing physically to you. This person might be friendly, okay, laughing at you, gisting you, always like care about you, but it will be shock to you that this person is actually not that kind of person that you think this person is. So forget about people's talk, forget about people's dragging. You don't, all those things, you don't need them. You have passed all those things. What you are looking up to is to become a better person in the future. And there's no how that you are doing all this process, you fail, you can continue again. The place that you sleep and fall down, try and possibly immediately stand up again. Don't allow anybody to come and pick you up. Don't allow anybody to be telling you sorry. Don't allow anybody to be telling you we are so sorry, we are so sorry, we are so doubts. To know how much I even hated that word sorry. I don't really like it, but the Nigerians now they only say sorry. So please, let's try our possible best. Because I know most of us are scared of failures and being judged by people. That is the reason why we're avoiding responsibilities. And I'm putting it to you that you don't need to be scared of anything. You don't need to be afraid of anything. You just have to keep on moving. No matter what, no matter the struggles, no matter the challenges, you just keep moving. Let's moving forward to be your goal. Moving forward to be your main target, not what people are going to say, because they are going to bring you down. People's talks will bring you down, but if you're able to stand on your ground, their talks can never bring you down. It will be like something that you are used to already, that there is nothing that anybody is going to say about me that can stop me. To show how plan you are, how you have targeted your goal to achieve it. So number 2, we are going to be talking about the lack of confidence. Some don't believe in themselves and they are not really capable of handling responsibility. So when we talk about this lack of confidence, is very, very important is amongst the youth that avoid responsibility. So if you see this set of people that don't have confidence in themselves, you see that they will keep avoiding responsibility because they are not confident of themselves. They don't believe in themselves. They don't believe that they can do this thing. They don't believe they can carry this task. Even as much that was when I was in university, my course mates were like, course rep, God forbid, course rep is very stressful. Who will not be carrying tests with people? Who will not be doing this with people? I'll be calling lecturers, even in the night, calling lecturers. The lecturer will not insult me. These are like all these things. They'll be like, I'll not be coming to class every time. Early in the morning, I'll leave my sleep. I'll not be running to lecture because I'm course rep. They feel that the load is much. They feel they are avoiding that responsibility and that movement. So I was able to stand on my ground. If funny enough, I was just acting like a normal student, not that I was doing like too know or anything. They saw that confidence in me. That's why they voted me. To show I was not avoiding this responsibility. Even when I was giving that post, I did not tell them that I can't do it. In as much as I saw the loads in these concept issues, I saw how everything, even most concept, what they went through, their experiences and other things. It was not actually easy something, but I was able to take all these tasks. I was able to do this thing. Things that people are avoiding for my fellow countrymen, my fellow youths. Things that were avoiding, I was able to conquer it because I stood by my ground and I was confident enough to carry out these tasks. People that cannot stand the lecturer's phone boldly to tell lecturer about something, they don't have confidence in themselves. They believe they can't start in front of lecturers and start discussing it with lecturers. They were avoiding this responsibility. They believe they cannot stand in front of their classmates to tell them something they are meant to know. Or probably they cannot give a voice note concerning something they are meant to know. They are scared of all these things. They are avoiding these things. They don't believe in themselves. They don't believe they can do this thing. But they will even be telling them, it's funny enough, they are not even ashamed of themselves, telling you that I cannot even stand in front of car, you're telling me to can this. Are you for real? So if you are the type of person that you cannot stand in front of your colleague, who can you stand them with? Like, if funny enough, if you cannot start it now, I don't even know when you will start it, when you will learn it. Is it in people that you don't know, faces that you don't really know? You just crash land and you end up disgracing yourself in the stage. So it's better for you to start practicing this thing now. Fight it. If it's stage fright you're having, try to do it. Learn how to speak to public. Learn how to look at someone face to face, eyeball to eyeball, and tell the person what you want to tell the person. It shows that you are confident in yourself. It shows that you believed in yourself. You know what you can do. They don't believe in themselves, so they feel that they can't do it, and they have decided that they can never in their life do it. They have even swore to their life they can never do it till they grow old. To show how serious people can be, very, very funny sometimes. So you have to be confident in yourself. Tell yourself you are very capable of doing something. I'm capable of doing this thing. Even though you're adapting yourself that I'm not capable. Even if you adapt yourself like out of 100, adapt yourself like 50. The rest, I'm not capable. I don't know I can do this thing. There will be one mindset in you will be like, don't do it. Another mindset will be like, do it. The one say don't do it. The other one say do it. The other one say do it. They'll just be dragging you. So it's left for you to choose what you want to do. It's left for whether you want to actually be confident of yourself, to believe in yourself, or you bring yourself so low. So believe in yourself. Tell yourself, I'm capable of doing this thing. That responsibility you're avoiding, you're adapting yourself that I can't do this thing. I'm not capable of doing this thing. I don't believe in myself. Tell yourself today that I can do it. I can achieve what I want to achieve. Even though my mates are going there, they are not achieving it. Tell yourself that if I should go there, I'm going to achieve it. That should be your aim. That should be your goal. Try to handle responsibility. Any responsibility that comes your way, try to handle it. Don't tell yourself that I'm not the one that is in charge now. I'm not among them. You feel reluctant. You feel that you're not capable of doing this thing. You cannot handle such thing. It's not in your duty or your policies to do such things. So it's left for you to tell you anything that comes your way, try to handle it. No matter how big it is, no matter how small it is, try to handle it. Then we talked about the third one, over dependence, relying too much on parents or guardians. Youths nowadays are relying too much on their parents and their guardians, which is not supposed to be proper. If you are relying too much on your parents or your guardians, I'm sure you are not moving forward. That is just the fact. You are not moving forward. You are not improving yourself. So if you are relying on your parents and everything, you are relying on your parents, you are not helping yourself, because you feel without your parents you can't do anything. You feel without your parents you are nothing. So if you're able to do this responsibility without your guidance or your parents, it shows that you are actually improving. You want to better yourself in so many aspects. My mommy this, my mommy that. The funny enough, I will see some men in marriage that will still be following their mom's advice. Even you don't even know how to control your family. You don't know how to take care of your wife. You don't know how to make decisions on your own without involving your relatives or without involving your parents. You are always relying on these people. You cannot stand on your ground. You cannot stand on your own. You cannot speak to yourself. Probably speak for your family or decide for your family. Then they'll be calling their mommy's boy, mommy's girl. Things that are not very relevant. All these things you don't need them. So I used to pity some girls that for their, you see all those such men that always without, they can't make a decision in their own, that they must involve their mom before they should make decision in their home, before they will do anything they want to do in the house. Especially the negative aspects. Do this to your wife, do this to your wife, do this to your wife, do this to your wife. Even there's some situation that mother-in-laws are telling their sons the cause of their misfortune is their wives. Because you are relying on this person. You don't want to stand on your ground. You don't want to take responsibility as a married man or as a married woman. Any gist or gossip you are hearing from outside, you bring it to your home. You don't care. You don't want to care about, probably people might be envying your marriage, or you just involve third party into your home and you feel it's the right thing. It's feel that you don't know your responsibility as a man or as a woman in the house. Is it the process whereby you, in your youthful age, you have a child and you are the type of person that always go to work morning, afternoon, night. In fact, you go to work in the morning, you come back in the midnight, and you call yourself that you are a mother, you have a child. Why are you avoiding the responsibility? You feel that there is nanny, there is mom is there to take care of the child. It doesn't really matter. If you know you were not ready to be a mother, so why do you enter into marriage, or probably why do you give birth? So you were avoiding all these responsibilities. So let's stop relying on our parents. If you want to get data, you go and meet your mom. If you want to buy anything, any small minor sums that you know you can afford for yourself, you are always relying on your guardians and your mom. It shows that you don't really know, you are not even moving. There are some youths in our age time that they are the one even taking care of their parents, even though their parents have the money to take care of them. But at least, or is it the type that your parents, your loved ones is doing birthday, you don't even have a common present to give to your loved ones? No matter how little it is, you feel you are still a child. You feel you are still small, you don't have money. I'm broke. Where will you have money? And you think I'm broke is a good something, like it's good thing, it's very, very, in fact, I'm broke is just your national anthem. Anywhere you are going, I'm broke, and you think it's a good thing. You're just giving yourself a bad energy. So anybody feel that every time is always broke, God, I cannot even be with this kind of person. I feel this person is very lazy, don't even want to move forward, don't even want to help his or herself. The person will just discard you. They feel that you don't want to take responsibility. Before that, even if you are even under your parents, your parents is still taking care of you, even paying your bills, another thing, you are looking for a girlfriend. You're not even working on your own. How will you take care of the girl you're looking for when all your responsibilities in your parents? And if there are many things that you can do to get money. There are many things. People that are learning skills and designing graphic and other stuff, is it not something? There are many online jobs. There are many things you can do, handwork, skills that you know you can learn that can fish out money for you. If I should tell you how many business I'm doing like this now, you will not believe. I say a lot of things. I say my test kitchen accessory, personal blood. I say packages. I even do on NYC updates. That I'm even trying to even add another thing to itself. Just waiting for me to just, and I'm still engaging my PPA and my stuff, doing lessons and other things, everything. It's not that I even have that energy to do this thing, but I just want to better myself. That's why I'm involving myself on this thing. So I was able to talk to myself that any I love what I do in birthday, I will use my money to buy presents for this person, because I want to show them that I'm standing on my own. I'm trying to take responsibility of myself. Let your parents know that you can actually stand on your own. Let your parents and your guardians know that you are moving forward, not backwards. Prove them that you can do things without them. Even during my clearance, when I was doing my final year clearance, my parents were expecting me to call them and ask for my clearance money, but I did not call any of them. Funny enough, I run my clearance myself. Seriously. And I know how much I spent when I was doing all those process. It's going to hundreds, and I know how much it was when I was coming back to Lagos to my load. That's when they now gave me transport fare. Funny enough, transport fare was not even enough. I was not adding my money to it. They were like asking me, how did I do mine? They was expecting me to call them, and they know I'm actually doing business. They know, but they feel that probably the business cannot fetch me that kind of money to do that thing. But I shocked them that I can save, I can do it. That I even have to do 1 or 2, 3 people clearance for before I left the school. I think I do 3 or 4 people. I did clearance for them to show that I was trying to be responsible. Even my dad was like, you did it yourself. Say, wow, that is good. And even till now, I can't remember when the last time I asked my sister or my brother for money. If not just something that even if I borrow the money, I will definitely give them back. Or is it the thing that I'm getting for myself, or that I'm getting for myself, or that I get it with my money to show how I'm trying to improve on myself, how to be responsible. That I don't need to depend on my parents, I don't need to depend on my sisters or my brothers before I can do something, before I can get something for myself, or before I can be a better person in the future. That most people, if they are studying law, you ask them, why are you studying law? My father is a lawyer. I want to become a lawyer. Because my father told me I should become a lawyer. I was able to take over my father's office. I look at them. Do you really want to become a lawyer? You can't stand on your ground and speak for yourself. Tell her, I know my responsibility. I know what I want to do for myself. Because your father said this, your father said that. That's why you are studying this thing. So we don't need to depend on our parents. We don't need to depend on our guidance for anything. Try your possible best, no matter what, to get something doing that will fish at least small money, even though the thing is not every day something that you be making sales every day. At least probably twice in a week, once in a week is something. So let's not depend on our parents. Because if we are depending on our guidance and our parents, we are avoiding responsibility. We are avoiding responsibility. And we are not meant to be avoiding responsibility. Because you are under your parents and your guardians, that is the reason why you are always avoiding this responsibility. So our fourth point is poor upbringing, not being taught responsibility, and from a young age. most of us were not being taught how to be responsible from start. It's always our parents handling everything. You see a child of 5 years or 6 years or 7 years telling the child is too small to wash plates. The child is too small to wash his or her pants or underwears. You feel that this child is still small. So who are you expecting to wash his or her underwears? You are looking, is ask help that wash the child underwears. Is that what you mean? A child of 7 or 8 years. You feel this person is too small to wash plate. You feel this person is too small to do this little petty things, choices that they can do at home. You feel that this person is too small. So it shows that poor upbringing makes youth currently to avoid their responsibility. So they feel they can't do all these things. They feel someone can do it for them. So if you're able to teach your child this thing at the beginning, when your child was growing up, it will make them to be responsible. It will make them not to avoid their choices or their responsibility. Even my niece and my nephew, I know the things that I used to tell them, and you must do it, and they are doing it perfectly. Currently, they are on holiday now. Immediately they wake up, they will sweep the house. Although we have someone that used to sweep the house and other things, but we try to discipline them that you don't really need to depend on, because there's someone doing it already. You now like leave the children. They should just be watching cartoon or probably lazing around the houses without doing anything. So because of the holiday period, we have to give them their duties. Okay, you are going to be sweeping the house every morning. You will be washing the plates. You will do this one. You do that. You arrange the beds. Make sure your room is okay. So this is the duty that our mom is shared to all of them, and as we share the duties to them, they are doing it now, and they are doing it perfectly. To show that if you should teach the child when they are young, so when they will grow, they will be able to stand on their responsibility. They will not be able to avoid this responsibility because they were given proper upbringing at the beginning. But if you are the type of person that will not give you proper upbringing, you find that when you grow up, you'll be avoiding responsibility and it will affect you. You feel everything is debate, everything made. When made is there, where can I do? When made is there, where can I do? So with most youths that are avoiding responsibility because of their poor upbringing, but you can correct it. It's not too late. As far as you are still a youth, you can start learning it now, trying to adapt to things that you were not used to at the beginning. That when you are trying to move all this process, you're able to do it perfectly, and you were not able to avoid this responsibility. The fifth point is desire of comfort, responsibility from a young age. When we talk about desire of comfort, you feel that you are too young to do such thing. You are too young. You don't want to get old early. You are still young. You are just living all this Gen Z life and all that stuff. And you know that you have this responsibility and you're neglecting it because you are living Gen Z life. It will affect you. Say you are finished doing all these things, finish. Nobody's going to be there for you. You will be the one that will still do that responsibility. You will carry this yourself. Nobody's going to help you. So it's the earlier the better. Don't be trying to live on your comfort every time. You just want to be free. Even when you're in Nigeria, say you want to be free. Are you for real? You want to be free when you want to live comfortably in Nigeria. So please, let's try not to involve ourselves in, don't be too comfort in some certain things. So if you are too relaxed, you will not be able to carry this tax, and you feel that you cannot do it, and you end up not doing it at the end. So number 6 point is peer influence. Friends may discourage serious behaviors. Peer influence, most of us is our friends that are influencing us, telling you what to do and what not to do. they are the one that is pressuring you. Don't do this, don't do that. Why are you even doing it safe? Are you supposed to be doing it as big as you are? You're supposed to be doing this thing. What of if the girl you are toasting your street now see you like this now? Or is it, what of if all those your friends, all those your rich friends now see you? What are they going to say? That you are carrying out responsibility in your house is not a crime. It's not meant for public people to see. Because of what your friends are putting to you, trying to influence you. It's not even positively, negatively. Those set of friends shows that they don't want good thing for you, so you have to avoid them. That is just it. You have to avoid such friends immediately, that they will not put you astray, or probably you will not do something that you'll be regretting at the end. You can even advise them, please try your possible best to be taking responsibilities. Don't avoid responsibilities. Don't be affected with their influence or be attached to it, because it won't help you. Especially as a guy, you don't need such advice, you don't need such friends, because you believe you are going to have your home in future. You believe that you are going to build your own home. So why are you living your youthful life restlessly when you are supposed to be building yourself? And you think as you are getting clocking a year older, you think you are getting younger. You're actually getting older. You see yourself, when I was 20, no, I'm already 25, or no, I'm already 26. It will be like a film to you. You don't even know. You might even open your eye and close. You might even close your eye and open your eye. You see that you are 40 years. You be asking yourself, am I actually dreaming? And at that 40 years, you have not achieved what you want to achieve. When you were wasting your youthful life, you are avoiding responsibility. The things you are meant to do that will better your future, you were avoiding it at that beginning. You start regretting. That I used to see most old people, they are struggling. At the beginning, I was not like, what were they doing on their youthful age? That they are struggling now. They are supposed to be resting or laboring the fruit of their labor or enjoying it. What were they doing? Do you actually want to be like such people? No. You believe that if you should grow older, you want to be enjoying the fruits of your labor. Probably people that you have worked for, people that you have developed. You want to enjoy the labor of what you have been doing so far. And instead of you to be enjoying it, you are struggling, trying to put just a square meal in your table. So if we don't want that kind of thing for ourselves at the future, let's start now and be taking that responsibility you have been avoiding. You know that this thing is going to better you. Try to put yourself into it. Calm down, think about it. Try to do that thing so that at the end you are going to be smiling, not nodding your head or crying. That this is what I've actually done. I'm proud of myself. And I believe my children too will also be proud of me, because when they will come to this world, they will be able to profit for what their parents have done so far. They don't even need to suffer. So these are supposed to be your aim or your goals. So to show how important to take responsibility is. So let's not be influenced by people out there. Let's not listen to people's conversation, people's talks, trying to put one or two things to you, giving you nonsense reasons that won't benefit you. Telling you you're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do that, you're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to go into this type of business. You're not supposed to do. If you do it now, what will happen to you? If you do it now, you now for what will happen to you? If you do it now, they will just laugh at you. So don't even involve yourself in it again. Don't you know that, as I talk in the number one point, that if you should fail, try to pick up again, because if you want to get better, you must surely fail. And once you fail, you keep doing it and begin doing it, learning it, practicing it. From there, you will get better. That is how people achieve what they are currently doing right now. You see companies, offices, big people that are out there. Do you think they started from big? No, they started from small. They were able to believe on themselves. They were able to take responsibility. And you know their company is something worldwide. That even everybody wants to work there. People want to engage themselves with them to show that you have actually put work into this thing and you are getting a good result for it. So we are going to talk about 7 points. And 7 points is lack of motivation. No clear goals or purpose in life. You lack motivation. You're the type of person that you're not being motivated in anything. You will definitely avoid responsibility. So try your possible best. Be motivated. Even if nobody motivates you, try to motivate yourself. It will help. You don't need people to motivate you before you start taking actions. You don't need people's motivation. Motivate yourself. But if there is anybody that was able to motivate you, pick their motivation and stagger on. That is just it. Avoid lack of motivations. Try your possible best to motivate yourself in any area, in any situation you find yourself, or something that you know you want to put your time and your energy into, and you feel that you don't have that motivation in you. Try and put that motivation in you. Speak to yourself that I can do this thing, even if your family members are not there to tell you that you can do it, or they were not able to motivate you in things. Even there are some certain things or jobs that I want to do. Esther will tell me, though, my brothers will tell me that you do it, it's good, do it though. Make sure you do it. They will be motivating me to show that their vibes are positive. And try your possible best to always be with people that mindset are always positive. Don't be with negativity. Don't be with people that will lead you astray. Always be with people that has good vibes. It's very, very important. There are people, there are around people that don't have good vibes. They are always giving you bad energy. They're even spoiling your mood safe. They're not giving you that motivation that you need. Be with people that will encourage you. Be with people that will motivate you. Be with people that are going to advise you that you should do this thing. That they will be there for you. That they are at your back. I got your back, bro. I got your back. Do it. We are into this together. Be with such people. Don't be with people that will be giving you negative mindset. You cannot do it. Cannot do. Don't even do. Even mix it. I cannot even do it. You that will not do it. Don't even try it though. If you like yourself, don't even try it. They'll be telling you, and they'll be serious with it. People that are able to. If you are the kind of person that such speech brings you down, you will not achieve what you want to achieve because what that person has said. That's why I said peer influence. So if someone's be able to influence you with such words and you not carry that tax you want to collect that, someone else will take that tax you want and the person will better his life and you be there roaming up and down the streets of Lagos or roaming and down around your mom's house fighting for food or waiting for your parents to come and feed you, which is not supposed to be proper. So please, let's have that motivation in us so that we will not avoid our responsibility. So we talked about the 8th point. The 8th point is distractions, social media and games and entertainment. Then take priority. Don't be distracted by things. Don't be distracted by the entertainment. Just like they specify internet and games and other things. Don't be distracted by all these things. All these people you are being distracted, they're actually making their money. They are making their money in their home. We are watching their videos, they are making their money. They are bettering themselves, they are building houses for themselves, buying cars for themselves, taking care of yourself, and you are there wasting your time watching games, looking at Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. You don't even have a specific time for this thing. 24 hours you're always on your phone. Where these same people they are watching them, they are making a game. All those games you are playing, do you know there is someone that puts that game in that site? And for that person to put that game in that site, that person is gaining money. Because once you are watching the game in the site, you are extracting money. That's what you don't know. Even all these people you are watching their movies and their videos, they are gaining money. So it shows that as they are gaining their own money, it's not meant that you should also use your own sense too and gain your own money. If it's type of person, carry your own camera and start making your videos too. No matter how little you start, you also upgrade because they also started from small. It's not like don't wait for you to have iPhone before you started creating content and making your own money. All those people you are seeing there that are currently big now, they were making use of Android phones. Then there are most of them, if you see their throwbacks on Android phones. You don't need to wait for iPhones or probably wait for bigger ones or before you start bettering yourself. So don't be distracted. No matter what, don't be distracted. There are time for everything. There's time to eat, there's time to sleep, there's time to be serious with our life, there's time for work, there's time for play, there's time to look at watch videos, there's time to play game, there's time for playing, there's time for everything. As the day is going by, there is time for everything. As day is getting dark, the day is getting brighter. Time is moving, your time is also going. That is what you are supposed to do. Every year that you are clocking each age from 20 to 30, from 30 to 40, your time is going. Your time is going. So if you don't want to be that kind of person that will be regretting at this our old age, I mean saying I didn't know, I would have taken my responsibility, I would have done what I'm meant to do, I would have done what my mates were doing, I would have taken action. If you don't want to be such person that will be regretting, you have to start now. As a youth, not even a youth, if you know that they are still young, that you know that it's not too late, start it now and start taking responsibility. It will help you. In fact, you come and thank me later. You can even bring car for me, say, I tell you, sister, this is your word motivated me. I was able to do this job and I got my money, I was getting my millions. Because I believed in myself, I was able to do this thing. I motivated myself. I was not influenced by friends. I moved on. I make sure that fear did not bring me down. You are making your money. So you are believing in yourself. So let's avoid distractions. Let's avoid anything that can stop our way. Even as you are watching videos and doing other things, there's a limit of all these things. Don't pass the limits. That is just it. So even sometimes if I'm being my phone, like pressing my phone, do you know what I'm doing my phone and pressing my phone? Do you know what I'm doing? I'm not involving myself in games. I don't used to watch videos like that. Either I'm editing my content that I've created, or I'm answering my customer, or I'm trying to post on my group the goods that we have that just currently landed, or probably I'm replying to my clients. So that is supposed to be your talks. So number 9 point is fear of accountability and avoiding blames or consequences. Most people avoid blames and they don't want to engage themselves in, probably they don't want to involve in consequences of anything or actions of their life. They don't want to be regretting of anything, so that they don't want to take responsibility. They feel consequences is there. They feel they will be blamed by people. Like I said in the number 2 point, is it number 2, number 1 point? I told you that you don't need to listen to people's words before you start taking action. You don't need to listen to people's conversation, yeah, on their 8 words. Even people blame you. That people that blame you, they'll still come to you and tell you that, girl, you are okay, you are good. You're able to stand for yourself. You're able to do this thing, even despite the fact that he hates comments and everything, the pointing and when people are pointing fingers on you and telling you that this guy is this guy is that, you're able to conquer all these crowds and you're able to achieve these things. That is supposed to be your aim. You don't need to look at the consequences aspects. Don't look at it at all. Just focus. Even if you were able to face this thing and people blame you and you have consequences on all these things, you're able to try it again, you will get better. Funny enough, it's even the hate comments and blames that will even motivate some people to do better most times. But some people, it will weigh them down. They will not be able to achieve what they want to achieve because of what people are saying about them. So number 10 is limited opportunities. Some are not given chances to take responsibility. Yes, most of our parents, most of our guardians, most of the organization we find ourselves in the society, in our place of work, we're not given opportunity to take responsibilities. That is why young people avoid the responsibilities. They were not given the time. They were not given this opportunity. They were being discarded. They said that this girl cannot do it. No, she's still small now. How she cannot even do it. Let's just forget about her. Don't even pull her. And if I cancel her name, she cannot even do it safe. They were not given that chance to prove to people that they can actually do this thing. Even then, when we're voting for, okay, they voted for me and the culture, then the assistants, they were like, she, assistant, okay. She cannot even do it. They don't even need to vote herself. She cannot even do it. Thank God that it was even her friends that were even voted for her. But they're even their friends, they're even doubting that probably she's kind of person that is not even strong safe. She just have bad match, she cannot even work anything or doing anything. But they just have to vote for her because of the friendship. They voted for her. Thank God that she was the assistant. And funny enough, they think she cannot do anything. But once she entered that position as assistant, as my assistant, she worked. People were shocked that this girl can do this thing. So just imagine that she was not given this chance to rule. When people know that there is this potential in her, there is this zeal for her to do work better, nobody's going to know, because they were like telling her that she cannot do it, she cannot do it, she cannot do it, she cannot do it, even though it's not even themselves. They're even speaking. You speak for yourself, you speak for people. What is your problem? You are speaking for yourself, you are speaking for people. Allow people to speak for themselves. Someone has not even started judging that person. So thank God that she was given this opportunity for her to be in that assistant post, and she was able to prove them wrong that she's capable of doing this thing. That is what you are supposed to do in a situation like this. She did not avoid the responsibility. She makes sure that she proves people wrong that she can do it. She makes sure that she proves them wrong by standing by her ground and doing her duty responsibly. She was able to do the duties. She was able to carry all these things without the help of anyone. Or just tell her, this is what you are going to do. This is what you are going to do. She will do it perfectly, and she will come to you, I'm done doing it. Someone that people think she can't do it. That is why most people now, they are avoiding responsibilities because they are not giving the space. They are not giving that opportunity for them to do this thing. That is why you see them avoiding responsibility. That's why you think that they are avoiding responsibility because they were not given the time, they were not given the chance. People were not able to hear from their words or from their advices. People were not able to hear from them. You see someone bringing a point, you feel that this person is not serious. So why is he giving us points? is not serious, so which point that this person wants to add value to our life, you discard that person, you shut that person up, that you don't have anything to say. And funny enough, you that are standing here saying something, this person actually have points more than you, and are shutting that person up. And that person points will actually benefit everybody. So if you're the type of person that are not always giving people chance to speak, or give people chance to talk or to express yourself, please stop it. Stop it, so that they will not regret it at the end, so that they will be able to take their responsibility. They will not be able to avoid this responsibility. Give them that chance, give them that time. If you are the type of person that you are the senior in your family and you have junior ones, the type of person that you are always speaking for everybody, you don't want people's opinion, you don't want your family opinion, you don't have your sister, you don't want your junior ones' opinions, because I believe everybody opinions matters a lot. You just want to be the top, the most. I know, I too know, I know everything. Give them chances, give them time to speak. It will help them to start developing themselves on how to take responsibility. In my student, I used to tell them that you are in school, you don't know your responsibility as a student, you don't know what you are doing. You are in school, you don't know your responsibility as a student, you are wasting your parents' school fees. You are in school, you don't know your responsibility as a student, you don't know what you are meant to do. Please go home and go and learn skills. Don't even waste your parents' school fees because you believe you don't know why you are in school. You're supposed to know your responsibility as a student. Your parents is out there struggling, trying to pay your school fees to give you a better future, and you are there misbehaving. You're not writing, you're not in class, you don't write your notes, you don't read your books, you don't do your project, you don't do your assignments, you're always making noise in the classes. They don't know their responsibility, because if you know your responsibility, you will not be doing all these things. I used to tell them, I see some of them that will be displaying nonsense character. When you have talked to them, advise them, finish, they'll start looking at you and so if you look at me finish, you rest. This same thing, they are thinking your teacher is punishing you. When you leave this school, you grow up, you are in university, you start be thinking about all this, and your teacher was advising you, see that this teacher was actually saying the truth. I wish I listened to her. In fact, Miss Ruth, you are the best. I love you from afar. You start thinking about all these things your teacher used to tell you. I used to tell them that all these things you guys are doing, and you feel it's your time to misbehave, feel it's your time to do anyhow, it's your time. But let me tell you guys, as you are doing anyhow, you are wasting your time. They are wasting your time. I tell you, when you are in secondary school, even primary school students, if care is not taking you, are going to be in primary school. If you are in 8 years, if you are still in the, you'll be in primary school when you have even clocked 16 years, 17 years, you'll be in primary school. If care is not taken. And it's currently happened. You go to some government schools now, some schools, not even government schools, you see a person of 18 years, 20 years, primary school. And you think it was a joke. You think it's play. It's when it now happened, that your eye will now open. You now realize your mistake. You now start thinking about what your lecturers have been telling you, thinking about what your teachers have been telling you then when you were in school. Once teacher entered the class, you'll be leaving the class. Why are you leaving the class? At the end of the month, that teacher will take his or her salary. You feel that you are the one that is losing because your parents will still pay you school fees. You feel you are not imparting, you are not being imparted in any way. Teacher is not losing. Neither the school is not losing. It's you they are losing. Because even if you repeat the class, they will still collect money for that same class. School fees for that same class you repeated. But the school is not losing, neither the teacher is losing. It's you are losing. That is what they do not know. I used to tell them, don't know you are the one that is losing. You think you are punishing the teacher. But I'm telling you guys, not even for the salary, because we are here for the salary and other things. I don't really depend on the salary, despite the fact that money that I even paying my PPA say don't really worth what I'm doing in that PPA. I do extra work more than what you're paying me. I feel that I'm not even doing it for the money, or say because I'm serving my father's lands. I'm doing it because I want these children to be better person. I want them to wear the same copper clothes I'm wearing. I want them to go to university just like how their mates are going to university. I want them to be a doctor. I want them to be a lawyer. I want them to fill some spaces that are out there, because all these lawyers and doctors you are seeing, they are going to retire one day. Who are the people that is going to fill all these spaces? It's the upcoming people. So you have to build them right now and start motivating them, training them that they actually have tasks ahead. That this is what they are going to do. You make sure that you impact what you have learned from someone. You will impact it to them, that they will also learn this thing and they will become what they want to become in future. So I used to have this mindset whenever I'm entering the class. Is it JSS1 class, JSS2, JSS3? I make sure that this mindset are always in my head. That I'm not doing it because for the money, because I'm doing my PPA. I'm doing it because I want to help those children. Because I know what my teachers went through during my school's days for us to become what we become today. We know what they imparted on us. We know the advices we took from them. We know the counseling we took from all these people. So why are you being selfish to yourself and keep it to yourself? You don't want to share it to the students. And this same thing that you had, this knowledge that you had, was shared to you through your lecturer or your teacher. So that is good to pass knowledge. You pass knowledge from there. We learn every day. Nobody's perfect in this world. We learn every day. Every day we learn. As you're learning new thing, today you learn new thing, tomorrow you learn another new thing, tomorrow you learn that thing. So you keep on expanding your life, upgrading. Learn different things. Even if nobody's teaching you, try to learn yourself. Just try to learn yourself. Motivate yourself and learn things. It will help. So if I was advising all the students to do this thing, I'm trying to tell them that they should try not to avoid responsibility. I'm telling them they should not avoid their responsibility as a student. They should stop avoiding it. Running to toilets, running to anywhere to avoid lectures and other things, it won't help. It's going to affect you. Because if exam 2 should come now and these questions is asked in the exam paper and you're like looking at the ceiling, you don't know what to write, it's failure. And you start building your failure at a young age. Imagine start failing at your young age. Failing. Like, what will it become of you if you grow? Do you think any school is going to admit you to their school? Or you tell that you write jam, you'll be having 70 something, 60 something out of 200, out of 300. No school will accept you. So you have to work harder to reach that cut-off mark before you be admitted to such schools. So you have to know your responsibility. Even when in school, most people they don't know their responsibility as a student, as a university or undergraduate student. They don't know their duties. They don't know they are meant to be coming to lectures. You are on your own step, gisting, doing things that are not really relevant. And your parents is at home thinking that my child is in school. Learning things in school. When you're in your own step, when you're supposed to attend the lecture, and you come and be meeting me, I'm telling me, please, in case they write test, write for me. I should write test for you. Then you're in your hostel. So I'm the one that is not fit to be in hostel now. I'm not fit to be in hostel. I'm not fit to enjoy my life like the way you are doing your own life. I should write test for you. So at the end, they now catch me. I'll not be feeling fun. I'll not go 2 or 3 years suspension. You will not follow me. You that are not even serious. I'll not dress one that is not serious. Nothing me and you, 2 of us, we are not serious with our studies. A situation whereby if you notice that they want to write quiz, then when you now start and be dressing from your host and be running skater to come to class because you just want to write quiz. When you know that you are supposed to be in that class at the beginning. So what of if your classmates were not able to send message on the group chat that they're writing quiz? What will you do? What of if they not give that information? Your GP will be crying. People were thinking it was a joke, GP something. Even when we're having, people were gisting us about GP her. See, nothing in your life make you have D. Nothing in your life make you have E. They are drawing GP. They'll be telling you the advice you think is a joke. It's when you now enter 400 level, you see where people are running for their GP. People want to do any means for their GP to rise. Because they have calculated that this one is welcome to the school. If you not do any, at least manage and do this one. Make sure your GP rise this 400 level, that you have at least third class. At least third class. And you not even be welcome to our school. Certificate. Thank you. So these are things they don't really know their responsibility. So if you see that they are struggling to get GP in that 400 level, 100 level you are not serious, 200 level you are not serious, 300 level is not 400 level. Do you want to perform your are you worried? Even at the added GP in that itself, it will not even go anywhere. You don't see nothing added on your GP. To show how GP drops. So you just have to accept the result like that and go. After all, you probably say, I don't really need the results. I'm just here because of my mom. I'm just here because I'm getting the degree for my mom. Not even because of me. I don't want them to even come to school safe. Because my parents were pressuring me. So they will just be doing anything anyhow. So anything they just give them, they will carry it. But they will never even do their clearance safe. They'll just leave. They feel they don't really need the certificate. But they will actually need the certificate. They don't know they will need it one day. There are even older men doing when I was in SS1. When I wrote I think is GC or what they call it, exam GC. I wrote it. I was in SS, so I just apply for the form and all that. I just want to write it. Nothing much. Because I'm trying to prepare myself for other things. I just let me write the GC because GC is even one of my friends wrote it. So I saw elderly men writing GC. Actually looking for a degree. There's already a position that I wanted to achieve, but because they don't have this GC result, they don't have YX results, they don't have this result, that they cannot achieve that position. You see big men writing GC to show how important education is. That certificate you are running for, you will need it. Even in university, you see old men with university students going to school, part-time students. You see them, you think you don't need that result. You are still young now. You feel that as you are young, you don't need your results. You feel less slaughtered over everything. When you now grow, you now go, you now see life deeper. You know that result that you avoid, you will need it. Because anything you are going to put yourself, they want to know the kind of skills you have. They want to know your level of education before they will start putting you in any position. So take everything serious. Try to be responsible. They talked about the pressure to blow. The pressure to blow or achieve quick success. I'm talking about the pressure to blow also affects most of our youths. It affects them. They just want to blow by all means. They just want to trend. They want to be popular. They want to be like celeb. You think to be a celeb is easy. If you enter all those lifestyle, you'll be frustrated. If you like don't have money, you borrow. You will borrow. You see most of all these celebrities you are seeing, do you think most of them have the money you think they really have? How much is all these actors, how much is giving, how much money do you think they are gaining from actor jobs or actress jobs, all these Nollywood? How much do you think they are gaining? Most of them is because of their side hustles. They are seeing them like that. That is the don't used to bring money. Then you see most of them having their TV. You see this person have his own TV, has his own TV. They don't want to involve themselves because they feel that if they have their own TV and probably they had their own movie session and everything, it will help them. It will, at least they will profit more than someone calling you to act for them. You will not gain that money you are going to gain when you have your own TV. They don't have, most of them, they don't, in fact most of us have money than them. You think they are living luxury lives, they are living okay. You don't know what they are going through. If you want to trend, you finally trend. Anybody see like this speaking or cricket, they will snap you like this. You see yourself, you trend. That trend you want to trend, you trend deeper. And you start living like you not be frustrated. Ah God, I wish I'm not celeb. Oh, who is not this one? You not start dragging this person. I went to this, you have mind to go and snap me. You will talk and tire. You will talk and tire. It's more of the all those celebrities life is not easy. It's not easy. Just be a celeb on your own. Just be a celeb in the society. Just be a celeb in your family. At least it's something. Your family will they will shall aid you. You don't need all the Nigerians to start aiding you. Or start feeling like are celebrities. So all this pressure to blow, all this pressure you want to live a luxury life, you want to live all this expensive lifestyle. If care is not taken to affect you and it start affecting you, that steez you think you have will start dropping one by one, and before you know, you go back to square one, and it will not be nice, it will not be good. So all this pressure of blowing does not really matter. That's not really what we want. Try to build yourself as a youth before trying to train. And if you want to train for good, don't train for bad. So most people that are trending now because of their trend. If you want to train in Nigeria, just do bad thing, you train. But that's not what we're advising ourselves. Let's train for good and not for bad. So please, let our youth do better. Let's be responsible. Let's avoid fears. Let's be confident of ourselves. Let's believe in ourselves. Let's always stand in our words. Say to yourself, I can do better. Even if I fail, I will pick up again. Even if I fall, I will stand up and stagger on. That should be your aim. That should be your goal. That should be your goal. Because if you be avoiding responsibility at your young age, I don't wonder what's going to be in your old age. But you won't like what is going to turn up. You won't like it. So start now. As I'm speaking to you right now, I know plenty things I'm trying to improve on myself and trying to do better. So you too should do the same thing. Stop downgrading yourself. Stop downgrading yourself. Most people used to downgrade yourself too much, and I used to feel, God, why are you downgrading yourself? Why are you downgrading yourself? Do you know that if you should come outside, you actually do better? You don't believe in yourself, you're not confident in yourself. How will you move forward? How will you make it in life? So please, let's do better, our youths. I thank God that youths are in people that are in this world, so it is very, very easy for me. So let's try our possible best not to avoid responsibility. Even as we are working towards this World Guinness Record stuff, we have responsibilities. As a speaker, as a usher, as a judge, you have responsibility. This is the photographer, the videographer, everybody has their responsibility. Stop avoiding it. You are giving a topic, you be like, topic, I cannot talk now, I cannot. This is not responsibility. You don't avoid it. We are here to work, so you have to do it. You are here to speak. You will speak it. You will talk. We have gone too far, so you don't need to yell the day. Go and search for topics and start speaking on needs. We will do it because that is why we are here for the beginning. So why are you avoiding these things? Why are you neglecting it? Why are you avoiding yourself that you don't want to speak, you don't want to do this, you don't want to do that? You're always avoiding your duties when you know you are here because of this thing. It does not make sense. We don't need to tell someone. We don't need for someone to come and meet you and tell you the right thing, or we need for someone to come and tell you what you are meant to do. When you know what you are meant to do, you are waiting for someone to come and tell you as a child. You don't want to stand, or you don't want to be responsible. Because if you are not responsible here, or you are not responsible in your family, I wonder whether you are going to be responsible in Nigeria as a whole, or a citizen of Nigeria. So anything we are doing starts from our home before we start bringing that and displaying it to the society. Because we are praying for a better citizen, it starts from us. A better leader is starting from us. If you are the type of that is very responsible, you will make a good leader. We are not going to suffer. We are not going to be running there will be jobs everywhere will be okay, light, electricity, stable water, everything going fine and good, security way everywhere. If we are responsible to ourselves, if you have stand to be responsible, there will be a better leader. If we are not responsible, how do you expect us to choose a leader when nobody wants to come out, when nobody wants to stand on their own and speak, when nobody wants to rule? So it starts from us. Let's start building ourselves. And I believe that God is going to give us the strength, will give us the zeal to do all these things, so that at the end we are going to move forward. So at this juncture, I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you
so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have learned a lot from the speaker, and while she was speaking, I just had to remember what my learner was trying to push me into 2 weeks back. They wanted to indirectly make me an irresponsible person, and what was their action like? So on getting to their house, I'm just trying to lay an emphasis on what she said. On getting to their house, they were eating. I saw them eating because after they were done, I was supposed to just carry on with the class activity for that day. So I started making light talks because they were almost done with their food. Mind you, these students, they are grown up, quite grown up. 2 children, a boy and a girl. One is about 10 years to 11 years old. The other girl is, I think, 9 or 8, thereabout. And the boy quoted, "Miss Abigail, have some fun. Life is too short," in quotes, he said, "not to live in fun." And I was like, "How? What do you mean?" "I'm having fun." And he said, "No, Miss Abigail, you're not entirely having fun. You're always working and working and working and working and working." And I said, "Okay. We're supposed to place fun in segments. Like after doing a particular thing, then you've earned the fun for that moment." And fast forward to 2 or 3 minutes into the conversation, the girl said, "Miss Abigail, you can retire now." At the back of my mind, I'm like, retire to where? What do I have in my account? What do I have in my account? What do I have in my account? There's nothing. I've not gotten the specific amount that would set me on that pinnacle for life, that will take me out of where I am to where I'm supposed to be. Who knows my name? And I was just trying to explain these concepts to them. So yes, responsibility is key. Being responsible is key. And it's what we are meant to have. Diving into today's lesson is going to be quite practical. If you've heard E for energy, you've heard that phrase before, raise up your hand. E for energy. Okay, what about energy for energy? Okay, energy for energy, aura for aura, yes. Bars for what? Okay, so let's take it again. E for what? Energy for? Bars for? Aura for? Both for? Thank you. My question now is, why do you think people make such comments? What is their motive for making such comments? I'll throw it to the house. I would point somebody. Heartbreaker. Why do you think people say such comments? What do you think is their motive for saying energy for energy, aura for aura, bars for bars, goals for goals? Why do you think, what do you think is the motive for people saying that?
I think the reason why people say that is bars for goals, aura for aura is still the same thing as saying tit for tat, right?
Okay.
It's like I
Okay.
do me, I do you. The same energy you bring to the table,
Okay.
the same energy I'm going to present.
Okay, thank you very much. Who wants to contribute to that? The lady in cap. You want to say something? What do you think is the motive for somebody saying, or a person in quote saying, bars for bars, bows for bows, aura for aura? What do you think is their motive? Yeah. Yes.
I think they just want to give.
Okay.
They want to give up the same fruit at which anyone gives out.
Okay. Okay.
It's not bad.
Thank you very much. Okay, so a practical one. Have you been in an argument with somebody, or have you have a conflict with somebody, and this particular person, maybe you've settled, or probably you've not settled, and on their status, their page on WhatsApp, you would see that in quotes they will put a picture of what has happened directly or indirectly. Have you experienced something like that before? Maybe you have a conflict with somebody, and days after, when you check that person's post, you will see like a write-up. Have you experienced something like that? Something like that, whether at your place of work or wherever the case may be, something like that. But do you know that sometimes it may not necessarily be that those people are really speaking to us? They may just like the caption in quotes and they just post it to air their mind. Today I'll be speaking about deadly assumption. Deadly assumption. If you've heard of the word assumption before, raise up your hand. You've heard of the good. You've made an assumption before, raise up your hand. Okay. Let me ask somebody a question. Heartbreaker, the guy beside you, I don't know his name. You made an assumption before. Raise up. Have you made an assumption before? So what was the assumption about? Okay. 10 p.m. Okay. Good night. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, that was an assumption you made because you felt in your heart of heart that the person was about to sleep. But probably the person was enjoying the conversation at that period and also doing other things. But we assumed that this was the case of that person. So which leads us to today's topic, deadly assumption. Do we believe that assumption can be costly? Yes, or no or no? Assumption is highly costly. Why did you say that, please? I would really love your thoughts on it. Why?
Obviously, because it's always not generally.
Pardon?
I said obviously because it's usually not the case in real life.
Okay. Okay. It is usually not the case in real life. But when we say energy for energy, aura for aura, bars for bows, before we come to that conclusion, the energy the person is emitting towards us, without clarifying it, is also an assumption. But why do we go as far as making such statements without clarifying? So just like we're trying to study now that assumption is deadly, it can be dangerous, it is costly. And assumption, you would hear, I remember growing up, and I did this a lot while I was even in school, and sometimes I still do it right now. Assumption is the lowest form of knowledge. We've often heard that. Assumption is the lowest form of knowledge. In terms, assumption is knowledge. But that it is the lowest means it is starting from the ground floor. It is starting from a phase where we are not so sure. Sometimes we may be correct that this person is acting in a weird manner because he or she needs something. Okay, a practical example, when a guy approaches us or comes to us, the first thing that comes to mind, let's be sincere please, is this guy wants to either get my number or he wants to be in a relationship, yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, but the first, no, you are saying it depends on the manner of approach, but the first thing, when a particular person is walking up to you, there is this instinct, there is something crying out in you, like, what does this person want? What's he coming to do? Okay, so these are assumptions. We make assumptions. Sometimes this assumption can be correct, this assumption can be real, this assumption still can be false. But this is where we draw the line. What is assumption? Assumption is the act of accepting something to be true without clear evidence. I remember a speaker speaking about, was it evidence she titled it as, or I think investigation. Yes, she termed it as investigation. That you cannot go to the police to report a particular case without going with proof, without going with evidence. Same as assumption. Assumption is cooking up things that may be clear, that may be incorrect, but without clear evidence, without backing, it remains assumption. Like in the professional world, where a person's idea will remain an idea if not enhanced on, if not worked on. If action is not placed into that idea, it will remain an idea. That's when sometimes, if you have an idea and you did not work on it, fast forward to 2 years later or 3 years later, another person gets to act on that idea and you'll be like, I was thinking about this thing before. What do you think has happened in that space of time? I'm talking about the business world now. That idea will always remain an idea if not enforced, if action is not put into that idea. Now, bringing it to today's topic, assumption will always remain an assumption. You will be in the dark. You will be in the shadows. With clarification, it leaves the assumption stage to evidence stage. But let's go right in. You will hear some assumptions. She ignored me. She ignored me. She must be angry with me. You don't know what this person is thinking in particular. You don't know if this person is stressed. You don't know if this person has a lot of baggage. But because you are colleagues and she acts in a very friendly way, okay, I just remember what happened in my previous place of work. I came to the office one Monday and the secretary then, she was acting weird and I was like, maybe I'm the one overthinking it. Maybe I'm thinking, I'm seeing something that is not there. I greeted her, she did not respond. I said hello to her, she did not say anything to me and I moved. And I was like, okay, I'm already assuming, and my assumption was maybe she had a stressful weekend, maybe something had happened during the week, or she's not in a good mood, or is she angry with me? I kept building these assumptions again and again. After the evening of that particular day, she was still having that attitude and that aura around her. I would have gone with the slang, aura for aura, energy for energy, bars for balls, and like that. But what I did was, I walked up to her and I said, are we good? Are you okay? She claimed, in quotes, that she was okay. But would I let you know that in as much as she clarified that she was okay, I felt at peace at first because I thought in my heart of hearts that that was just the end of it. And because she has professed that we were good, I believed her. Unknown to me, I think 2 days or 3 days after, the whole issue escalated. And in my heart I was like, but I asked you, but I came for clarification. I was asking what the issue was, or why were you acting this particular way? And you said we were good. If we were really good, why would you keep this from me? So if I'm to stand before anybody to be judged at that particular time, I have left the stage of assuming to the stage of clarification. You also hear examples like, he did not greet me, he ignored me, he is very disrespectful. That person may not be disrespectful. Rather than taking up assumptions in our mind, rather than staying in the shadows, rather than staying in the dark, rather than misinterpreting a particular person's behavior, we should walk up to them. Not just walking up to them and people will say being blunt. No, you can say it nicely. You can air out your thought or your opinion nicely. And there is something I believe in. If a particular person is acting in a certain way, and you be the bigger person, to walk up to that person, you have edge over the person. That's to say your emotional intelligence is at work. You have great edge over the person. Then you can question certain things. You would even go as far as telling the person that you start with your own imagination, your own assumptions, and spell it out to this person. Then you can give this other person the room to speak up and continually ask for clarification so that that thing can be trashed. When you fill in the missing information with your own interpretation, this is assumption. Rather than explaining it in our mind, rather than thinking it again and again in our mind, people will say exaggeration and assumption is a gender-based thing. But no, it is not. We have to differentiate the generalization of saying, oh, it is based on this particular gender. It is this particular gender that acts in this particular way. No. Regardless of the gender, assumption can happen to anybody. And if not properly treated, it is very dangerous and deadly. What is the seriousness of assumption? What is the gravity? What power does it hold? What power does assumption hold? Assumption feels like the truth, but it is not the truth. Somebody said that. Assumption feels, you can feel it in your heart, you can feel it in your bone, that this is the truth. Like, you are seeing it. You can even see that this thing this particular person is doing is aligning to certain patterns and certain structure. You can feel it. But if you've not walked up to that person for clarity, it is not yet confirmed. It is not yet real. Just like in the law court, you cannot present a case to the judge without evidence. You cannot present a case to the judge without proper investigation. That is where you have to separate facts from assuming and from assumption. What is the seriousness of assumption? It triggers emotion. Assumption triggers emotion. You can say, this person's character does not put an, like, it doesn't touch my pain point. That will be a lie. Because yes, it triggers real emotion. And the emotion it triggers can be hate. It can be anger. It can be sadness. It can be fear. Assumption, as little as it is, can trigger one's emotion. It can most definitely trigger your emotion. And should I let you know that the emotion it triggers is not that of happiness. In most cases, it is that of hate, that of anger. That this person is acting this particular way and you're just reading meaning to it. And because you're reading meaning to that attitude that the person is portraying, you're getting angry. Why would this person be looking at me like that? Am I the only one here? What's the meaning of that? Or why did this person just walk past me? So see finish, don't come like this. Just like the slang would go for it. So now because say I follow this person talk like this that day, now I make see finish come day. No. That is hate. It is coming little by little. It is taking a very deadly form in that person's heart little by little. Hate, anger does not come as a solid form. It comes in bits, in pieces, and as you keep thinking about it again and again, real emotions are getting formed. Real emotions are getting formed. That's the seriousness. It also influences decisions and behavior. You cannot tell me otherwise. If you've assumed the words of a particular person, it will influence your decision. It will influence your behavior. That is where that phrase I said, aura for aura, comes in. That is influencing your behavior. Energy for energy, that is influencing your behavior. Bars for bars, that is influencing your behavior. Goals for goals, that is influencing your behavior. So you cannot tell me otherwise. It must definitely influence your behavior. That you've not clarified that thing. Or in the meeting and your boss is just speaking, the person can just be speaking. Okay, this happens a lot in the religious setting. Maybe something has happened and you confided in a particular person, and unknown to your pastor that day was just preaching, not that anybody had told him anything, but you already assuming in your head of head that so sister A went to report my matter to the clergyman, right? So brother B or brother C went to report my matter. That is already assumption. You're no longer listening to what is being said. You're now assuming. And once you start assuming, it starts influencing your behavior. It starts influencing your decisions. When they say stand up, you'll be like, who I go stand up for? Who will I stand up for? Why will I stand up for this person? Or in that meeting, when your boss is talking, now say, oh, this person that was looking at me one kind, this person that was looking at me in a very cranky way, is this person that will be talking to me? Or somebody is bringing a clear solution to a particular thing. Was it not this girl that was behaving this way the last time? Then you start acting in opposite. That's what assumption does. It influences your behavior. It influences your decision. That is why assumption has to move from its stage and move into clarification. It can silently damage relationship, and it can also silently damage opportunity. Assumption can damage relationship. Something you've built over the years, the relationship you've worked for over the years. Should I also let you know that a family that has been united, what can put an edge or what can bring in chaos is when things are not being clarified. When things are not clarified, that can bring chaos to that family, to that united family. When things are not clarified in that place of work, that can bring chaos, that can bring unrest to that organization. So rather than assuming, and that assumption that can damage the relationship, and relationship is being built, and it's not something you build overnight. It's something that takes years. It takes consistency. It brings confidence. It takes focus to build a particular relationship. But because something has happened and you've not properly clarified it, because that thing has happened, that situation had happened, and you've not spoken intensively about it, you've not explicitly gone to that person for explanation, that alone can damage the relationship between couples, between spouses, between friends. It can damage that relationship. When you say this person does not trust me, it's not just the trust that was being solidified or stamped in that relationship. It started brewing from somewhere. It started cooking from a particular place, just like the kitchen where things are being prepared. That is it. That's he does not trust me again, or she does not trust me again. It's not as a matter of the trust that is being said in its actual word. It is as a result of the assumption. Maybe the character of that person was now becoming suspicious and you did not clarify it. You just assume, oh, maybe it's busy night, or maybe he's tired or she's tired, and you kept making excuses again and again. A practical example, while I was in school, I had a roommate, different background, different ideology, very, very different. My own ideology is, okay, we are like a family. This was my own brought up. We're like a family. Whatever happens, at least we can trash it out. I look up to you, like, and she was older than me, quite older than me, like a big sister. I think with 2 years or something. Like a big sister, I can relate with you. If something happens, just correct me with love. Come me aside and correct me. I don't like this open correction. I don't like it. But that was the case for her. What I liked or what I prefer was the opposite for her. So we started having clash. So in my heart of heart, I'll be like, before we'll start quarreling again, now that she's coming inside, sorry, pardon me, now that she's coming inside and she's having a gloomy face, what do I need to do? Let me quickly stay on my own. Let me quickly stay in my own lane. Meanwhile, what she was asking for indirectly was for me to walk up to her and say, what happened? Why is your day like this? Why is your face like this? What happened during the day? Are you good? Are you okay? Are you fine? But in my heart of heart, I would assume that she's already angry, or maybe somebody has angered her outside. And so that I don't want to step on her toes, I will stay on my own. I will just do what I need to do. I will stay in my own space. That assumption was always bringing conflict. It was always bringing conflict. So what I had to do later on was I had to learn. If you don't learn in the right way, if you're not conscious of these things, you can learn in the hard way. And learning the hard way can mean damaging that relationship, can mean putting a stop to that relationship that you've built over the years, that you spent your energy on, that you sacrificed for, can just come down in seconds, in minutes. And if proper clarification and forgiveness is not being done, if it escalates, that relationship is gone. Just because of assumption. Assumption can be deadly. And it also puts an end to opportunities. It can put an end to opportunities. I'm not sure I'm good enough. I'm not sure I'm good enough. A speaker came here and she spoke intensively of how far she relegated herself. She brought herself so low. She believed that she would just do the groundwork. She was that intelligent and smart. She believed that she would just do the back end job, and somebody that is capable and competence enough would just be the one to present it to others. Meanwhile, she would work on the slide. She would do what she needs to do. That would have brought good visibility to her. But because she had already assumed, what if I'm talking and they are looking at my body and they are looking at this, they are doing this, their eyes is looking straight at me, maybe they are judging me, maybe they are already, my speech is not properly said. Like, you're just assuming a lot and it's running through your head again and again, like a continuous machine, just going again and again. That can influence the opportunity. It can damage the opportunity. That step you would have taken that would lead you to the limelight, that will usher you into the limelight, not because you are not capable, not because you're not competent, but because you've assumed, and you've assumed wrongly. You've gone to the lowest form of intelligence and you've assumed wrongly. That can hinder the success. That can take you out from the limelight. And in life is only favorable to those that are on the move. When you're not on the move, you're not on the moving train, you're not going up the ladder, you're just being stagnant, it will push you out because there are a lot of people on the queue. This is the seriousness and the gravity of assumption. A false assumption can create a real problem out of nothing. Don't think it is small. Don't make that conclusion in your head. Assumption can create huge problem out of nothing. It is when you now ask for clarity. Like I said about my roommate, like I would just chicken out rather, and I'll be like, maybe she's angry. Maybe she's angry. Is this something I said in the morning to her? Is it something I said? Or my character? Is this place tidy? I'm just making that assumption in my head out of nothing. Meanwhile, what she's just looking for or asking is, how was your day? Rumi, how was your day? How was class? Who angered you? That was just a clarification. That was just what she was after. Assumption can create real problem out of nothing, even in the place of work. It can create chaos out of nothing. Mr. Jegede or Mr. Bolaji did this particular thing. He was just speaking. He was just giving his own talk about competence. Then you will now relate it to the fact that the project we were supposed to submit on Friday, because it was not properly done, that's why he's now trying to expose you in public. That is just your assumption. What he's trying to do there while he was admonishing everybody on Monday morning was for everyone to be on their guard, to be competent, to be confident, to take responsibility. But because you've assumed, and you've not assumed aright, you've assumed negatively, you're thinking that this is what it is. That is creating real problem out of nothing. What are the causes of assumption? What can really cause assumption? What do we think can cause assumption? Past experience can cause assumption. Past experience can cause assumption. Past betrayal can cause assumption. That something happened in the past does not mean it can happen again. We should try to differentiate these patterns. That something happened with A does not mean it will happen again with Z. Past experience can cause assumption. Past experience, past betrayal. Oh, I was betrayed by this particular person. The relationship I was in, this guy, this was how he was acting. If he wants to do something, this is how he will be sneaky. He will be going in circle. He will not want to say the truth. Meanwhile, he's trying to surprise you or give you a surprise party or give you a surprise package. But because you've not clarified, you've thought the other way. So past experience can really cause assumption. What about fear and insecurity? Fear and insecurity can also cause assumption. The fear of being rejected, of being judged, this can cause assumption. Why not just live your life rather than assuming? Why not just live your life rather than assuming? Why not just ask for clarity rather than thinking about this particular problem again and again and not making headway and just being stuck in your assumption? And should I let you know that assumption is like carrying a rotty tomatoes. At first, when you get to the market to buy tomato, it can look all fresh, strong, and ready to bounce. Yeah, strong and healthy. But because you keep holding that tomatoes without using it, without that tomatoes actualizing its purpose, you put that tomatoes in a nylon bag. You carry it around in the morning. You carry it around again in the afternoon. In the evening, that's day 1. Again, that's circle day 2. The circle day 3. It goes again day 4. In 2 weeks' time, that tomatoes is no longer fresh. It is now as rotten as can be. And the smell that comes out from it, that emits from it, is not something pleasant. The same thing assumption does. That you're assuming. That is because of fear and insecurity. Fear of being judged. Fear of being disrespected. That's fear, that's insecurity. These are causes of assumption. So when you're having this assumption, ask yourself quickly, do a quick personal rundown, breakdown in yourself, in your heart of hearts. Okay, what's this? Is this aligning with fear and insecurity? Or is it something that has happened in the past? Quickly think about it so that you can differentiate these things. What is it? It is clear with you and you know the cause. And you have still, okay, you may know the cause or you may not know the cause, but you're still feeling down. Walk up to this person, muster the courage that is needed. Walk up to this person and ask for clarity. You won't be beaten. You won't be slapped. It's just clarity. But however, while you're going up to that person, walking up to that person, be rest assured that it can be a 50-50. It's your assumption can be real, and it's maybe the other way around. But while you're also doing that, while you're walking up to that person, have an emotional intelligence that you're asking this person out of clarity, not because you are already taking your assumption to be real. Have an open-minded heart. Then another cause of assumption can be lack of information. Lack of information is another cause of assumption. So for every learner I'm being introduced to, a new client to be precise, whether the client is from my agency or from referrer, I tend to have, there's something called evaluation with this particular client. What do you want? What do you need? At the end of the day, what do you want your child to achieve? If it is something that is achievable, I begin to section them out. Okay, Ma, the first one you've outlined, we can achieve it in 2 months' time or in 2 weeks' time. The third and fourth that you've outlined can be achieved after 1 and 2 or 3 has been achieved. The fourth that you've outlined, Ma, this one, it is doable, but however, it's like putting pressure on this child. So we have to wait longer. This is clear information. When an information is not properly passed, nothing can be achieved. When you assume your boss is saying A, I don't know, I think it was a speaker that said something that in the professional setting, what you have to do is ask for clarity, and this clarity can be you having the client and the client saying, okay, I want this party. I want this party, the color of the day can be blue. You are supposed to probe further, ask for clarity. Don't lack the information there. Ask for clarity and say, okay, Ma, you want blue. What color of blue do you want? Do you want the sky blue? Do you want the dark blue? Lack of clarity is also a cause of assumption. And when you don't do it right, you can lose that client. So what helps everyone, especially in my professional setting, in my line of job, is that this expectation from the parents is gotten as a raw information. Then we begin to section it and structure it to achievable goals, to an IEP that can work for each or for that child. Causes of assumption, we also have overthinking. There are people that can, oh my God, something has happened. They will drag that thing, that scenario will play again and again and again in their mind, just like Nollywood film or the movies we watch, where you have to do reflection. Something has happened in the past and it has to come back like a playback. Overthinking. Some people, what causes the assumption is that they will replay that scene again and again, stretch it out like a dough, stretch it, think on it, ponder on it, and you get stuck overthinking that thing. When you think of a particular attitude or you think of a particular thing and you see that there is no earth's way, you drop it, you relax, eat well, drink, forget about that episodes. Don't overthink a thing when you've not gotten the next phase of it. What next comes after you've overthink that situation? So rather than overthinking it, because that is also a cause of assumption, ask for clarity. Rather than creating stories in your head and creating scenarios that will not even happen, ask for clarity. That you see your partner acting this in a really, really funny way. Rather than already saying, this guy's already cheating. This guy is already double dating. Or is having another person. This boy does not want me again. He wants to dump me. Rather than having these scenarios in your mind and creating new stories, new episodes that will not be released, ask for clarity. Ask for the right information. Don't overthink things. Causes of information can also be because of bias. A cultural bias, a religious bias, a professional bias, or you just want it to be the books. You want it to be like this. that it is meant to be like this. Your pattern is meant to be followed. It's meant to be reached. I was talking with a friend that I just recently connected with in a program, and she was like, she keeps having headache from her place of work because of her boss. Is a senior boss. And what does it, like, what is the scenario? She has brilliant ideas that when worked on, it will yield great fruit that will benefit the company and everyone in it. But because the boss wants it to be a particular pattern, he wants it to, he likes a rigid pattern, that always cause conflict between them. So she kept asking, Abigail, is it that this man wants to be stagnant for life or something? And she kept making assumptions and assumptions and assumptions. I had to tell her, okay, what you have to do is walk up to this man and see how well you people can both strike a balance. There can always be a solution. There can always be a balance to everything. So people act the way they do and cause these assumptions because of bias, professional bias, religious bias, academic bias, whatever the bias can be. This is also the cause of assumption. We have from past experience, we have bias, we have lack of information, we have overthinking, we have fear and insecurity. These are causes of assumption. What about the effect? I will place the effect of assumption in 3 categories: as a person individually, on relationship, and on opportunities. What can the effect of bias cause on an individual? It can cause anxiety and unrest. Anxiety. You keep pacing again and again. You keep whining and turning. You keep going in circles. I remember my roommate. She was supposed to have a wedding on a particular day in a particular month, and I just graduated. And I was thinking in my heart of hearts, how will I travel from Lagos to Abuja? Where will I get this money? And I was assuming, okay, do I have to do this? Do I have to do that? Okay, should I just call her and tell her that I will not be able to go? And I will ask my mind again, okay, what if she's angry with me? I just kept placing scenarios upon scenarios and making assumption upon assumption. There are times I will wake up by 2 a.m. I will not be able to sleep. My eyes will be shining bright, shining like torchlights. I'm seeing everything that is happening. Meanwhile, there is darkness. It created unrest. It created anxiety. As the days keep drawing nearer and nearer and nearer, my heart keep pounding. My heart keep racing. I had this shivering. I'm like, God, should I call her? Should I not call her? What should I do? The assumption keep going again until I made up my mind just to clarify things. And I called her one of the days. I told her, see, I just graduated from school and I've not gotten a job yet. I had to explain whether she understood or not. I just had to explain my own part of the whole story so that it doesn't create a conflict at the end of the day where she's angry at me for not attending her wedding. I had to just set the pace. But before I finally muster up the courage of setting the pace, it was an anxiety. The anxiety, the unrest kept coming in again and again. Again and again. I couldn't sleep. I would wake up in the morning with pounding head. I've just slept for 2 hours. Come on. Rather than make that assumption, clarify. We also have wrong decision. The effect of assumption can make us have poor or make poor decisions. Like saying aura for aura, bars for bars, bows for bows. That person that came into the office that day, maybe something had happened in their house. Maybe a loved one had died, or just got an unexpected call that morning that, your mom has been rushed to the hospital. And that person came in with a sulky face. That person came in with not the regular attitude he would always give to you. And I say, hey. So this person, like this we go do this week, I'll be okay, no wahala now. Sure, you are not carrying your face because maybe you've been promoted last week, so you're not carrying your face. You've made the assumptions in your head and say, okay, now aura for aura this week, bars for bars this week, bows for bows this week. When you come to me, I would ignore you. Sure, I'm too small for you to greet. These are assumptions. Just clarify and say, you walked in today, what happened? This little clarification can dissolve the whole thing that would have caused damage in the next minute or the next day or later on in future. So the effect on individual is it causes unrest, it causes anxiety, it causes bad decisions, poor decisions. We tend to make poor decisions, we tend to make wrong decisions. Then we also have emotional instability. This is a major cause. That's your emotional intelligence. You could not use it at such particular time. Because the boss was speaking in the office that day, and he was just speaking out of confidence, trying to put it and pass to us that we are to relate as a team, work on this project as a team. And he was trying to correct or make certain corrections. Then it was now your turn to give your own presentation the next Monday, and you start. That is emotional instability. You start indirectly, firing everybody in your own little way. Emotional instability. Your emotional intelligence has not been built properly. So this is the effect it has on individual. You also have loss of confidence in relationships. Loss of confidence in relationship. That you cannot walk up to your partner and clarify that thing, or you cannot walk up to your best friend and clarify that thing. It can cause loss of communication, loss of confidence in that relationship. You can no longer confide in that person. The trust has been diminished, the trust has been broken. And when the trust is being broken, it takes years, because trust cannot be bought. Trust are earned, and when that trust, which was earned with sweat, with sacrifice, has been broken, it can take years, can take days, can take months to repair. Then we also have underproductivity. When you are assuming, you're thinking and overthinking the whole issue, that Monday you will not be able to concentrate. When that person passes, your mind will go up and say, okay, this person is here. Now you start overthinking that issue again. So these are the effects it have on individuals. What about on relationship? Because I said I will break it up into 3 segments. I've talked about on individuals. Now let's go about it in the area of relationship. Whether family relationship, spouses relationship, company relationship, whatever relationship you may have with this person. Misunderstanding and conflicts. That's the effect it brings. Misunderstanding and conflict. What would have just been settled in this split second by just saying, after the meeting, Miss Tolu, please, can I see you for a minute? Or Mr. Taiwo, can I see you for a minute? Or Miss Jegede, can I see you for a minute? This thing you said, I don't know, I felt you were talking to me. Oh, please, was it me? Did I do something wrong? Just clarify. But because no, you've misunderstood that situation, it can cause conflict. It can cause conflict. Something happened in my previous place of work. I was coming in on that fateful Thursday. Yeah, I think Thursday or Wednesday. I was coming in on that day. And my colleague, one of my colleagues came to meet me. And he said, Miss Abigail, he did not go straight to the point. He was beating around the bush. And I don't like people that beat around the bush. If you heard something, just say it to me. Then I'll try to explain my own part of the story. And if I'm wrong, I just apologize instantly. But no, he was beating around the bush. And because he was beating around the bush, I could not take it anymore. I had to please, you don't have to tell me anything. It's all good, it's all fine. But he called me again and he went straight to the point. While he said what he said, he was not the one I had a problem with. It was the person that had an issue with me, unknown to me, was a colleague that I met in that organization. So he was hired before myself. And should I let you know that night I was shocked at what he was saying to me, because the explanation he gave me was dated to a year episode. That's to say, days, weeks, months and months. I did something to him and he never clarified. And what did I do? He said I laughed over something. Meanwhile, why I laughed was because another person said a particular thing that made me laugh, not because I laughed about what he was saying. And if he had clarified, we would have settled it there. But no, he didn't. What later happened was, after a year, from that particular day that he said I laughed, he started piling up things in his mind. And to think this person is not a female, but a male. In my earlier speech, I said that when I was introducing it, that it is not gender-based, that a particular gender does it more or less. It's not gender-based. It can happen to any gender. He had been piling up. So everything I did in that company going forward after that incident of him saying I laughed while he was saying the particular thing was now bringing hate to him. So when I say a thing in the office, he would relegate it. When I say a thing in the office, he would want to counter it. And I'll be like, hope everything is fine. When I say a thing, there was even something he did to me. Because we are teaching in a particular school, and we're supposed to go to that school to get the past question, the question papers, because the children they had written the exam. So we're supposed to go to that school to get the past questions. But I could not go because I had another engagement from my boss. He went to the school, but you know what he did? He got only his own past question and did not help others. He did not help me to get my own. This was based on what had happened months ago that had turned into a year. It was because my colleague, who was a newbie that was employed after, like months after I was employed, that called me to order, say, look at what he heard. That was why I had to meet that other person and clarify the matter. We clarified, and I said, if you can really do this to me, I'm surprised, because I've always taken you like somebody that knows everything in the office. You are like the oldest colleague here. If this thing had happened, you would have just told me, and I would have explained my own part of the story. But no, he never did. It was that night that I got to know I've been living my life unknown to me, that somebody has hate towards me. So it can cause misunderstanding and conflict. And thank God for my emotional intelligence, that I didn't want to hear any other thing again. I just quickly had to apologize and quickly clear up the whole matter. If I had taken it up, just like he has taken it up, there would have been conflict that night. Big conflict that maybe the boss would have just like come down to resolve and all. But we had to talk about it, and everybody had to maintain their lane going forward. So yes, assumption can cause misunderstanding and conflict. What about breakdown of communication? That communication has not been properly set aside. That's what everybody will just be doing their own thing. When there is no rule, there is no regulation. Everybody just keeps doing their own thing. For me, I've always told them in my place of work that I thrive through communication. If you want me to be productive in a particular skill, in this particular endeavor, just communicate what you need. I don't want to make assumption. Because how I would want to do it will be totally different from the way you would want to do it. So just speak it out to me. Breakdown of communication. This is the effect of assumption. When there is no proper breakdown of communication, it can also lead to conflict. Then we have distrust and distance. Just like I explained about my colleague. After the whole thing has come into limelight, I couldn't trust him no more. That a man can have these thoughts over the year, after 12 months and counting. I couldn't trust that kind of person again. I had to be distant to really, what's really going on here? Am I really safe in this place? Is this environment really right? Is this a workable environment? It was not becoming like, what will I do that will make these people now see me as this kind of particular person? I am not. Because that person can influence the others to read a wrong meaning or have a wrong notion about me. So yes, it can cause distrust. It can also cause distance, assumption. As small as it is, like a seed, when planted on the wrong soil, can grow into a tree that can cause distance and distrust. That relationship that you're having, that problem you're having in the relationship, It could be just a little seed that was planted, just that little seed that was not clarified. The assumptions were made. Maybe he's tired, or maybe something had happened. Just clarify it. Are you angry with me? Don't make up excuses in your head. Do not make up that assumption in your head, so that distance and distrust would not happen. Unfair judgment of others. That's the effect it can create on relationship. Unfair judgment. You can pass a wrong judgment. You can say the wrong thing to that particular person because of assumption. And should I also let you know that assumption may not also necessarily come from you per se. It can be because of what you've heard, not necessarily what you've seen or experienced. And sometimes even what you've experienced may not totally still be true, because you have to give people the benefit of doubt. You have to give people chances to prove themselves before you come into that conclusion. So the effect of assumption on relationship can lead to unfair judgment of others on others. That your relationship with A, the lady you have a relationship with, she used to act this specific way when she was in that relationship. Then you now carry that ideology into the next relationship we were having, because this did not work out with you and A. You now believe because the experience you have with A will be the same experience you have with B. Unknown to you that people differs, their character differs, different behavior, different environment, different training, different culture, different ideology, different perspective, different experiences. So don't allow the assumption you've made in your relationship A be the same attitude and assumption you make in your relationship B. So these can be clarified. What about the effect of assumption on opportunities? Missed chances. You can have missed chances. The opportunity you're supposed to have, because you are assuming, what if I'm not good enough? What if I'm not fluent enough? Meanwhile, you are meant to take in that space and possess your possession. But because you are putting the what if, and you are down talking yourself, watering down on your abilities, the journey of 1,000 miles does not start from you getting the map. It starts from where you are. That little step, it starts from where you are, not entirely based on perfection. It starts from where you are. You just need to be courageous enough to take that step, one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. Why is it that when you on the tap, the water doesn't just miraculously get filled up in the bucket? It has to go in gradually, step by step, little by little, and then it gets filled up. Same thing with opportunities. Don't just wait till you are perfect enough. Don't wait. Take up the space. Don't assume you're not good enough. Do not assume. It's like talking down on yourself. Do not assume that you're not good enough. Do not assume that you're not wanted in that particular space. Always picture it in your heart of heart that you are wanted. You have a purpose here on earth, and you have to fulfill it. You have something right inside of you. You're different from the ordinary man. You may be ordinary, you may look common, but what is in you is extraordinary, and that's what the world is waiting for. So rather than create that assumption that limits you, that darkens your life, that pushes you into the shadows, come out from it and make the right clarification and speak to yourself while in the mirror and say, I can do it. I can try, I can attempt it. And even if you attempt it and you do not do it the right way, tell yourself, I am having a character building day, that I go again. I would arise from the shackles. I would dust myself and keep moving. The relay gets better as you keep taking that step, running towards the landmark again and again. You don't take the step and stay there stagnant. You have to keep running. You have to keep going. That is where life becomes favorable. Then we have poor collaboration. When you assume, your collaboration becomes poor. This person is behaving like a big madam. She will not want to listen. This person is good enough. He would not want to listen. This person does not have the right knowledge. She would not want to listen. These are assumptions. It can bring poor collaboration. Imagine we are all here now, and instead of taking turns and asking yourself, who's the next speaker, you just assume I'm the next speaker. There will be chaos in the hall. Great chaos will happen because everybody will want to stand up at the same time. They are all coming to the podium. That is great chaos. But then you don't assume that you are the next speaker or you are the next person to come on the podium. You have to ask. So that is where clarity comes in. If you can do that little, then you can do better out there in the world. You can do better out there in the world. Assumptions does not affect only one person. It affects everybody. As a person that assume, it affects you. The receiver, the giver, it affects the person. It's just like a chain. It goes in circle. It affects me if it affects you. Once I am not good about a particular thing, I feel threatened, I will start acting in another way. My action will create a reaction in that particular person. That is where the aura for aura comes in. The energy for energy comes in. Because I have acted in that particular way, then you will give it to me back. When you give it to me back and there is no clarification, I give it to you back. When I give it to you back, you give it to me back, and we start giving ourselves. So where does it end? Where does it leave us? But if one person can just be the bigger person and just ask for the clarification, why are you acting this way? You're hurting me indirectly. You're doing this to me and I do not like it. Why? What have I done? That clarity alone shapes the whole situation. It changes everything. So let's ask for clarity. In truth, everyone involved pays the price. Everyone pays the price. You, Karen, I made an illustration. The person goes to the market to get that fresh tomatoes. You get the fresh tomatoes, like, okay, there's no 100 naira tomatoes again. Let's say the person gets the tomatoes of 500 naira. Let's say it's like a 6 pieces or 7 pieces tomatoes. Put aside that black nylon. You take it every morning to school. You bring it back. The next day you take it to school. You bring it back. Or you take it to the office again and again. In 3 weeks, you are not the only one perceiving the odor. Everybody in that environment, in that surrounding, perceives it. So that is the way assumption is. You are not just the carrier. Everyone involved in that assumption, in that space, in that environment, in that community gets to taste of it. Gets a taste of it, rather. How to fade or reduce assumption? How do we fade it? How do we fade? Because I asked earlier that if you have made an assumption or you make assumption, raise up your hand. And yes, it's a normal thing. We are humans. We can make assumptions. So even better the deep. We make assumptions. Something happened while I was still in my uni days. If something has happened with my clients or with somebody in the church or like in my place of work, I would just figure, maybe this person is having a bad day. I would just put it in my heart. Maybe this person is having a bad day, or maybe I did not say this thing well. And for that moment, I would detach myself, not in anger or in hate. But when I see that the person has calmed down, rather than overthinking it, then I would reach out to this person and say, okay, why? When, how? I make the necessary information or ask the necessary question. And this person tends to talk to me and open up. That's the same attitude we should have. That if you are to have that assumption, it should be on a positive light and not the negative. That it should be a way of de-escalating the issues, like going before and maybe something has happened to this person during the week, or this had happened. After you see that hour has passed or that moment has passed, then you can meet this person. You necessarily must not have to meet that person immediately. You can do better by giving the person the breathing space he or she needs for that moment. But thereafter, the disposition you should have is that you should reach out to this person for clarity. But what are the practical ways of fading assumption? Pause before concluding. Like relax, take a chill pill. Relax, pause, and ask yourself, do I have proof or am I guessing? Pause and relax. This particular attitude this person is exhibiting, this particular thing this person is saying, Am I guessing or this is the proof? Pause. Relax before you make that conclusion. Don't just make. That's why the judge will first ask for facts. We first ask for evidence. Police, even before it goes to the law court, police will first ask for evidence. The lawyers that would stand in for you will first ask for evidence, will first ask for witness account, will first ask you for the evidence. It is when these evidence are being brought together, that is where solid proof is being made. Then the judge will always judge in the favor of whosoever has the evidence. So pause before you make that conclusion. Pause. Number 2, separate facts from stories. Separate facts from stories. It's just a thin line that demarcates these things. When the person comes to you and say, you not say, hey, so this thing, wow. But these are stories already, just like the way my colleague came to me and he was beating around in circles, but I had to shun him and say, just tell me the major thing so that it doesn't create another conflict on me. It doesn't create an unrest. It doesn't create anxiety on me. So that is what it does. Create facts from stories. Ask for the facts. Don't always get the stories. Ask for the facts. Then we go to practical curiosity. Be practical in your curiosity. Be practical. I wonder what is going on instead of I know what is going on. There are two different things there. I wonder what is really going on. What is really going on with this girl? What is really going on with this particular guy? Why is this guy acting like this? I wonder what. That wonder is a curiosity mindset. What is really going on? I wonder what is really going on. That should be the disposition we should have. That is the mindset we ought to have. Don't say in your heart of heart, I know what is going on. You don't know what is going on. I made an illustration about my learner. I came into the house to have a class normally, and I would just try to paraphrase, and she said she wanted to be the teacher. In my heart of heart, what's really going on here? That was what I was already thinking. That was what was already in place. What is really going on here? I was wondering in my heart, in my mind, I was already calculating what is really going on here. On a norm, I'm the one that's supposed to initiate this role play rather. This role play, I'm expected to create the role play. I'm meant to initiate it. I'm meant to facilitate it, and not the other way around. I was wondering. That was the practical curiosity. I was wondering. I was asking. Even while I was trying to act in the way she wanted the whole thing to go, I was still wondering until I got to the point. Until I got to why she was acting the way she was acting. Then my mind became calm. Then we now tackled the problem and got a good solutions from there. So have a practical curiosity mindset that you are asking yourself, I wonder what is going on. What is really going on here? Why is she acting like this? Why is she saying this to me? Not I know what is going on. When you say you know what is going on, that's to say you've made your clarification. You've made your findings. You've made the conclusions. You've spoken to this person. There are two different things. We have control over thinking. This is a way to fade assumption. When that behavior takes you to Abuja and brings you back to Lagos, then takes you to Oshodi and takes you to Kaduna, you are just going in circle and thinking, overthinking the whole thing, shifting it. I don't know if you've seen a dough being prepared, when you have to put the flour, put the sugar, put the butter, put everything, and you're kneading it again and again. You are just going again at the same thing. Control your overthinking. Rather than mixing that dough and mixing it in your mind and beating it and thinking about it, going in different circles, creating different form and creating different stories in your head. Control your overthinking. It is when you control your overthinking, then you can now think properly. And I said anything you're thinking about that does not bring a solution, that does not ask you the what next question, that does not take you further from that situation, it is not good. It is not worth it. Don't overthink a situation that still puts you back on that spot without making headway. That is not progress. That is stagnation. Then we have be emotionally aware. These are ways you can fade your curiosity. Ways of fading your curiosity. Number one, I said pause before concluding. And I said separate facts from stories. And I said have a practical curiosity mindset. And I said control overthinking. The last one, be emotionally aware. Be emotionally aware. That is where emotional intelligence comes in. Be emotionally aware. Don't just go like that without having that thought of thinking and placing emotions in it and say, okay, this and this, putting empathy and sympathy into place. This and this could be the reasons why this and this happen. Be emotionally aware. Then we have how to fix assumption. If we can fade it, we most definitely can fix it. If there is assumption, there should be a solution. If there is a problem, there is a solution. But then we have to know that there is a problem for us to really get that solution. A prominent man said, if you have a problem and you do not know you have a problem, that is the beginning of the problem. That you have a problem, you do not know you have a problem, that most definitely is the beginning of the problem. So yes, if there is a problem and that problem is assumption, and that deadly assumption is just in between, is just in the shadows, trying to come out and raise its ugly head, then there is a solution. And the solution is having a what next mindset. Have a what next mindset. When you have a what next mindset, you have a growth mindset. And when you have a growth mindset, that's to say you can tackle everything that comes your way. One, always ask question. How to fix it? Always ask question. When you ask question, don't just ask question out of being blunt or out of hatred, like your emotions taking control over you. No, ask questions out of politeness. You're not just matching up to that person and you're saying, this is what you did, this is what you did, that is you. You've made your conclusion already. An assumption, we've already established that it is something unreal that is appearing real, but it is not unreal, and it is not real rather, and it is not real because there is no evidence backing it up. And because there is no evidence backing it up, it is still an assumption. Don't make conclusion when you are asking for clarity. There are two different things there. Do not make conclusion when you are asking for clarity. Ask questions. Don't ask questions out of the place of hate or anger or mixed emotion. Ask questions from the place of politeness, from a place of understanding. Ask questions from a place of open-mindedness. Ask questions. This should be your disposition. This should be your ideology. Communicate, don't conclude. This is how to fix it. Communicate with this particular person. Do not conclude. It is communication that clears the air. It is communication that fades the shadow and fades the darkness away. It is communication that makes everything worthwhile and everything goes smoothly. Assumption is like a bumpy road, but when communication comes in, it clears the whole place. Assumption is like a tattered room, but when communication comes in, it clears the whole place. The toys are placed in where it is meant to be. The shoes are placed in the appropriate place. The clothes are arranged in the wardrobe. The books are kept in the shelf. The chairs are being packed. The table is being placed properly. The bed is being laid. Ask communication. Don't conclude. This is what communication does. Assumption, like I said, is like a tattered room. A very dirty room. Unkept room, but communication clears it up. Communication puts everything in place and puts it in perspective. it puts it in the right place. Everybody knows what they should be expecting. Everybody now knows their stand. That is what communication brings, and that is what it fits. Then we have verify before reacting. Don't react before you verify. That is very wrong. That is a very wrong mindset. Verify before you react. If this person has said this and this and this is what you've done to me, if it's for you to create your own space or then draw boundary, that is you verifying. But do not react, then you now ask for verification. That is not a good combination. It's because this and this and this and this, I saw this and this and this. People will even be looking at you. Is this person okay? Make your verification first before your reaction comes in place. And it is what you verify that will help you make the right decision. That will help you make that better decision. And that decision can mean going your separate ways, all good and fine. But you're not living in the shadows. You're not living in assumptions. You're not living in the dark. Your verification has spelled it all out, even if your assumptions was correct all along. But you put a nail to the head and drive it deeper. When the verification comes into place, don't make that assumption. It is deadly. The first one I say, ask question. When asking question, ask politely. Ask carefully. Ask with open-mindedness. Don't ask with denial. Don't ask in a blunt manner, because it is how you want people to react to you. That is the way you should react to others. How you want people to partner with you and talk to you in that same manner. Give them how you would want them to react to you. I don't know how the statement goes, but all I'm trying to say is what you give to others, that is the way others will give to you. If you give people respect, it will come back to you. If you give people clarity, it should come back to you. If you act in calmness, it will come back to you. That is how it should be. So yes, ask questions, communicate and don't conclude. Verify before reaction. Give benefit of that. Not everything is personal. Give benefit of that. Not everything is personal. Don't just take it. It triggers a particular thing in you. Means you have to work on yourself and tell yourself the truth. You saw a quote on a person's status and immediately it's already signaling something in you. Your heart of heart is already signaling something. That's to say there are things you need to work on. There are spots that you need to work on. So yes, give benefit of that. Give people chances. Don't just make that conclusion without making your findings. Give people chances. Give benefit of that. Okay, this person has acted this particular way. Let me go ahead to verify this. This is giving people opportunity to explain themselves. Let people explain themselves. I think it was the speaker that was here before I came up that said something. Make room for people to express themselves. I told myself 2 months back that I won't be the filler for people again. And when I mean filler, I mean when people are communicating with me, I will not drop bar lines for them so that their speech will be smooth. No, communicate with me and to me anyhow, however, so that when you are saying it to me, it is on your own terms. I can now have you accountable for what you said. So give people chances to communicate. Give them the room. Help them and let them express themselves. Give them chances. Reflect on your pattern. This is where I would end. Reflect on your pattern. Do you often assume the worst in people? If that is the case, you have to work on yourself. Reflect on your pattern. If there is something happening again and again, if you're always assuming, maybe A has done this, you assume, B has done this, you assume, A to Z, you keep assuming, and you're not just assuming something that is positive, you're always assuming things that are negative, then please work on yourself. There is a problem. There's a question mark right there. there is a question mark right there. There is a question mark right there. Assumption is not the absence, assumption is the absence of verified knowledge. Assumption is the absence of verified knowledge. Verified. Assumption is dangerous, but it exists not because we do not believe it, but it exists because we do not question it. Assumption is not because it does not exist, and because it does not exist or because it exists, we do not believe it, but it exists because we do not question it. For every assumption we make going forward, question it. That is where clarity comes in. And with clarity, we can make the world a happier place. I will now pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a wonderful speech. All right. Good evening, everyone. So, I'll be talking about service, then profit. All right. So, what I mean service, then profit. A lot of us run businesses. If you're not running a business, you're under an institution that renders services. And most importantly, people neglect the aspect of rendering service. We focus on the profit because we must make money and we must fulfill the most important thing. But then again, we forget that the customers are very, very crucial to the business we run. They are like the backbone of your businesses. So if you neglect them, how do you want to even fend for them? And I know that we have this conflict with this interest where they say customer is always. I know we have conflict with that, and I also have conflict with that statement because sometimes some customers are sent to piss you off. They want to rain hell on you. They want to make life very, very difficult on you. And you must find a way that you strike a balance between your customer and also yourself. Because then again, you don't want to run at loss. And at the same time, you don't want to lose your customer. So how do you even balance these things? You're in business to make profit, and at the same time, you have to serve structure. It's a servitude business, and at the same time, you need to put structures in place that will protect you and protect your business. Right? Example is, what exactly are you delivering? If you know that you cannot deliver on time, don't write we are trustworthy and then we deliver on time. Some persons will take you for your word, literally, and you have to do exactly what you say. So you have to be very, very careful. It is best that you don't make promises that you cannot fulfill. And I have issues exactly this promise and delay with mostly I think mechanics and tailors. They are always having issues with this stuff. You give them your clothes, they tell you that, oh, next week, don't worry, to be ready. Well, 1 month's time, they've not even cut your clothes. Right? You have the same thing with the mechanics. You drop your car and they've not even opened it. They don't even know what the fault is yet. And they keep telling you tomorrow. You have to lie to them that what you're doing is next week. So they can even start that very day to check it. Right? If we don't treat our customers with care, we would lose them. My favorite food is beans. I love beans in its glory. And then there's a woman that knows how to prepare it properly. And beans. So I have to take a bike down to where she stays. So bike from my place to where she prepares the beans is about 1,000 naira. Right? Yes, to and fro. I have to take bike to and fro. Right? And okay, if I buy everything, I'm going to, because they mix it with oil and potato and beans. You must have come across those people who sell. And akpomo is very soft. Oh my god. So tender. Every time I go there, I just try to make out time and then, go and patronize and everything, I am not necessarily going because I don't have somewhere that is closer to me. If I calculate the cost of what I'm spending, I can equally cook beans in my place, right? But then again, it's how she serves and how she makes me feel. That's just why I'm going there. And farther from her, there's a woman, Yakalaba. She does the best afang I've eaten. And her plate is about 3,800, right? With lots of meat inside and a lot of accidents as you're putting your eba and everything. And again, the reason I patronize these people is how they treat their business and how they treat you. And you find out that most times, even though they are rude, you still go back. Because they compensate their rudeness for the size of the meal they are going to give to you. So sometimes you're just like, I know you don't have a good character, but at least I get value for my money. It happens with the women who sells amala. They say if the woman is not rude enough, then the amala is not sweet. There has to be this furiousness in her. So when you're coming to buy, if she's too calm and too polite, you'll be suspecting that maybe this woman doesn't know her game, right? So then again, we watch out for people. If you're rude and then the service you're even rendering cannot even compensate for your rudeness, then there is something wrong. We have an issue already. We have to understand that service in itself is a marketing strategy. It's a marketing strategy. You don't just do anything anyhow because it fits you, or you feel like, I'm going to lose this one. Then probably that customer you've lost has the referral to refer you to more persons who's going to come and buy from you. That's how business works. You have to stick by your word and create things that protect you in your businesses. You have to find a way to safeguard yourself, because you can't be running at loss all the time. I've sold out laptops sometimes and the laptops have issues. I will have to be like, okay, fine, I will send my own dispatch to come and pick up. That is me paying. When it gets to me, I fix it. I do a whole lot of things and then I return the laptop back. And I am not doing that because the profit is there. Sometimes I even spend more than the profit earned. But then again, I understand that treating my customers is very, very important. And that in itself is a marketing strategy. Some persons would never buy from other people. They just want to buy from you because they just like you or they just know you. And that's how you make significant impact. So you understand that service is marketing, and please reply faster. Some of you, I don't know where you keep your phone. At this time and age, you're replying somebody after 32 hours. You're telling, sorry, I've been busy. Busy doing what? What have you been busy doing? If I send you a message, I'm an impulsive buyer, and if I see something I like, and then I send you a message, if I just give like 12 hours, you've not replied, I'll just change my mind. Because it's better you reply me that time. Let me just spend my money. I know that I've spent it. Than wait, and then when you're not replying me, I would have seen something else. I may even decide to save the money itself. So how do you want to even manage people who are impulsive when you don't reply fast? I have a tick for those automatic stuff. Hi, I'm away for a while. Thank you for that thing pisses me off. So some people it's fine, right? But reply fast and have courtesy. Reply people. Apologize for replying late. Apologize for replying late. This is not. In fact, you even treat your boyfriend that you're dating or your girlfriend better than even your customer. If they don't patronize you, how will you do Valentine and all those things that you do? So you have to understand that service is marketing. Try to reply very fast, and then again, try to know your customers. Just try to know your customers. There are certain customers that you know that once they come, they will stress you, but they will buy. Yeah, so those customers, you just have to bear with them. Just deal with it as they come. Because you know definitely they'll buy, but they'll stress you. So you too, self, you just be ready to deal with the stress. Why some customers they don't even want stress themselves. They just want to go for what is good and what is best for them, and then learn how to recommend things for people. I hate it when you ask somebody because they want to make profit. They think, hey, I don't know, anyone you choose is better. Well, it is your field. I am asking you a question because I want to pick what's best for me, and then you're telling me that you don't know. I want to patronize you, and then you don't know. How lame can that be? So please learn to just give people the better alternative, or compare their budget. Look out for what is best for them, because there's a reason why you're in that field, and there's a reason why you're an expert in that area. It's like somebody who needs an artwork and is trying to get a better frame, a better canvas. You're in the better position to let them know what size would be okay for their room. What canvas they are supposed to go for, what kind of paints they are supposed to use. You're in the better position to do that. Stop saying that you don't know because you want to make profit. You just want them to quickly patronize you. For instance, if anybody wants to buy a system from me and I ask you what you want to use it for and what you want to use it for, the system cannot do it, I would not sell it to you. I would tell you what you're going to get, and then if you still insist, I would sell, but you have no right to come at me and tell me that it is not doing what I want to do. You can't be coding and you're buying Intel Pentium. For what? What for? You can't be a graphic designer or you're a gamer and then you're buying a Core i3 laptop. What do you want to do? Yeah, Core i3. Do you get? Just tell me that you want to browse the internet and do small Facebook and TikTok. Hey, we'll know what to give to you. But you can't just come and tell me that, oh yeah, I want to be a graphic designer, I want to start coding. What's your budget? 100k. For what? So you have, it's imperative that I get to understand my clients, I know what they want, and then know how best to advise them. So if after I've advised you and then you still decide to go ahead with it, fine, there's no problem. You can't be playing Call of Duty and you're buying Techno, you're buying Infinix. They're still using Qualcomm chip. And then you want to play game and then they will just kill you in the game before you start. Before you start, you've gone. So you can't do that. You have to know where you're heading to. And then even though you're buying a phone, you have to look at what processor does it use. The ones with the Snapdragons are the best ones to buy. So you understand that if I'm getting this for solely gaming, I have to go for the ones with Snapdragons and the ones that are optimized for that phone. Right. So I'm not saying you should buy Red Magic and Asus and those ones, they are high end and very expensive. But Samsungs, they have Snapdragon chip, and some other phones they do have that. And if you know that's what you're going for, go for it. If you're a TikTok personnel, and your Snapchat, whatever, if that's what interests you, get an iPhone. iPhone is more optimized for these applications, and they make your picture come out fine and come out better. So if you know that's your thing, you want sun kisses on your skin and all these things, just go for iPhone. Right? If you want flexibility, go for a Google Pixel or a Samsung phone. So you just need to position yourself and what exactly do I want to go for? And then as you're going for these phones, prepare your mind for what you're going for. And you can wake up one day, your Samsung will just have a green line. Your Samsung phone will just decide to go on a vacation. You start seeing colors. Or you can just wake up and the back glass is broken. You didn't touch your phone. And you know that for certain that the replacement of that screen is as expensive as the phone itself. So if you know that is the line you want to dwell into, just prepare your heart. Just put emergency fund somewhere. Should in case the screen just decide to go on vacation one day. And the funny thing is, you might not even You might not have even done anything. The phone just decide to just do what it wants to do by itself. That's it. You're buying a phone, they tell you it's water resistant. Water resistant is not waterproof. But we don't understand this. We want to take a risk and at the same time put the persons we buy the phone to in problem. Yeah, but you say the phone is water resistant. It's not waterproof. And even the way it was tested in their company as well, they did not just submerge the phone into water. It was just tested against pressure. We have IP60, IP67 and IP68. It's just about the pressure that the phone can withstand, dust and water. It doesn't mean you should be swimming with your phone. The water you're swimming in, you don't even know what is inside. You don't know the chlorine level. You don't know anything. You just put your phone. By the time your phone has drank enough water and they cannot resuscitate back, you start saying they said the iPhone is water resistant. They say you are just gambling with your phone. You've lose your last savings to buy phone, and you can't even save yourself anymore. So we have to understand these things and know where we are going to and what we want. It's understandable, and learn to understand your customers as well. Sometimes offer free delivery. It might not be sweet, but just do it. Sometimes that little act will make them come back again. Sometimes give out free stuff, give out free souvenirs. And when I say give out, don't just give out to people that you know that they will never come back. Just aim, you know your rich clients. You know those that don't really price you. How much is this? 30k, give me 7. You know those kind of clients. So those kind of clients, those are the clients you should aim for. I'm not saying you shouldn't treat everyone with equal respect and regard. But then again, you know where to get your money times 2. Right, so you treat those people with respect and everything. Have you not wondered that some boutique you enter, they'll give you malt? You sit down, you're not rushing. But by the time you pay for those clothes, you will pay for the AC you received, you pay for the malt that they served you, you will pay for the whole services. But then again, they will treat you well. Don't rush, huh? I wanted to buy shoes one time. So I was trying to be very careful with the shoe and guys saying, no, matcha for grand. He was so serious, like, he doesn't care, like, put the sole on the floor. I was just trying very careful. Put nylon now. I'm trying to be very, careful and everything, but he doesn't care. We are very egocentric as Africans, right? And once you massage the egos of your customers, you will collect anything from them. Once you make them feel like a king and queen, you will have their money. It's a very, very simple trick that would always work. Just nurse their ego. Just pet them. Sometimes even call them to check up on them. Hey, I'm just calling to check up on you. How are you doing? That way you bring them up to your algorithm. They tend to even now reach out to you faster and better and more. There's a whole lot in the market. There's a whole lot there are people offering better and times 2 of your services. You go to some hotel and the way they treat you is like you don't even want to leave. You might want to even make that your permanent residence because of the way they consider you and the way they treat you. So hospitality should be put into focus, and at the same time prioritize reporting faster. And again, create a better support system for your customers, right? There will always be an issue. There will always be a problem, right? Have that support system to always help your customers, right? Don't just do sell and run away. Your customers cannot reach out to you if they have a problem. There is nothing they can do if they have a problem. Your own is just to sell and then disappear. There's something now that is happening with these cars, these electronic cars, these Chinese cars. I think BYD, Build Your Dream. They are the new they are the new Chinese cars now they sell in Nigeria. And do you know the funny thing with those cars is there is no service center for them in Nigeria. They just opened one in Lagos, right? And these cars are not even meant to be driven in Nigeria. But guess what some people are doing? These car vendors, they are buying these cars and they are forcing Nigerians to buy them. You're buying a car that you cannot even find the spare parts. Do you know how terrible that is? Just use your money, go and buy Toyota instead. So that if you know anything happen, you can just go to not even there's this, I've forgotten the name of this place. Ladiko, exactly. You go to Ladiko, you buy your parts. But then again, you're buying an electric vehicle. There's nothing you want to. So imagine somebody in Kano. So what are you doing? We just want to feel among, and that's the problem we're having. Some of you now, they tell you that, oh, they do a CNG for your car. CNG will corrode your engine. The manufacturer were doing, they did the car to use fuel, to use diesel. Are you wiser than them? Because you want to save money, you are spoiling your engine. We cannot put ourselves at risk. So understand your customers. And if you know what you're selling, the after sales effects are not there. Don't sell those things. You can't be selling a phone that they cannot find the parts in the market, they cannot repair the phone. You're selling a laptop that they cannot find the screen to replace. You're selling a car that they cannot even repair. It makes no sense at all. So let's prioritize our customers and just treat them better. It is better you sell what everybody is selling, and whenever anybody comes, they have access and they have after sales services. There's a woman in Oshodi who I buy my hats and caps and all those things from. I don't just buy from anywhere. I don't know if she's cheating me or if she's selling. I just like the way she sells, and the service afterward. I remember I got a beret and it was 2 different sizes, and I didn't want to because it's a small business, so trying to report and tell them to take it back is a whole lot of restraint. And then I told her, she said, oh, that I should have, let her know earlier on. She would have, done a replacement. So imagine if somebody had told you that, even though they would not do it, just sometimes, to a certain degree, bluff in your business. Pretend as if you're even rendering customer service, so at least your customer would know you're doing something. At least bluff. Sometimes there's nothing I can do. It's not in my power. There's nothing you can do. Just then, I'm trying my possible best. I'll reach out to you. Oh, I just called and the system cannot have. That way they know you're trying, even though you're not doing anything. But just bluff. At least your customer would not know if you're bluffing. They would not know if you're bluffing. So that way, at least, you help to protect the integrity in your business. Customer service is not about spending money. It's about spending the right money to the right customer. That's what I say customer service as. Look at, like I said before, the customers that spend more, that buys from you more. Treat them better. Right? If you've made enough profit, sometimes send them a package, send them an hamper, send them something so that they can be remembered. Do a customized t-shirt. Send them something. No matter how little it is, I promise you they will always come back. So it's about spending the right money for the right clients. Because if you spend anyhow, you would just pour your money down the drain. They will pour your money down the drain. And you have to understand the Nigerian market. You have to understand the Nigerian market. The Nigerian market is a very dynamic one because people are literally moving mad. I've sold a laptop and the girl refused me to waybill this laptop except I put a pink sticker. There's a sticker that you put on laptops. And to buy that stuff, I think a sheet of it is about 4,000 naira. So we had to buy like 2 units for that stuff. She said she's not going to take it though, except because the laptop was blue. We found sticker and I sent her cheap ones. Oh, this one is 1.5, this one is 2K. Let's use this one. Tell no, that it's pink she wants to. We had to find pink. And trust me, when people know that things are scarce, they would exploit it. The man charged us, we bought that, and then still collected 2,000 naira to get it fixed. So sometimes, just understand what people want. right? Some persons just want space. Some persons just want service. Some persons just want quality. It's just who they are. Sometimes advising some clients is just so useless because they will not listen to you. Just do what you want to do and leave. If they don't listen to you, just still sell your market and go. At least they'll send you money. And sometimes mind how you put things on credit. Because if you do that too much, you'll just go back to your village, you'll start hawking pure water or banana. So please, stop trying to create this facade of I'm a rich customer, I'm a rich client. You would ruin yourself. So if you know what you're going to do would put you on a ditch, don't even do it. Don't even do it. Another thing is, work on your dispatch and your deliveries. I know dispatch is another set of mad people. Like, they create another problem for your business. You can give them something to deliver in the morning, they will decide to go in the evening. And there's nothing you can do. You call them, I'm on my way, I'm on my way. We've had cases of where they deliver edibles and they eat it. You give a dispatcher that food to deliver. They'll open it, they'll scoop out of it. Do you understand? Your customer will then call you and say, but I bought 1 kg of rice, so what I'm seeing is not to 1 kg. Your dispatcher has launched himself somewhere and dispatched food. It makes no sense. So sometimes you have to have dispatch that you can trust and just use them, even though they will be expensive. I have someone, I got the person from InDrive, and I don't know how InDrive works, but whenever I book a ride, my name pops out on his phone. I don't know how that works. So he calls me to confirm if I'm truly the one who booked the ride. And then we'll compare how much the app is charging me and how much I'm going to pay to him. So when he's done with his delivery, he picks it up and deliver for me. Easy. Even though it's expensive sometimes, I know that he would always deliver. I know that there will be no stories. And same thing too I have in Ikeja as well. Whenever we have deliveries, we have orders, he just goes to the market, go across all vendors, pick them up, and then do the weigh bill and do everything. And even people who I send out on an errand, I just tip them. So that sometimes they will not use frustration and just damage what you want to do. Some of them, probably they've not even eaten and their eyes are turning them and you're sending them on an errand, they will just do whatever they want to do. So sometimes tipping your dispatch rider, creating a very robust delivering system would help you. It might not be convenient, but then again, it is very, very important. So your customers will not be disappointed. Because I don't know the audacity a dispatch rider would have to eat food that is meant for customer. I don't know what kind of audacity that is. I don't just know. Because I find that perplexing. And the funny thing is that they deliver and then you can't even trace them anymore. You can't even hold them. They just do their thing and then they go. So that's why if it's someone you have within your radar, you can always monitor them. If you chop that rice, at least you'll come back to the hood now, and then we'll sort ourselves there. So, a robust system is necessary. People patronize you again because of how you make customers feel. And reaching out to people even helps you spread word for word marketing. Sometimes you don't even need to talk to people. How your past services has been rendered will help other people talk to other people about you. And some people will just vouch for you because of how you deliver your service. So it's imperative that you put that into consideration. And then again, set boundaries with your customer. Stop when they reach out to you, stop being too friendly per se. Set boundaries. Don't mix pleasure with business. Don't try that. Every man to his own lane. To your tent, O Israel. So let everybody mind their business. It is business, it is business. Treat it as business. Stop mixing it with pleasure and every other thing. That way you will sink yourself into a sinking sand. Then set policies. create guidelines that would help you. Because sometimes when you don't set a guideline, what happens to you is that every time you keep running refunds, because there's no guideline. Somebody who buys from you today and decide tomorrow that they want a refund. So every time you're happy that you made profits, but then again, you refund and then there's no money, right? So you set policies in place, you set guideline in place. It is best that you write no refund after payment. That way, people would not be triggered to ask for refund. And even if they do, you know that the refund you're asking for is valid, and then you can run a refund. But if you don't do that, people will just buy from you and the next day they say they want a refund. Or even that same spot. So we need to set boundaries, set policies, set guidelines, and work on how our refund policies work. And also improve on your communication skills. It's important that we talk to our customers how we want things done, what our businesses is all about, what we render importantly. So you need to find an avenue to communicate better and talk better. Be expressive. Don't just assume that this is what your customer wants, this is what they are going to do, and that's how they are going to perceive your business. Not everybody sees you in the same light. Improve on your product. Work on convenience and consistent. You have to listen to understand than to listen to respond. And massage the ego of your customers. Understand that it's a servitude before profit. But then again, your profit is important. Do not run your business into the mud because you're trying to glorify someone else's ego. You came to earn, and at the same time, you're learning in the process. So please, let's structure our businesses, our model of businesses, to favor us, and most importantly, favor our customers. We want referrals, we want to grow overboard, and at the same time, explore social media at the same time, and widen your nest, please. Widen your nest. The way you find certain people comforting and pleasing, it should be that to other people as well. It should be that to other people as well. So, at this point, I'll be drawing a curtain to my speech. So please, let's be nice business owners. Thank you so much. I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. That was eye-opening. Yes, and I think I'll just add one line to what he said. In as much as we want to do the customer is always right, we should also learn to take care of our employees. When you take care of your employees, they will in turn take care of your customers. Good evening, Nigeria and the world.
Good evening,
My name is Oluwagbemisola Hannah Ogunmefu, and I'm here at this time to speak about something equally important, something that concerns us as individuals, as family, and as a nation. I will be talking on the topic unlocking Nigerian potential through purposeful schooling. Unlocking Nigerian potential through purposeful schooling. Now, we see a lot of schools pop up today. They practically pop up like popcorn. Before you know, pop, pop, pump, schools are popping up everywhere. But when you see, or when you kind of interact with the school owners or even the stakeholders, the major stakeholders in the school, you find that only a few of those schools are really in that business for the sake of molding the lives of the pupils or the students they have. Many are just in it for the business of it. Nigeria's population is increasing every day, so let's make money. And forgetting the fact that this aspect is one very important aspect that defines our future. And we need to understand that education is not just about filling the mind with facts. It's about transforming hearts, nurturing talents, strengthening communication and preparing the citizens to engage meaningfully with the world. That's what the education is about. So it's not just about a child comes to school and we pop into their heads. I remember growing up, and you're asked to spell apple or you're asked to spell ball. You just know that yes, apple is A-P-P-L-E, apple. How the letters join together to form the word apple, you don't know. B-A-L-L, ball. How the letters come together to form the word ball, you do not know. Because we were taught to memorize. We were taught using the rote learning method. So it's just a garbage in, garbage out thing for us. 1 + 1 is 2. You don't know how it is that. You just know that, okay, yes, 1 + 1 is 2. And that's not what is going to help us. And that is why we need to really learn to unlock the Nigerian potential through purposeful schooling. Schooling has to be intentional. The education of our citizens has to be intentional. We have to be purposeful about it. Nelson Mandela said something. He said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So it is, now I'm bringing it back to the concept of, to the context of Nigeria. It is the most powerful weapon that we can use to change Nigeria. We look at our country today, we have a lot of complaints about one thing or the other. But one of the major tools that we can use to change this nation, to turn it around, is education. So let's look at what this means for Nigeria. The first thing is the purpose of education. Now, education is not just something that you do just to pop out degrees. It's beyond degrees. It's not just about, if you look at our nation today, we have a lot of educated people. Or should I say, we have a lot of schooled people, but not educated. A lot of people are schooled. And we hear things like, this person is an educated illiterate. And that's because the person is actually not educated. The person is just schooled. Yes, I should go to school, so I have gone to school. But has the school actually gone through you? A lot of people are schooled. So it's beyond degrees. It's not just about degrees. It's not just about credentials. There's a joke I heard some time ago when they said education is the key. But now that we've gotten the key, they've changed the padlock. Yes, so unfortunately the padlock might have changed, probably because of the kind of leadership we have, but it is still the key. And one day it will become the master key to unlock all that needs to be unlocked. So it's not just about credentials. Education should cultivate thinkers, critical thinkers. When you allow the education, the schooling to pass through you, they'll say you pass through school and the school passed through you. You've actually studied, you've actually been educated. It should help people to become critical thinkers. A lot of people do not actually critically think. Well, it's one of the skills that our education today should begin to build in students. Some schools are getting it right already because they're beginning to embed critical thinking in curriculum. You see things like before a lesson begins, you begin to ask the students, so what do you think we are learning today? So what do you think we're talking about today? Okay, so what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? They begin to ask questions. And that alone wakes up the thinking capacity of the students. They begin to, and then they begin to predict. We're building prediction skills. So at the end of this lesson, what do you think would happen? Why do you think so? You see that even in comprehension skills. The comprehension we know or we used to know growing up was basically retrieval skill. Ability to read and pick out the answer from the text. That's basically retrieval skill. But nowadays, we see comprehension. I think maximally all they do after retrieval skill is vocabulary. Why has this word been used? And that's all. Even up to secondary level, I stand to be corrected because I teach secondary students and I see the kind of comprehension questions they are answering. So sometimes all they embed in it again is asking about figurative expressions. What has this, which still falls under vocabulary. But when you see some of the curriculum being used in some schools today, the way they've been able to adapt curriculum from maybe for some from some countries, for example, like the British curriculum. You see some schools in Nigeria today, they make use of the British curriculum, some make use of the Canadian curriculum, some make use of the American curriculum, and so on, even the French curriculum. Yes, so and because of that, they've been able to embed some things in the learning. So you see English, for example, the comprehension, you see skills like prediction skills are being taught to children. You see authorial technique, asking why has this author decided to use this method? Why do you think he decided to do this? Why do you think he decided? And children are being made to think. You see skills like inference, to build inference skills in children. They help them to identify clues that naturally should have been hidden to them. But because this training is ongoing, they easily identify clues and then link it to their own physical experiences, which makes them to be intentional, ethical leaders. That's another thing education should do for you. Make you a critical thinker, make you an ethical leader. And we see these skills being brought out in these students. But how many schools today are doing these things? My talk basically is a call, it's a wake-up call for mostly our governments, because of our government schools and some private schools who have not begun to do this. Because some private schools have started already. They are doing these things already. So it's beyond degrees. It's not just about credentials. It should cultivate the habit of critical thinking in students. It should help them to become ethical leaders. It should help them to be innovators. It should help them to also be compassionate citizens. John Dewey said education is not preparation for life. It is life itself. So we are not preparing them for life. We are not preparing them for anything in future. It is life itself. And that is the more reason why all these things, all these skills should be embedded intentionally in their training. We should help them to live well, think deeply, act kindly. Live well, think deeply, and act kindly. Because if we don't build these skills in them, it will be there. And like I said in one of my speeches, the world only needs problem solvers. It's not about the grades. Of course, the grades will prepare you for the things that you need to do. But it's not only about the grades. How well are you able to use that knowledge that you've gotten? How well are you able to transfer the knowledge that you've gotten in one area to solve a problem in another area? These are the skills that we should build in them. And we see Nigeria. Nigeria is a country that is rich in culture. We have over 250 ethnic groups, over 500 languages. We have over 250 million people. It's rich in human potential. But why is it that in this same country that is rich in culture, rich in languages, rich in human potentials, why is it that in this same country we have unequal access to quality schooling? In this same country, we are facing high unemployment rates. In this same country, we have learning outcome gaps. Why? And that's why education must be practical. It must be practical, it must be inclusive, it must be rooted in our own people's real needs. We must make sure that our education is built in a way that it solves our own problem. Not, we have to first start from our community before we now begin to export our solutions to the world. So we must ensure that it solves the problem that we are facing in our community, first and foremost. So let's see what should be taught. Now that we've talked about the gaps that we have in education in our country, what should be taught? The very first thing is strong foundations. And when we're talking about strong foundations, I'm talking about literacy and numeracy. And when I say literacy and numeracy, it's not just about math and English. No. Most schools do math and English. So it's not just math and it's literacy and numeracy. What do I mean? Literacy is the ability to read, to write very well. So I spoke initially about how we were taught to spell apple, but we don't know how the sounds join together to actually form apple. And so you see a child saying A-P-P-L-O-E, apple. But they don't know that the letter A sounds A. They don't know that the P-L-E sounds P. They do not know. We see a lot of content online and, you see some children lined up and some words are given to them to pronounce and they begin to call different words. We laugh. It's very funny, but it's so unfortunate. That is like a mirror into the educational standard in our society. And that's why the gap between the rich and the poor is seeming so wide. Because you see those ones that have the access, because like I said earlier, some schools are getting it right already. But how many? When just one person out of 10 people can see, even that one person is in darkness. Because there's a saying that in a community of blind people, a one-eyed man is their king. And we know how it is. An unfortunate accident happened on my way here today. 2 people were hit by a car. One was blind and another one was leading the blind. But unfortunately, the other person leading the blind was not seeing clearly. So it sounds funny actually, but it's so unfortunate. And that's the situation we are in this nation. That's the situation our educational system is in right now. It's like the issue of an almost blind person leading a blind person. Both of them are blind. So even if one person or if a few set of schools are getting it right, and the entire nation is not getting it right, we still are not getting it right. And that was why I said earlier that this call is a wake-up call to government, because they are in charge of our government schools, and also to private individuals who have not begun this. So literacy is not just about I did English. I hear some children speak English and I'm wondering what's going on, and they attend private schools. Parents are paying heavily. It might sound like, okay, maybe 60,000 is not heavy, but to some people 60,000 is heavy. To some people 100k is heavy. To some people, even taking their child to that little private school is a sacrifice. That they're like, oh, I don't want to take my child to this government school because I know my child might not really get what I want them to get. So let me take my child to this private school. And they're not getting anything. And that is why we really need to wake up. I once had an issue with one of the teachers of my niece some years back. When my niece was in that class, she could not read. She could not read. She could not identify letters. She could not identify numbers. She could not do anything. And I was like, in a home of people who like to read, and this child cannot read, how could you be the odd one out? So we spoke to the teacher and all that, and you know, as usual, the blame was sent back to us. This and that, it's the child, is this, is that. In my own little way, I had to like start taking her. Now, okay, let me see what I can do to help you. If the teacher is saying, okay, and that I was able to do that because I have the understanding that, okay, maybe she's the type, she falls in the category of students who do not learn fast, and they have to be taught separately to understand. That was what I actually thought, because I didn't know her educational strength. But then when my son got to that same class, the same teacher, and began to have the same problem, I knew it was a system problem. Because now I know my son's educational strength, because before he got to that class, I had been taking him. So by the time he got there and he had the exact problem, I knew there was a problem here. And when I went to the school, spoke to them again, and they still were ready to accept the fault or even proffer solutions, I knew it was time to go. And I had to tell the mom of my niece, which happened to be my sister, said, this is a school problem. It's not your child's problem. So I think it will be better for you to change her school. And the moment her school was changed, the child that could not read, that could not identify sounds or letters or anything, began to read effortlessly. So why am I, and that's why this is a call to us. So literacy is not just about English, it's about ability to read, to write. And when I say write, it's not just that I can write ABC, I can write 1, 2, 3. When you tell some, one of the speakers mentioned about the fact that some graduates today cannot write an email. They cannot. That falls under literacy. This is not a witch hunt. It's a wake-up call. We see students, secondary school students, cannot use MS Word, cannot use PowerPoint. Don't even let me go to Excel. That's like high ranking. Don't let me go. Don't let me go there. Why? I saw something online some years back. In a school, children were being taught how to use the computer. But guess what? There was no computer. They were taught how to use a mouse. There was no mouse. So they were using, it was like they just picked something just to model, not even a mouse, not even a sports mouse. So they just picked something to model, and they said, and the teacher was saying, when you move it like this on the screen, it will move. Then you now click, there will be a button here. He actually drew it out. He drew out the mouse, and then how do you expect that kind of student to see or sit down in front of an actual computer and use it well? Little wonder we churn out graduates who are unemployable. Because employers complain, oh, graduates are unemployable, But then, schools are churning out the same graduates that are unemployable. There was this joke some time ago about people in an airplane, and everyone, and then suddenly there was an information was given that the plane had issue and might crash if it flies, so everyone should disembark. Everyone was scared that this plane will crash. They started trying to get their things to get off, but a professor sat down calmly. He was not faced, and he was like, "Sir, didn't you hear the information?" He said, "Of course I heard." "And aren't you scared?" He said, "Well, if this plane, as they mentioned, was built by my students, it will not even fly, talk less of crashing." So even him as a professor, he knows that what he has taught them will not even fly, talk less of crashing. And that's the reality we have today. Engineering graduates that cannot build anything, because all they've been taught are basically theory, no practical. And it's so sad. I remember some years back, many years ago, one of my cousins was studying electrical electronic engineering in the university. And then we were in his house and something happened, and his father said, "Oh, my son, come and help me fix this. You're studying elect." He was there with his friend with his classmates, and they were there battling with it. They could not do anything. And the father was like, "Oh my God, I've been wasting money. So what have you been learning in school? Because you call yourself elect students, and you cannot do this, you cannot do that." That's the reality we have. That's the reality. Except students go out of their way to train themselves in most of these skills, which we are seeing nowadays. People are going out of their way to get extra skills. Apart from that, nothing. Numeracy is not just about 1 plus 1. It's basically reasoning with numbers. A few days ago, someone came here to speak with us, and he was breaking the measures of central tendency, measures of dispersion. He was breaking them to things that we could easily reason with. And a lot of people were like, is this the media mode they taught me in school? Is this the... because we just think, media mode, we just do. And many of us were not actually taught the real applications of these things to real life. The bridge was not constructed to help us actually use the knowledge that we have learned in school to solve real life problems. One of our speakers spoke about the essence of finding X. You hear students say, all the X that we have been finding in school, what is the use of it? What have how many X's have I been asked to find since I started working? Because we have not been helped to understand the implications or the importance of these things that we learn in school in real life. Science and technical learning. It's not just about facts. We need to build a habit of inquiry in our students. We need to structure their lessons that they are not just, okay, what is light, what is shadow, what is darkness. No. We need to take them beyond the what is questions, retrieval questions. We need to go beyond that. We need to build inquiry in them. Let them always want to inquire. Let them always, we have to put this skill of always wanting to know, always wanting to find out in them. We see countries like Singapore, Finland, and Canada. They invest in foundations even before specializations, because they understand that this is the way to go. And you see them having high literacy foundations. They're able to translate the things they learn in school into the real world. There's a story about a girl who was able to save her entire community simply based on a geography lesson she took in class. She was able to identify that it was just a sunny afternoon. Everything was fine. Everything looked fine on the surface. Only that things were actually not fine. Several adults were there. Nobody identified that danger was looming. Just this little girl identified. Simply because of just one geography lesson she took. She was able to understand that this beach is looking beautiful, yes, but the water keeps coming forward and was not going backward. Everybody was catching fun. But she knew that for the water to come forward and not go backward, trouble was looming. And she began to warn everyone. There's going to be a tsunami. At first, people didn't believe her because they were like, everywhere was looking beautiful. But she did not stop. She kept warning till they began to listen. And before you know it, they began to evacuate. Just because of that little girl, several lives were saved in her community that day. All thanks to one geography lesson that she took. So it's not just about rote learning. It's not just about dishing out facts. It's about helping students to safely translate the information they've gotten into problem solving in the real world. The next one is 21st century skills. 21st century skills. We need to learn to begin to teach our students 21st century skills. We need to embed it in their curriculum. Critical thinking. Japan has already helped our students to keeps encouraging their students to keep asking why. Encourages them to keep asking why, because in the process of asking why, that's where solutions begin to come in. Creativity and innovation. Creativity, we need to build creativity and innovation, embed the skills of creativity and innovation in our learning. In the US and South Korea, they help their students to, they're not just learning, they are also being, they encourage them to be creative and to be innovative. They encourage them to solve real life problems. Assignments are based on real life problems. So it's not just about explaining nothing less than 450 words. After all the explanation, what will you do? Like in the street language, or in our Nigerian slang, we'll say who here. So after the explaining in nothing less than 450 words, what importance is that going to be to the society? Of what importance is it going to be to our nation? So we need to encourage the skill of creativity and innovation in our students. Another one is communication and collaboration. Some students cannot communicate. And communication is not just I'm telling you. It's not just I'm telling you. Some cannot even put their thoughts together to say what they want to say. You'll be hearing things like, I mean, it's like, you know, as in, we begin to have a lot of fillers in between our words. One of our speakers spoke earlier and said, talked about a lady who would do the background work, but to come forward to present becomes an issue. Lack of communication skills is one of the things that make people run backward, feel like, oh, how would people think? Or what would people think about me? What if they say, what if? Communication skills. So we need to build communication skills in those children, in our learners, in our students. We need to build communication skills. Give them avenue to develop. Give them avenue to speak. Give them avenue to build these skills. Collaboration. Help them to build collaboration skills. Because one tree does not make a forest. So they need to learn how to work together in groups. We see schools that every lesson there is an intentional plan about group task and independent task. They are intentional about it. So for every lesson, you must collaborate. You hear things like peer-to-peer talk, discuss with your seat partner, peer assessment, peer this, group that. They are intentional about it. They are intentional because they know that it's not just about 1 + 1 is 2. It's about social skills. How well are you able to mingle when you go out there? How well are you able to speak, to collaborate with people sensibly? So we need to begin to embed that in our curriculum, in our lessons. Every school in Nigeria needs to be intentional about that. We need to build these skills in our learners. Collaboration skills. Prepare them for a connected world. Because after all, the world is just a global village. Another one is character and citizenship. I've talked about teaching strong foundations. I've talked about teaching 21st century skills. Another thing that we need to teach is character and citizenship. We need to teach ethics. Teach them respect for diversity. I was in a class one day. In my class, I had Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa in my class. And I noticed, I was in class one day and I just suddenly noticed that there was a kind of friction in class. You know, they were not saying anything, but the atmosphere was kind of stiff. So I asked, before going on into the lesson, I was like, what's going on? And then some Yoruba girls were like, oh, this Hausa guy, they are Boko Haram. I said, oh, okay. And so I was not, so the boy felt so bad. He could not say anything. So I looked at the Yoruba girl. I said, oh, they are Boko Haram. I said, but you are Yoruba. Yoruba people too like juju. So that means you do juju. Thank God I'm Yoruba. So I said, Yoruba people too like juju. He said, no, I don't do this. I said, yeah, but they are very fetish. He said, no, but I'm not. So, but you're Yoruba. That's the stereotype. Yorubas are fetish. Since the stereotype about Hausas too is that they are Boko Haram. I said, and you, there's an Igbo girl to amidst them. I said, you too, you're Igbo. That means you must be cannibalistic because Igbos eat human beings. I said, no. So when I said that, they were all shocked. No, I'm not. So I now told them, I said, the same way you say no, or you're Yoruba, you don't do these things. That's the same way. He is also Hausa, but he does not do this thing. You cannot just box someone into a corner simply because of their tribe or simply because of what you think about them. Assumptions. The lowest level of knowledge. You cannot just assume. And that was how everything was settled and all the friction disappeared and every peace returned. Because we've been taught directly or indirectly to stereotype people. Don't marry Yoruba people, Yoruba demons. Don't marry Igbo people, their tradition is this. Don't marry Hausa people, they are this. Don't marry this, don't marry that. Don't do this, don't do that. I cannot do business with this. Stereotypes. And you find, I heard one man some years ago and he said, all Igbo people are evil except my wife. We hear this, we see this happen. So we have to be intentional about teaching our students no stereotyping. Don't assume. We cannot just also assume that they will learn it. And that's why we have to be intentional about it. We have to teach them respect for diversity. We have to teach them community service. We have to teach them community service. What do you do for the community? Like I said, some schools are getting it right already. You see, there's some schools that, they have sister schools where at particular times of the year or so, or the term, they will go to the school and go and render a service to them. Community service. We have to embed it in them. Global responsibility. We have to help them to understand that yes, they're not just responsible for themselves, but they're responsible for their families, they're responsible for their nation, and they're responsible for the world at large. The Yorubas will say, remember the child of whom you are. So if you know that you're responsible, not just for yourself, you don't behave anyhow. You remember that you are an ambassador of your school wherever you go. Because if you do anything, whether good or bad, people could ask you, what school do you attend? You would not want to soil the name of your school. You remember that you are an ambassador of your family. Wherever you go, people could ask you, what's your name? What family are you from, or what state are you from? You would not want to soil the name of your family or even the image of your state, of your tribe. You remember that wherever you go, people would ask you, what nationality are you? Are you Nigerian? you know that whatever you do will directly or indirectly rub off on other people. We've had issues, we've had cases of people boxing Nigerians into the stereotype of Nigerians are criminals simply because some people decided not to want to work hard but to go through the shortcut to success. Meanwhile, we see majority of Nigerians hardworking, stressing it out, persevering just to make things work. People go to school, say okay, we need a BSc holder. They go to school, get the BSc. When they are out of school and now everything has changed, it is now master's holder. They go back again, get their masters. Oh, now the trend is now PhD. They go back to get the PhD. And afterwards, they don't still mind. They will get skills, hard skills, soft skills, just to make a headway. But some minority bunch are making it look like everyone is doing the same thing. So if you understand that you are an ambassador of your country, of wherever you are, of whatever group you belong to, you would act responsibly, because whatever action you do, whatever thing you say, would not only rub off on you, but would rub off on every other person in that same community as you. So we need to teach them global responsibility. Kofi Annan says knowledge is power. Information is liberating. Education is the premise of progress in every society and every family. So, and that is why we have to intentionally teach strong foundations, 21st century skills, character and citizenship to our students. Now, how should our learning be delivered? Because now we've talked about the things that should be taught, but how should this learning be delivered? Number one, it must be student-centered. I've once talked about how teachers are no longer the almighty know-all in the lessons, in their classes anymore. Now teachers are like signboard. We show the way. We direct students to what to see, to where to look, but we will not show you what to see. So our learning should now be student-centered. Make it inquiry-based. Keep asking questions. Ask questions that will trigger their curiosity. Ask questions that will help them to want to learn more, to self-direct their learning. Make it project-based. Let them work with their hands. What they do themselves, they will never forget. So let's make our learning project-based. It's not just when you join the red wire and the black wire then and the bulb, it will come on. No. Technology has even helped us. There are some cases whereby, for example, I remember when I was teaching electricity to 7-year-olds, and I know that, okay, it can be very dangerous for them to handle it. We went online to do online simulations. Everyone was able to simulate it, worked, connected the circuit themselves. For the ones that caught fire, we saw fire, and everybody shouted, hey, fire. And then for the ones that worked, hey, it worked, and all that. And then, after that, we now worked on the real life, on the real circuit ourselves. But this time around, because I didn't want them to, I wanted to make it safe, I did it myself, and while they all watched. So now they've seen that, oh, the same simulation they've done. And while I was doing myself, they were the ones guiding me. Oh, no, this is what we are going to do. We are going to take this one. We are going to do. Still embedding inquiry-based learning into project-based learning. And we see that also ended up being a collaborative class. They will never forget that learning. I saw a lesson. I saw a lesson where a teacher was teaching a student how to write instructions. You know, they've already written the instructions, and then she began to follow the instructions. And you know, she was like, okay, how to make a pancake, rub it where? So she just took it and rubbed it on her body, and they were shouting, ah! So, but you said rub it where? Now, that lesson the students will never forget, because now they understood that it's not just about giving instructions, it's about being very intentional with your instructions. Rub it where? You are being intentional and you're being very exact. Tell the person exactly where to rub it. Tell them how much to rub. Tell them what next to do intentionally. So these lessons will never be forgotten, and even when they come across issues like that in real life, they will be able to answer it seamlessly. In Ontario, Canada, students are given real life community issues as assignments to solve. Real community challenges. That's what they work on. So it's not just everyday 1 + 1 2. They look at the community. What are the issues we're facing? What are the things that need to be solved? And then they coin it into questions for these children to answer. That's the building problem solving in them already. Also, when these students, even if they did not know it's a community issue, after going on to do their research or going on to solve the problem, by the time they finish solving the problem and they see the results being used in the community, it helps them to understand that, oh, this is a problem that was in the community before and we just solved it. That alone awakens them inside to begin to identify some other problems in their community, and before you know it, you've turned those learners into problem solvers. Technology. Leverage on technology. There's a saying that AI will not take the job of a teacher, but it will take the job of a teacher who does not use AI. So if you're the teacher that you still believe in 1 + 1 = 2 until you write on the board, you cannot use technology. Sorry to break it to you, you'll be out of job in a few years' time. If you still have a job now, it's just a matter of time. You're going to be losing your job very soon. So you have to leverage on technology. Technology is an enabler. I spoke about how we took our practical class online and we're able to use an online simulation to simulate building a circuit. We do a lot of simulation online, especially in topics where I feel that, okay, for little children, it's not going to be safe for them to handle the materials on their own. We go online, we use simulations, and they even love these things because it's like play-based for them. They're learning, they're playing and they're learning at the same time. Encourage them to use technology. Expand access to technology and deepen their learning. But then, unfortunately, how many schools even have this access today? How many schools can even boast of just one computer? Many students don't have access to computer until it's time to write WAEC or JAM. Now that they are making everything CBT. Yes, it's a good thing to make it CBT. Yes, you want the children to be able to use computer. It's an amazing initiative. But before they get to WAEC or JAM, how many of them have actually interacted with the computer before now? How many schools have these things? And that was why I said earlier, this is a call to the government, especially to the government, and also to some private schools that have not done this yet. Let your children interact with computer at least once a week. Let them use it. Many of these children don't have these things at home, and that's why some of their parents struggle to send them to private schools, because they believe that, okay, the schools will put these things in place. So the students should be able to interact with technology at least once a week. So if they begin to do that from their year 1 or even from their foundation stage, by the time they get to SS3 where they are writing while they are writing JAM, it doesn't become something so big to them. You see students shouting in the exam, I don't know what's going on, the computer has gone off. This is something that even a little child will just tell you, excuse me, turn it on, or just hold on a little, it's buffering, just hold on. But because they're novice, this might just be their first time having access to it. They are lost, they don't know what to do. In Kenya, they invest in low-cost digital content support for rural learners. So if they do it in Kenya, why can't we do it in Nigeria? There are low-cost computers that you can invest in. As government, you can liaise with companies in China. Okay, I need this for schools. These things can be done. But when we even look at the amount, the percentage of the economy that is being budgeted towards education alone, little wonder these things are not put in place. Little wonder. In Estonia, they teach coding from primary school. How many of our students in Nigeria can work with MS Word? Talk less of coding. Talk less of coding. How many of our students you see students doing ICT, SS3 students doing ICT in school, scoring A. Work with MS Word, they cannot. Work with MS Excel, they cannot. Microsoft PowerPoint, they cannot. Research on Google, they cannot. But the child is scoring A. What is being taught in an ICT class? How is the child scoring A? We're just teaching theory. Let's make it practical. Get things for them. Get them the needed amenities for them to learn practically, to put into practice the things they learn. Another one is multilingual and culturally relevant curriculum. Nigeria has over 500 languages. We have 3 major languages: Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. I remember growing up, if you school in the West, you learn Yoruba compulsorily. If you school in the North, you learn Hausa. You must offer Hausa as a language compulsorily. And if you school in the East, you must offer Igbo compulsorily. But nowadays, they don't anymore. If you're not in art class, you don't offer languages. And then you see, but then schools are learning French. Students are learning French. They learn Mandarin. So they can speak French, they can speak Mandarin, but they cannot speak Yoruba. They cannot speak Igbo. They cannot speak Hausa. Little wonder, you're wondering why they are not loyal to their nation. You're wondering why they are not how will I say this? Why they are not patriotic citizens. Patriotism begins from the language. If I cannot speak my language, that's my first test of patriotism. You see students saying no, I don't want to speak Yoruba. I'm American. But you see a white man paying heavily to learn the same language. Nowadays, people want to speak French, they want to speak Mandarin, they want to speak Japanese, they want to speak Chinese, they want to speak Spanish, but they don't want to speak Igbo. And we're wondering where is it all going wrong? Look at these countries. China brings had students up in Chinese. Yes, you can grow and you can learn English by the side, yes. Or the first language is Chinese. South Korea, the same thing. Japan, the same thing. They begin with their language. Yes, we might say, okay, these countries have only one language. This Nigeria has a lot of languages, yes. But we have major languages. Why don't we use our languages? Let's use it, okay, by sector. You're in the East. The official language of instruction from foundation stage is Igbo. They can now take English as a subject where they also learn. But why not let us teach these children our own language? Our languages are dying out. Our culture is dying out. Our culture is dying out. A lot of things are dying out. How many people know any proverb in their language anymore? How many? Even those of us still speaking the language, we only understand the few conversational aspect of the language. We don't know the history. We don't know the deep language anymore. There's some things they will say to us in this same language that we speak that will be wondering, what did you just say? But you won't find that in the Western world. So we need to bring the teaching of mother tongue into our educational system from as early as early years. From as early as early years. Some time ago, I think was it last year? No, 2 years ago. Some students in my class, they're Indians. They speak good English, but so we're just gisting and we're like, okay, this Indian they speak in movies. Can you speak it? So oh, yeah, sure I can speak. I said okay, speak some. And then they began to use the Indian accent to speak English, and we all began to laugh. And it was so funny, but something dawned on me. They speak good English without the Indian accent, but they still can speak even with the Indian accent, and they can still speak even their own Indian language. We were both colonized by the British, but they didn't let go of their language. Why are we letting go of our own language and making it seem like that's the right thing to do? Nowadays, we now look down on children who speak their mother tongue, and we're like, what's this one doing? We make them feel like trash. Meanwhile, you cannot even say come in your own language, simply because you can speak another man's language and you're flaunting it. You hear things like no vernacular. We need to bring it back. Let's bring back the love of language into our students, because by so doing, we're bringing back the love of the nation into them. Let's teach them to respect cultural identities. Let's teach them to respect cultural identities. We see schools nowadays, they do events from different parts of the world, but they don't have any events that has to do with Nigeria, except for Cultural Day, to celebrate Nigeria's independence. Apart from that, nothing else. But they will do this from this country, this from that, that from this from that. Yes, I understand that we are building global citizens, yes. But they are first Nigerians before they become a global citizen. So we need to help them to respect cultural identities. We need to build these things into our curriculum to help them first identify with who they are and to respect every other culture, because Nigeria is multicultural. So they need to respect their own identity and respect others' identity. We need to build bridges among diverse communities. Now, when you teach a child to respect not just their own identity but also to respect other identities, all these identities, we are indirectly building bridges, because by so doing, one child will not say one is Boko Haram and another one is this and another one is that. They will understand that yes, you might be Igbo, I might be Hausa, and she might be Yoruba, but we are all Nigerian. It does not matter the tongue or the tribe. What matters is the fact that we are one nation. And what's the role of teachers in all this that I've mentioned? How do we bring teachers into this? Teachers need to be given professional respect and training. Professional respect and training. Today I was thinking about something that happened to me some time ago. You know, we're supposed to lodge into the hotel and our identities were being requested. So I wasn't with my ID card, but I had my license. I had my teacher's license with me. So I was like, can I give you my license? He said, oh, driver's license. I said, no. My teacher's license. He said, no. Driver's license, yes. Any other ID card, national ID card, BVN, whatever, yes. Passport, yes. But no teacher's license. So I was just thinking about, my mind just flashed to it today, and I was like, if a driver's license is acceptable, why should a teacher's license not be acceptable? It's a license given to me by the country that I am registered to teach in Nigeria. So if that does not hold water in Nigeria, then I cannot hold any other country to ransom if they don't respect it, because it's not even respected in my nation. So teachers have to be given professional respect. There are countries that, well, when you are a teacher, you have some benefits. You have some safe passage in some aspects. They say, oh, you're a teacher. Teachers are respected like senior citizens. There are countries that do that. So we need to begin to give teachers a professional respect, the same way we respect doctors, even though I doubt if that respect is that high in Nigeria. It's unfortunate. So professional respect needs to come back. And then training. Our teachers need to be trained. Yes, I understand that, yes, the government is trying to an extent in the aspect of training, but there's something we call checks and balances. Because there are no checks, there are no balances. Many of these teachers just go to the training, all in the hope of what they, the money they will get or the food they will eat. They go and they come back with nothing to show for it. Can we put in place checks to ensure that these trainings are actually taken? You see cases of you want to study law. If you don't score 300, 350 in JAM, you cannot enter. But then if you want to study education, even 120 you will enter. That's the irony of the society we find ourselves. A profession that will build all other professions, and then you let it seem like mediocrity is acceptable. You don't have to be good at what you do. See, schools that have teachers who are not qualified at this time and age, NCE teacher is still a thing in some schools.
NCE in 24th century. This is 2026, not 1996. We can do better. We can do better. We have countries that enforce that if you don't have a master's degree, you cannot teach. When I was abroad and I wanted to teach, I knew the scrutiny I went through. They dusted me up and down to be sure that yes, I had what it took to get into the system. There was one that they wrote in the interview email for a math teacher job. They said, if you are not good in math, don't come. As in, they wrote it there. If you are not good in math, don't bother coming. Don't even say you want to come and try. Don't just bother coming. Even me, I had to ask myself, are you good in math? Because when I was like, how can this people be this blunt? If you're not good in math, don't come. And seriously, when I went for the interview, I knew why they said that. Because it was like from one thing to another, from one level to another, from one level to another. When I finally got the job, I knew that yes, this one is not for the faint-hearted. Little wonder why everyone on my team was delivering their A game, whether anyone was there or not. Because you cannot pass through that kind of rigorous process and then you come in and be doing anyhow. But here you find teachers who accuse students of being olodo, dumb-headed, but you're not giving anything to that student to help them become better. Just go and check it. How did they even come in? They came in with lesser qualifications. They came in with low grades. Now what do you expect that kind of teacher to do? In Singapore, continuous professional development is a priority. You must continually show evidence of continuous professional development. What courses have you taken this year? What courses are you taking right now? What are you doing to develop yourself? It's a priority. You don't show evidence, you don't get promoted. It's embedded in your performance management. And like I said, some schools are doing that in Nigeria. But we need to be intentional about it. In what area, in what aspect are you continually developing yourself as a teacher? We have teachers who are teaching in 2026 with 1991 curriculum. Or wrong now? It's very wrong. And you expect that teacher to help the student in his or her class to be world changers, to be problem solvers. The student is going to be a problem solver, only that the student will be solving problems of 1991. But this is 2026. We're preparing the students for a job that does not even exist yet. So they have to be dynamic. They have to be dynamic. But they can't be dynamic if we ourselves are not dynamic. Another one is we need to give unto teachers mentorship and leadership. We need to provide mentorship and leadership. We need to help them to also become mentors to their students. They are to help the students to think independently and ethically. We need to help teachers understand that they are a signboard that directs the students where they should go. We see some signboards in Nigeria these days where this is Bello Street, but the signboard is pointing this way. And if you don't actually know that this is Bello Street and you're looking for Bello Street, you will go that way. That's how some teachers are nowadays. They've turned because they themselves do not have mentors guiding them. So they too are guiding their students wrongly. So we need to provide mentorship for teachers so that they too can step up in their role as mentors to the students. Equity and inclusion. We need to embed equity into our educational system. Equal access for all children. All, emphasis on all. Equal access for all children. We see situation in Nigeria today that some children do not go to school, probably because of their poor backgrounds. Their parents cannot afford to send them to school. There was a time in Lagos State that if any child was caught outside during school hours, the parents would have to speak. I don't know if they still do that, because nowadays I see children outside begging alms on the streets, and I'm wondering what's going on. Have they stopped it? Because I know there was a time in Lagos State, even if you're a beggar, if they find your child on the street during school hours, it's big trouble for the parents. Then it was no child must be left behind. No child left behind. That was the slogan then. Every child must be in school. It was free education for the primary level. So every child must be in school. So you don't have any excuse that you don't have fees to pay. Take your child to school. But I don't know if they still do that, because now I see children on the streets. So there must be equal access to all children. Even those living with disabilities. Children living with disabilities. We need to help them understand that disability does not mean inability. It only means differently able. You're able to do this just in a different way. So we need to include them. I look through schools, even so-called big schools. I look through schools. Sometimes I just stand in the middle of a place and I try to can a child who is crippled come to this kind of school? No, because there is no accessible entryway for them. Stairs everywhere. So that's a subtle way of saying you are not allowed here. Can a blind child come to this school? No. So we need to build even our educational institutions in a way that it is accessible to everyone, including those with disabilities. Inclusiveness and equality. In Afghanistan, they have scholarship for girls. As a girl child, you get to go to school for free. In Sweden, there is a SEN initiative, Special Education Needs Initiative, for students who fall into that category. Students with one learning need or the other. They have it. We need to begin to put these things into place. We also need to help our students to understand that it's about lifelong learning, not just learning in the four walls of the classroom. No. The moment you step out of the classroom, you are still learning. And the moment you stop learning, you begin to die. So it's not just about exams. I see cases where students, all they do is they cram and pour. Exams are coming, they start to fidget. It's not just about exams. And that's why some schools are Some days ago, I read about Nigeria evolving from just assessment based or just one particular assessment based learning to a method of continuous assessment, and I was like, that's a very good one. I was very happy about it. If they can actually implement it very well, it will be a very welcomed one, and it will be very nice. The assessment should be continuous. It's not just a one-time thing, or we want to do tests. You read, you cram, and then you pour, you pass. And then it's time for exam, you also do cram and pour, pass. We call it agberugbe stuff in Yoruba. Put it in your head and pour it down. Afterwards, they ask you, what is this? You've forgotten because you poured it, and that's the end. Little wonder why we get into the employment space and we cannot replicate what we have been taught. So we need to build structure our systems in a way that students employ lifelong learning. They take lifelong learning much more over cramming and pouring, over just exam success. So learning for life. We teach them about, we also embed life learning into the curriculum. Finance, teach them about financial literacy. Many of us are learning financial literacy the hard way. It's either life has taught us, and then we now begin to seek for help. We begin to learn on our own. But I don't think any of us was taught financial literacy in school. So we need to begin to intentionally teach financial literacy, civic participation. How can we go through school and we don't even know our history? I talked about language earlier. History is another subject that every child should do. Every child should learn. It's not about whether you're in art class or you're not, or not. Whether you're in science, you're in commercial, you should learn the history of your nation. Civic responsibility, civic participation. We should be intentional about teaching this to our students. Health and well-being. Thank God for social media, but then thanks but no thanks, because only a few people are actually passing the right information, even on social media. And that is why our educational system should be structured in a way that we get to learn the right things about our health and well-being in schools. First aid. There was a day my children were eating and one of them began to choke. Thank God I was at home. I was just lying down on the couch, and then I started hearing the wheezing sound. They thought he was joking, and the remaining two began to laugh. They were making jest of him with the way he was wheezing, but he was slowly dying. They did not know. From my sleep, I jacked up and began to apply first aid. Then he came back. By the time he became better, that was when they saw the way I was jacking him. They became scared. That what was going on? What was going on? They did not know what was going on. They were losing their brother. They did not know. They thought he was joking. I was shaking to my bones because I had taught them some little first aid that they could do, but I never taught them this particular one. Thank God even I took it upon myself to learn about it so I could help my students. That was how I was able to help my own son. I would have lost him that day. And afterwards they said, "Mommy, how did you know?" and I had to start teaching them about choking. This is not something we learn in school, except you are a nurse or a doctor or you're a medical student. We don't learn these things. These are one of the things to teach our students. These are one of the things to teach our students. Let's embed it intentionally into our curriculum, because it could save a life. They need to know what to do at every point in time. Before a medical practitioner arrives, they need to know what to do. They need to know what to do. So we have to embed these things into our curriculum, and we have to be very intentional about it. Let us build a school system that partners with communities and industry. Let schools begin to partner with local communities. In Germany, apprenticeship is a thing where once one goes to school, you hear things about, okay, this child is leaving school for this particular time to go and learn how it works in the real world. You see, internship in Nigeria, sometimes to find internship is work. If you don't know who knows who, you won't get anything. Why must you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody? We need to be intentional with our internships, apprenticeships. We need to be intentional about it. Many of these countries, this Western world, countries in the Western world, even engage in exchange program, where a student will learn maybe first year in this country, second year in another country. Go and feel how it is outside there, and then come back and complete your studies. We need to begin to do these things. We need to begin to do these things. Let schools begin to respond to society needs, community needs. Let's build the curriculum in a way that, yes, you have something, you're collaborating with the community, and you have something, you're preferring solutions to some of the problems in that community. But when the school is not empowered, how do they want to do this? Our curriculum should begin to reflect real economic needs. Many years ago, at the end, when in universities, when students are graduating, companies actually come. It's like a job fair. How many of it do we have these days? How many of these do we have these days? I remember during the times of our parents, they would say, when you're done with secondary education, a job is waiting for you already. Secondary education. Nowadays, even with your masters, with your doctorate, you're still not sure of anything. You're still not sure of anything. I was speaking with a finance expert some time ago, and he mentioned something. He said when he was doing his MBA, that everything he was being taught was so annoying to him, because they were not skills that were obtainable in the real world. Like, you see, they teach you how to do this, how to do that, but when you get into the real world, you discover that the method they taught you in school is totally different from what is obtainable in the real world. And you become lost, you become a novice, but you've done your MBA, and after the MBA you are still useless, and then the company begins to train you afresh like a novice. Why should that be? Why should that be? Our curriculum needs to be aligned. Let's align it to the problems of the real world. Why not align the curriculum to what is being done in those companies, so that they learn it already in school, so that by the time they come to work, they just go straight to working instead of being retrained. So even if they are going to be retrained, it's just going to be in the ethics of the organization you found yourself, not in how to do your job. Little wonder employers are saying our graduates are unemployable. How will they be employable? How? When the curriculum is from 1991 and you're teaching them something that has been, well, it was last updated in 1991. You're teaching them that in 2026. And you see students getting A's in school but failing in life because our curriculum is not aligned. So we need to align our curriculum to reflect real economic needs. What exactly do we need as a nation? Let's push our curriculum to reflect that. We need to begin to measure success beyond exams. Let's measure understanding instead of memorization. Let's begin to measure application of knowledge, creativity, and problem solving. These are the things we want to see in our students. Let's build our system, our educational system in a way that they understand that it's not just about passing the examination. No, it's about problem solving, delivering real solutions that can help people. Let's build projects that are sustainable, that can help the community, that can help the society. I read something sometime not too long ago about a country, I can't remember the country now, changing the process of obtaining doctorate degree. So now you don't have to only write thesis. So you can decide, oh, I don't want to write a thesis, I want to build a product that can be used in the real world. I want to innovate a product. So if you're able to come up with an innovation that can solve real life problems that has not been in existence, you get your doctorate degree. Let's begin to encourage that. There are some students that when it comes to 1+1, they are out of there. But when it comes to hands-on task, they are top-notch. Let's build this strength. Let's not box them into theoretical corners. In New Zealand, they use their portfolio assessment and learner initiatives. It's not just about assessment. So their learners are not just boxed into corners. So the learner narratives are put into consideration. Their application of knowledge is put into consideration. So how well they're able to use the knowledge that they have to solve problems is put into consideration. Why not let us adapt to this too? Because it would really help us. Looking at our leadership and our policy, let's begin to create stable and forward-looking policies. Little wonder we don't have stable and forward-looking policies. When we bring someone who is not an educationist into the system, it's like asking someone who does not know how to drive a car to come and be the bus driver. That's a recipe for failure. So let's begin to give the job to those that are well trained in the job to do. Let them create policies that survive political changes. You see some people, they get into power today and they just want to create a policy so that they will know that yes, I am the one in power. And by the time they create a policy and they leave power, another person comes into power, discards the policies they've made and creates their own. Why? What happens to, if that policy is a fantastic one, what happens to carrying it on? What happens to that? So we need to begin to create policies that survive political changes. Because it's not all about politics now. It's all about the nation. It's all about the nation. It's not just about politics. It's not just about it is me. I was one that did this. I was one. It's not about who did it. It's about, is the nation working? Let's begin to base our policies on evidence and global best practices. We go to different countries. They go for vacation. They see what is obtainable in these nations. So what happens to borrowing an idea or two from these nations that you go to? Most of their children don't even school in Nigeria. So they know how it works out there. They know how it is. They know what is obtainable. So what happens to bringing those ideas into Nigeria too, to help us, to help our educational system, to help our citizens become better educated? So we need to also prioritize long-term investments in our learning. I remember when I was in school, it wasn't the era of social media yet. It was, in fact, there was no social media. There was, yes, then if you wanted to do research, you have to go to a cafe, buy time, go on Google, Wikipedia and all that. And at this time, my school library had books from as far back as 1991. And you expect people to pass. How? So it wasn't something that you could even easily access the internet that you say, okay, I will study online. You are tied down to that library, except you know somebody abroad that can send you materials. If not, you're on your own. So let's begin to prioritize long-term investments. Let's put better budgets for this educational system. Better budget for our educational system. Funding and accountability. So let's fund adequately. And in the process of funding, checks and balances matter, because that's another thing that really affects us in Nigeria. There are aspects where money actually goes, but the money goes in and it's been embezzled by some people. But if there is what we call checks and balances, if there is a check, the money will not be embezzled. It will do it. You will ensure that whatever it is supposed to be used for is what it is used for. Let there be adequate funding, but let there also be transparency and accurate accountability. Let's imagine a Nigeria with a school in a rural community where a student programs our own mobile app. That's the Nigeria I look forward to seeing. A Nigeria where a school partners with a local farm to teach science. That's the Nigeria I look forward to seeing. A school where even before a graduate finishes school, they started a business. I'm not talking about POS. Sorry. I'm not undermining any business right now. But seriously, this is where we are now. Where you see a first class graduate coming out and opening POS business. Like I said, I'm not looking down on the business. But I'm looking forward to a Nigeria where graduates build companies that get into the Fortune 500. That's the Nigeria I look forward to seeing. Where for them, it's not just about passing exams, but it's about building empires. Because it's possible. It is possible. I remember one of my students, I trained her, I think sometime around 2012. Yes, it was 2012. I trained her to write SATs. She wanted to school abroad, so I trained her to write SATs. So she wrote the SAT and went to school abroad. So when she got her BSc and she was done with that, she went on to do her masters and all that. And I think sometime around, was it 2015 thereabout? No, 2018 I think thereabout. She was done with her masters and I saw her being awarded in the US for developing a product. You know, a technological innovation. She was awarded for that. This is a student I taught in 2012. Now, if she had schooled in Nigeria, do you think she might have been able to achieve that at that time? But because she schooled abroad, she was able to get access to the best of the best trainings. She's able to achieve better, achieve more in just a short period of time. That's the Nigeria I look forward to. She was still a student. She got heavy amount of money for that. It's not a Nigeria that will award 100 million naira to somebody that is doing immorality shows and 150k to a best graduating student in overall best graduating students. What are we silently telling the coming generation? No wonder they will ask a little child, what do you want to become? And say, well, I want to become a Yahoo boy. Because we are indirectly projecting to them that education is not the way. It's just a waste of time. They see people who are actually educated, who are morally upright, living paycheck to paycheck, not because they are not financially aware or because they are not financially trained, but simply because the economy is stifling, and they see people in this same economy that is stifling who engage in immoral acts, living large, driving expensive cars, building houses, buying mansions, and yet things like that your 9 to 5 cannot afford this, except you are a Yahoo boy or you are a small girl with a big God. So what are we indirectly telling them? And that's why I look forward to in Nigeria that graduates will not only see it as it's just about passing exams, but they can actually build a thriving business. A multi-million naira business, even while they are in school, because the system enables them and the system equips them. I look forward to classes that reflect Nigerian languages, not classes where you will hear no vernacular. I look forward to classes that will reflect Nigerian culture and aspirations. Because we need to understand that education is supposed to shape citizens. It's not just a repeater of facts. It's supposed to shape our thoughts, our reasoning, our actions. And that's why we have to be very intentional. We have to be very intentional. In conclusion, Education is not a commodity. It's not a commodity. It's not. It is a gift to every child. So don't let us see it as when we do these things, I'm just helping them. I'm helping their life. No, you're not. You're not helping them. It is a gift to every child. Every child has the right to learn, to education. And not just any education, to quality education. Every child has a right to quality education. Because strong education, solid education is the foundation to a nature's future. So you're not doing anybody a favor. Instead, it is a public good. We need to begin to educate minds that think. Minds that think critically. Hearts that care. We need to educate hearts that really, really care. Care about the society, care about the community, care even about themselves. Care about the betterment of their nation. We need to begin to develop hearts that care. And we need to develop citizens that act. I saw online today a picture of Iranians who lined themselves up on the bridge to protect their social infrastructure. We need to begin to build citizens that act. But most especially, we need to ensure that the society is safe enough even for them to act. Malala Yousafzai of I Am Malala said something. She said, one child, one teacher, one book, one pen can change the world. So we need to understand that these children that we're building up, the learners of today, they're going to be the leaders of tomorrow. And if we really want them to change this nation, we need to be very intentional in building them up to change this nation. It's garbage in, garbage out. So if we put garbage in them, they will be bringing back the garbage to us. And that's why we have to be very intentional. We really need to be intentional. We need to be intentional in building our education system. We need to be intentional even in the implementation. We need to be intentional even in the implementation. We need to be really intentional. We should understand that it's not just about a child holding a pen. It's not just about teaching them to hold a pen to write 1, 2, A, B, and C. No. We need to teach them that when they hold a pen, they are writing a future of dignity, a future of creativity, and a future of progress. So we have to be really intentional in what we do. I just hope that this call that I've made today, that we would wake up to it. Our government, school owners, curriculum developers, Minister of Education, everyone would rise to this call Because learners today are the leaders of tomorrow. And the future of Nigeria lies in their hands. Thank you very much for listening. And with this, I will be passing on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a great presentation. You agree with me. Good evening, everybody. Today, I'll be speaking on the topic, the decline of reading culture in Nigeria and how to revive it. The decline of reading culture in Nigeria and how to revive it. So, how many of us have a book you are currently reading at the moment? You have a book you are currently reading? Okay. How many of us have read at least 2 books in 2026? You finished at least 2 books in 2026. Not your school book, not your.
What about podcast?
Podcast? No. Audio book maybe. Okay. Physical book. How many of us have read physical books? At least two this year. Okay, that's good. That's good. Now, the topic is the decline of reading culture, and it is a decline because we cannot say that there was no reading culture at a point in Nigeria. There was a time when reading culture was really the order of the day. It was really on the rise. Or don't let me assume, let me throw it to the house. Do you believe that there is a decline in reading culture in Nigeria? Or maybe I'm the one assuming things. Do we believe that there's a decline in reading culture in Nigeria? Oh, okay, thank you. You agree with me that the level in which people used to read then is really different from nowadays. As a matter of fact, there is something called the Onitsha market literature. You can research on it. And it was during the 1950s, 1960s. During that time, this literature were usually in small pamphlets, and they usually have themes of love, friendship, moral values, and it was really, the reading culture then was so high that they used to sell books like that as the way they sell pepper and rice, the way they sell normal daily goods. That's the way they used to sell books like that. Around that time, it was really normal for people to pick up books and to read. And it was the literature or the reading culture of that moment that even now produced great writers that we have in our country, the likes of Chinua Achebe, the likes of Wole Soyinka, Flora Nwapa, and a lot of that. So yes, reading culture was a thing in our country, but sadly it's already declining. That culture is already dying, and I do not think we should allow that culture to die. In fact, there is a popular saying which is really annoying. If you agree with me, they will say that, and you can, if you've heard that expression before, you can complete it for me. That says, if you want to hide something from an African man, put it where? In a book. Should it be that? What do they mean by that? That's because they see that a typical African man would rather gist, would rather sit somewhere, talk, instead of picking a book that has what invaluable information to read. So this is the extent to which the reading culture in our country is already declining. And then the era of social media is not helping. You will agree with me. When I asked the question the other time, many people say, what about podcasts? What about audiobooks? We are still going to talk about all that. But you will agree with me that the social media is not even helping, because it's not battling with our time. It's not battling with our time. So reading culture it's really declining. So before we move deeply into our presentation, what do we really understand by reading culture. What do we really understand by reading culture? Now, when we say reading in this context, it's not reading to pass your examination. That's not what we are talking about. It's not reading to pass. It's when you have, that's why we say culture. Culture is a total way of life. When your value, right? So when reading is your culture, it means that is your total way of life. That is the way of life. It is part of you. The way language is part of somebody, the way clothing, the way food is part of somebody, that's the way reading, if somebody has reading culture. And there's even a study that says that about 79% of students nowadays read just to pass examination. Many people, the only books they ever read in their entire life is because maybe they are in school. They have never, whether even if it's as small as a literature text, I mean that one does not even involve a high level of intellectual capacity to assimilate a literary text like a fiction. Even as little as that, you see that a lot of people find it difficult to pick that to read. Another way you will see that reading culture is declining is this. I don't know if you have ever noticed before, especially on Facebook. Maybe that's why many people these days, they will say that Facebook is for old people, Facebook is the, you know that is text format that is most prominent on Facebook. So if you are a creator on Facebook, you mainly, not that people don't share video, but most times it's that long text, and probably on LinkedIn too. I will see there are sometimes I will come across a long post, and after reading, checking the comments, I will see some people say that why is your post too long, please next time summarize it. Some people may even say that please somebody that read it from beginning to end, summarize it for us in the comment section. That is what, that is just a post, a social media post. How long could a social media post be? It can't even be 10,000 words. I don't think Facebook allows 10,000 words. For somebody to still struggle with reading a Facebook post, that really shows the level in which the decline in reading culture has really eaten into the Nigerian youth. Now, so, and a nation that reads is a nation that thrives. A nation that reads is a nation that thrives, because knowledge, you cannot give what you do not have. You cannot apply what you do not know. It is said that wisdom is applied knowledge, but a knowledge that you do not acquire, how do you want to apply it? There is a process of you acquiring knowledge first before you now apply that knowledge in a particular scenario that you need it. But if you have not acquired the knowledge, there is no way you will apply the knowledge. So we will say that in different aspects of our life, reading is very, very important, and that's what move us to the next aspect of my speech, which is what are the advantages of reading? Why do we think reading is important? The first thing is that it builds our brain differently. There's something about reading that you cannot compare to watching podcasts, that you cannot compare to listening to music, that you cannot compare to listening to watching videos or watching movies or watching documentaries. There's something, because the thing is that it builds your brain differently. When you are reading, you know, there is a difference between you reading, you assimilating and comprehending. When you take a book to read, your brain is going to pass through those different levels. You are going to read the letters. The letters have to make sense to you. You have to make sure to comprehend it and assimilate it. So that's why it trains your brain to be what? To be very, very active, more than any other activities that you can ever think. And that is important, because when somebody reads and the person says, I don't really understand this thing that I am reading, that means you have not trained your mind to read and to understand. which is very, very important, which everyone must be able to do. And then another thing is that it builds your communication skills, your vocabulary skills. In English, we will say that if anybody wants to build their communication skills, start reading. That's one of the things. If you want to build your communication, your vocabulary skills, start reading, because when you read, you are going to learn new words in context. You are not just going to learn synonyms, antonyms, this. No, you are going to see the way those words are used whenever you are reading, which is very, very important. So it builds your communication power, and it also builds empathy. Yes, imagine you are reading fiction now, and they are painting a scenario of a character who has been mistreated. It helps you to empathize, because there is a way a character is being treated, and you have that catharsis, you have that purgation of emotion, and you say, really. It's different from when such scene is being interpreted on the screen. The level of your mental capacity that you need to assimilate a book, any book you are reading, is different from when you are watching that same thing on the television. When you are watching it as a movie or a film, they've already interpreted it. So the level of mental capacity you are going to use at that moment is still minimal compared to reading. That's why you have to read in order for you to activate your brain. So it is very important, because it builds your emotional skills, it builds your mental ability to empathize, with characters. It's very, very important. And in a country that we have different tribes, we have different religions, ethnic groups, I think one of the things that is lacking, and one of the things that may be causing lack of empathy in our nation, is because people do not read. Yes, it's because people do not read. That's why sometimes you see some posts on the internet, and you will see, I've seen it before, and sometimes you will see the comments. Somebody say it's what is lacking is comprehension problem. Because sometimes I will read a post, I will go to the comment section, and a lot of people will be saying something totally different, dragging the poster, whereas the person is saying the same thing, different thing. So it's very important, because that is one thing that reading can do for an individual. And then another thing that reading does is to improve your critical thinking. Yes, when you read, you are thinking critically. You must be somebody that read different genre of books. Read fiction, read non-fiction, read historical books, read personal development books. Read wide, because it will build your critical thinking. You will not just accept things hook, line and sinker. A reader is not somebody that can be easily manipulated, because before they manipulate you, you already have the knowledge to retaliate or to do something to save yourself from such manipulation. So reading builds critical thinking. You see people that just accept whatever they give them, whatever they dish to them. You don't contest knowledge, you don't ask question, why is this so? Whatever is just, okay, this thing is A. No, but you should be able to question, why is it A? Why not B? Why not C? So reading we do that to you. Reading will also make you a lifelong learner. Yes, and a lifelong learner and knowledgeable. Yes, there is no endeavor of life that you want to get to in life that you will not need reading. You will not need reading. It is very, very important. I once listened to Bishop David Oyedepo's preaching one time like this, and he said, I don't know if anybody have listened to that message before, or maybe you've seen a clip, that he said some years back, while they were still building the church, he traveled out and he bought 2 boxes. When his wife welcomed him, he opened the first box, said books from top to bottom. He opened the second box, books from top to bottom. The wife now asked him, dear, what else? And he told the wife, all less. That what else again? It's only books that he brought. He now said, he told the wife something, that if I can read and understand this, it will make me the manufacturer of things I would have bought. He said, if I read the content of these books and I apply what is there, it will make him the manufacturer of things he would have bought from that journey. And looking at it from since then till now, indirectly or directly, he is indeed the manufacturer of things he could have bought, because I don't think there's anything that he wants to buy at this moment that he cannot buy. So what that means is just telling us that the story just telling us the essence of reading. Whatsoever you want to do in any endeavor of life, there are people that have done it before. That's why biographies too, they are great books, because when you read biographies of people, you tend to see how they achieve what they've achieved. You tend to read from their perspective, what they faced, and a lot of that. So reading make you a lifelong learner, and you get to be exposed to people's life, because you may not necessarily see people to guide you, do this, do that, but when you read books, you are drawn into the world, into their story and into their life. That's how important reading is. You cannot see a successful business owner, or not even about business, that did not read, that did not invest in knowledge. I mean, and we are not talking about somebody that just stumbled on wealth, or maybe due to one viral post or something. No, we are talking about somebody that has built something tangible. Last week Tuesday, I joined Mrs. Tara Feladurotoye's live session on Instagram, because she just wrote a book. I think the last time I was there, I referenced her, that she has built her business, House of Tara, for more than 20 years. And so she wrote a book, Building Beyond You. So she has been doing live every Tuesday. So I joined that live, and one thing that she said I want to reference was that she says that she was grateful for writing these books, because she felt if she had seen something like this while she was growing her business, it would have been better. She said the only information that it was at her disposal were foreign businesses, and of course they can help her, but the context is different. So she was telling us that if you are reading the book and she said, okay, I started at law school, I started this, that you'll be able to relate. If she said, okay, my first office was at Victoria Island, as a Nigerian, you can relate to that. From somebody that's saying, okay, maybe I started at Silicon Valley, or I started at Seattle, and all of that. So it's a lot different, although you can get knowledge from those ones as well. But she was just saying the essence. It was telling us the essence of reading, how reading is important. How reading is important. And as a matter of fact, there's a saying that you will be, two things will determine where you will be in the next 5 years. I didn't say that. It's a quote that I heard somewhere. Two things will determine where you will be in the next 5 years: the books you read and the people you move with. The books you read and the people you move with. Because that's the thing. When you open your mind to a lot of information, it tends to guide you. Sometimes you may just be saying, okay, why am I reading this book? Why am I reading this book? It's not that you read a book today and you will see where to apply it tomorrow. But those information that you are imbibing in you, it will come out. It will be needful sooner or later. You don't know what you're already investing in yourself. It is when you are in a position to make decision, and you just make that decision, and you will think that decision that you make, you will think it's common sense. But it's not common sense. You will not know that it's because of some investment in knowledge that you've made in yourself that informed you to make that decision. So it's very, very important that what reading is makes somebody a lifelong learner, and it helps you to be open to knowledge. Nobody is an island of knowledge. No. And then if you want to move out of your current environment, you want to change position, you must be able to identify that there are people that have been where you are going to. If somebody says, okay, I want to build a tech business, or I want to do something, anything you want to achieve, there are people that have achieved that in life, and then you getting their books and reading their books will expose you to how they are able to do it. I think it was
Bishop David Oyedepo as well, that said when he wanted to get married, that he read 39 books. I hope I got the number right. 39 books on marriage before he got married. It's just telling us that it's still about investment of what? Investment in knowledge. Investment in knowledge is very, very important. And unfortunately, that is what is now declining in our society. Declining. Because when you go to bookstores, there are a lot of books for anything in this life. Anything in this life, there is a book on it. Just think about it. You want to learn how to manage time. Thousands of books. You want to learn something about how to manage friendship and relationship. Thousands of books on it. Marriage, millions of books. Money, millions. Savings, thousands of books on it. So there is nothing in this life there is not a book that has been written on it. Another thing that reading does is to improve your focus and concentration. Social media has eroded that focus now, especially with reels. Reels, TikTok, it has really done more harm than good in the area of concentration and focus. Now, was it not last week? No, it was 2 weeks ago. We had a homogeneous leader group meeting in my church, and yes, it was. And one of the person that was leading the meeting was now talking about some materials that were sent on the group that people were supposed to read. And somebody was saying that when she opened the PDF, that was really so long that she's not somebody that is that focused and reading, that she gets bored. So the man was not just explaining that she will have to try and all that he now made reference rather to his children, that he just noticed that when they carry their tab and they are on YouTube shorts, Instagram reel, TikTok, they are mostly 1 minute or at most 1 minute 30 seconds. You just felt they would do and when they finish one, before they like the way all of us, most of us are also used. When you're on Instagram, he said they have to collect their tab. I now said this is it. It's not that I will not give you this thing to watch, but the rule is go and watch YouTube video at least 30 minutes. Because he was sensing that thing is already damaging their focus, their concentration. And that's the major reason why many people struggle to read. Lack of focus and concentration. In fact, it was last week I saw, I think it's this creator, maybe Justin, the guy called Justin. He made a video that, somebody reading a book for the first time, you want to read. He was not so distracted. It's when you are the person that you are reading just first page. After about 2 seconds, draw the curtain, went back to the book again. After about 5 seconds, open the curtain again. After about 1 second, you check the back of the biography. Oh wow, he went to school in New York. He has not read a page. After about that, he was looking for something else. He was in that video. He was portraying lack of focus and concentration that many people have when they take book to read. It's that time that they will see something on Instagram and they will be on that Instagram and they will now forget the book that they wanted to read. Some people, it's when they take the book to read, that's when sleep will come. And if they use that same time on TikTok, they will never sleep. So it improves focus and concentration, because it takes a whole lot of focus to be concentrated on a concept, on something you are reading, especially if you are reading non-fiction. Fiction is still interesting, very interesting. Maybe you are reading story, it could be Christian fiction, it could be normal fiction, and story books particularly, that's what is called fiction. But if it is non-fiction, you are reading personal development book, you are reading how to win friends and influence people, 7 habits of highly effective people. Sometimes you just pick it, you be like but when you are able to hold your concentration, it helps you. And I will definitely give tips on how we can develop our reading culture, because it is something that if you do not have, you should what? You should inculcate it. You should start learning it. And if you once had and you think it's already declining little by little, maybe as at the time that you were building your reading culture, there were no distractions like that. It's my but now you aside social media, life, work, business, a lot of things are now competing with your time, but it is something that it can actually be learned. Another importance of reading is that it helps you for your academic and career advantage. Yes, somebody that finds reading, the main reason why many people struggle academically is not because they do not have that seriousness in them. It's just that they find reading boring and they cannot invest the necessary time they need in reading. That's the thing. They do not have the habit. They do not have reading habit. That's the main reason why many people struggle. Not that they do not have what? They are not brilliant. That's why some people, they will prefer for somebody to explain everything to them. And if somebody should just explain orally to them and they go to the exam hall, they will do well. But if for them to just sit down, they don't have that word. They don't have that patience to sit down. So if you want to improve academically, you will really need to invest in reading. I think not the last time, my speech I gave about maybe academic excellence, I talked about how I used to go to the library. I can be in the library from on a maybe weekend or public holiday or anytime that it's not class. I can be in that place from morning and I will be coming back to the hostel in the evening. And not that I will sleep. Was one thing I would tell myself, how can I leave my hostel and come to the library and then I will not come and sleep? But one thing that really made that easy was that as at the time I was growing up, I really inculcated reading habits. And that time I was just reading fiction. That's how I grew. I grew my reading habits. I was reading fiction. At that time I don't really know any maybe book. You can read personal development book, but I really know that it really helped me. So but by the time I just needed to shift from the genre of book I was reading to another, that transition was easy. The habit was still there. I just need to change the type of book I am reading or I was reading. It was so easy. I remember then I was in junior school. One weekend, this WAEC pass question, English WAEC pass question, WAEC pass, it's normally have theory, this thing. I picked my sister's WAEC pass question and I used one weekend to read all the essays in that WAEC pass question. All this, had I known, all this that you say, write an essay that ends with had I known, this thing, write something that I got, the essays and the letter there. It was a weekend I used. I did not know what I was inculcating in myself then. It was now later. Wow, this thing really helped me in this way. It helped me in this way. So, and another thing, reading books, borrowing books. There was one sister in my church then. She used to be my supplier. Then anytime I had access to any book from my school as well, I would give her. She too, she would give me, and all of that. So by the time I was now older, I needed to now read my school book. It was easy. And then later in life, when I decided to say, okay, I need to read personal development books, it was still easy. So it's important that if we want to, any students, reading culture is important. If it is career, there's no career you want to build that you do not need knowledge. And knowledge is gotten from books. You want to professional exam, you need to read. And aside that, maybe you want to read about you're already becoming a manager. There are a lot of books about what? About management, managing people. So you need to read because you can, like I said, you cannot give what you do not have. So career advancement and academic advancement are other advantages of reading. And then one thing you need to understand is that reading is not just an habit, it's an infrastructure. It's something that you should be inculcated in you. It should be part of who you are. That's what reading should be. It should be part of who you are. It's very, very important. Now, what are the evidence? What can we see? And it will show us that yes, reading culture is declining in our society. There are a lot of things that we can see. And the first one, like I mentioned the other time, is comprehension problem. There are many people that they have issue comprehending. They can see a post talking about A and they will interpret it about as B. Because if you have not taken a 360 pages of book and then you read and you understand, not just reading for fun, not just reading for the reading of it, you getting what the essence of what you are reading. So a lot of people have comprehension problem, which is something that they have not built due to the fact that they do not familiarize themselves with reading. And then another one is social media distraction. We now see that so many people spend most of their time on social media, and then for somebody to say, okay, I want to read, you have to create an environment where it will be easy for you to read. That's why sometimes e-books may not, I'm not saying cannot, e-books may be something distracting, because on the same phone where you are scrolling Instagram and TikTok is the same phone you want to use to read a particular book. So if you are not that disciplined, it's easy for you to just leave TikTok and to leave the book you are reading and just go back to TikTok and you are just there. 1 hour you are still there. So that's one evidence. Another one is that many people struggle to read for long, like I talked about the other time. And then why is it that Nigerians have stopped reading compared to what it used to be? I remember then growing up, my mom can recite some lines of Shakespeare books. Like she will be reciting in fact I cannot, that she will be reciting, and these are books that they've used since the day of modern 1, modern 2, modern this thing. So she will be reciting lines of Shakespeare books. In fact, it was my mom and my father set of books that I read for the first time. Julius Caesar, Weep Not Child, all those books. So then, while they were going to school, reading culture was still something then. While they were going to school, in fact, they made it, I think during that time, whether you are science or art or whatever, all of them had to take those literature courses. And the fact that they could read the line of books, Shakespeare. If you are a literature student, you understand what I am saying. Shakespeare writing is not normal English. It's all this thou, take it, get it. Exactly, it's not normal English. For somebody that could read out lines offhand, you understand that. So, but these days, we still have people that are so invested in books. I mean, we have people that are still trying in our country to revive, but data does not lie. Data has shown that more than 70% of students these days are reading just to pass the exam. So what that means that the last time some people will take a book and read would be when they finish school. Now, after they finish school, they will never take a book to read again. About 79% of students in this country are like that. Now, one of the reasons why reading has declined in Nigeria is schools teach reading for testing, and our previous speaker talked extensively on this aspect of schooling and learning. She talked extensively. You will see that these days the essence of reading in school is to pass exam in 4 sentences. Why is this comprehension? Just it's not really testing understanding. It's not. And although they want them to read it, I used to be in the classroom, and then literature students struggle to read literature text that the exam will come out from. Something that is so appalling. Why would you be a literature student and you struggle to read? So the Nigerian economy, curriculum rather, it focuses on testing and not comprehending. are not comprehending. So it's something people just want students to read and to pass. So I think reading should be part of the curriculum and not necessarily for testing of exam. They should just, and that's why some schools they have reading club. The way they have jazz clubs, some schools have reading clubs. You read, let's come and what? Let's discuss. So it's very, very important. And number 2 reason why reading culture has declined is that homes do not model reading. You are telling your son, go and carry your book, but mommy, you are on TikTok. Or daddy, you are on phone. They do not see you read. So most times when children do not see them what their parents read, they struggle to do that. It is very, very important. Homes do not, and sometimes you cannot blame them. You can say, okay, maybe because of economic pressure. People, they are going to work, they have businesses, so they may not have time to read. But the thing is that even if it's 20 minutes a day, you just have to have a structure that works for you. So when homes do not model reading, children, they find it difficult to imbibe the culture as well. It's very, very important. And then another reason why Nigerians have stopped reading is social media and the distraction. I think I've talked extensively about that. And the get-rich-quick syndrome, also known as hustle culture. If you were when I delivered my previous speech, I talked extensively about hustle culture. Everybody wants to get rich. They just need tips. Give me hacks. Give me this. That's why even on social media these days, videos that go viral is maybe something you can do in 30 minutes, maybe a design that you can do on Canva for 30 minutes. Somebody will come with 1 minute video and say, let me teach you how to do this in 20 seconds. And everyone will not stop to watch. So many people want to do things in a faster way, quick way. And you know that reading is not going to do that. It's not a quick something. If you want to read, you would have to invest time. It's very, very important. So it's very, very important. And then another thing is that people want immediate gain. Okay, if I read this book now, what am I going to gain from it? So it's very, very important. So if things like that is not in place, many people will struggle to read. Another thing is that the publishing in this country is something that is most times not favorable, expensive to publish. And so as a result of that, many books are not made accessible to people. Which was not until recently that we have digital library like Okada books. Who knows Okada books here? Okada books. They started in 2013. Unfortunately, they closed down in 2023. They run for 10 years. Yeah, Okada books. You could actually even publish your book. You can buy ebook on Okada books. Their brand color is yellow like this, but I used to have that app. You should. Yeah, their brand color is yellow like this. So they were really big in the country then, and they really made things easy. When I saw that they were closing down in 2023, wow, I was really pained. And I went to research why. So I think it was economy, the harsh economy, and their operations, they could not sustain their operation again. They just had to. But I think the core reason still boils down to what? Lack of reading culture. Amazon has been there doing well. Of course, probably maybe that one, their operation cut across the world, right? And Okada books, as at then, were just still operating within Nigeria. But the thing is that if the reading culture is strong in the country, if the reading culture is strong in the country, they wouldn't have what? They wouldn't have closed down. they wouldn't have closed them if you had a lot of people. I think as at then they had 400,000 subscribers. Imagine having 400,000 subscribers in a country of how many millions? Over 200 millions. Look at that. Look at that. So it really shows what the decline in reading culture. The decline in reading culture. So we have really lost the culture, or maybe let's say we are still losing it, and we should not really lose it totally. Yeah, I think it is high time we revived that culture again. And then another thing is that what are the things we have lost through this decline of reading culture? What are the things we've lost? We've lost the collapse of critical thinking. Most people do not want to contest knowledge. Whatever they tell you, yes, accept it. And nobody grows without what? Without thinking critically. Another word is meditating. Meditating on what you have read. That's another word. So it's very, very important. That's evaluation of information. Evaluating information. That's one thing that really can also help you with. And you see that we can see the effect too in our communication. We can see the effect in our communication. Many people cannot construct type WhatsApp messages in a way that will make sense to you. Not knowing the right words to use. They do not have the right words to use. Granted, but the communication skills, the communicative words, vocabulary is not strong. And you can only learn this when you read. When you read, you will learn synonyms, you will learn antonyms, you will learn common sayings, you will learn idioms. It's when you read that you are going to learn all of these things. It's very, very important. That's when you are going to learn one of these things. And then when people do not read, they do not have empathy. They don't feel empathized. They don't empathize with people. But when you read a book in a skin that has many characters, different characters, people from different tribes, it will make you feel for somebody one, for somebody else. And then we have leadership vacuum. Leadership vacuum. That's one thing that has really been lacking. If our previous leader, if you know people like Obafemi Awolowo, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Ahmadu Bello, those people were readers. In fact, Obafemi Awolowo was a voracious reader. He was. In all of them, these people went as far as single-handedly created newspaper companies. Newspaper companies. Lagos Daily News, West African Pilot, and the likes. Tribune. I think it was Obafemi Awolowo that formed Tribune. I think it's still in existence till date. Because they were readers. And I really think the Western education that they had access to, it really helped them. You know, most of them went to London to read, to study then. And then when they came back and they even saw the impact of they were able to understand the impact of colonialism more than the traditional rulers. Those ones they did not know. That's why the British made use of indirect rule. They sidelined them, but they were able to see through that administration. They were able. So it's very important. The likes of these leaders, they were gracious leaders. They invested in knowledge. The question is that do we still have leaders who invest in knowledge these days? Or we have leaders that are leading through common sense? Because you cannot lead from, you can't give what you do not have. You can't make use of information that you do not want. You do not have. It is very, very important. Like say somebody wants to build a business now. It will be faster for you to take books, maybe 3, 4 or 5 books, or people that have built. It may not even be similar business, yes, but the fact that they built something in this country that is successful, we can learn from them. With the fact that there is no road, because I've read a little part of this man's book, Chiboria, the owner of Zenith Bank. Yes, I've read this book, and one of his books was saying that their office there, the road that leads to their office, he did the road himself. Now you know that's what Mrs. Sarah was saying. if somebody reads a book written by maybe Bill Gates or let's say Warren Buffett, he may not necessarily cite that example because that is not really their reality. Thinking about road, thinking about maybe they are using how did they navigate the power supply and all that. But from a Nigerian who has built a successful business in the country, and you yourself want to build something similar, you will see something to learn from them, from the person. You will see something to learn from the person. That's why it's funny when what's the name of this man, Femi Otedola, released a book the other time. What's the title of the book again? I've forgotten the name. He released a book and then internet went agog. People were like, okay, what should I learn? What does he want to say? Then what does he want to tell me? Understand that kind of thing. He cannot tell me how to. But many people with different perspectives. I do not have the book. I have not read the book. But I still think that nevertheless, there's no, for the fact that somebody maybe is born into wealth, is it the only one born into wealth that was able to manage the wealth today? Don't you have a number of people that were also born to wealth, but we don't see them. We don't see them. So the thing is that reading makes you exposed. Reading exposes you to knowledge that may not necessarily be at your disposal. That's the thing. Your environment may not give you the opportunity to have access to such information. So imagine somebody growing up, all these women that I reference, it's not my environment. Where I grew up is nothing like, okay, do you understand? But I was able to like know into the life of these people. So if somebody will have a vision now, if you say, okay, I want to, it has to be like maybe something that you have seen. That, okay, I want to be like this person, or I want to be like that person. You don't wake up and dream in isolation or have a vision. It must be something that will prompt that thing that you have. So it could be just through the books that you've read, or it could be through something that you watch. That's how information works. That's how access to information works. When you read books, another thing is that it will expose your mind. It will expose your mind to things. There are people that read books and they will get ideas from that book. Business ideas, just get limelight. Okay, I think if the person did this, I can apply this and do this. And I will achieve what? And I will achieve the goal that I want to achieve. So it's very, very important. It's very, very important that we see reading as something that is very good and something that we should imbibe. I think it was Bill Gates' documentary that I watched then, and he was a curious boy while he was growing up. And in that documentary, the mother even said that they had to really, at the time when he was very young, he had already read, I can't even read the encyclopedia or something, very young, a small boy, he had already read all those big, all those big books, books about IBM, books about Toyota, books about, yes, at very young age. So what that is saying is, and he cannot say that those things do not influence his acts. That's the thing. It will influence the action, and you may not just necessarily know how. So it's very, very important. So another thing that has led to stopping of of reading culture, another thing that we have lost is innovators deficit. What that means is that the creativity, people no longer try to think, to create something, to think outside the box. There are a lot of things that many people will just read, maybe something you read in a book, you come to your own country to come and apply. But in a situation where you are not reading, you cannot be exposed to such things. So innovators deficit, it is when you read, you get access to idea, light bulb moment. Oh, so that means I can apply this. So that's what reading does. That's what reading does. So it gives, and especially when you read broad, when you read broad, because most times when we are talking about reading, not that you are a lawyer and all the books you have ever read is a book by what? Is law books. Not necessarily. Read about business. Read about relationship. Read about friendship. Read about emotional intelligence. So it's very, because it is when you read and you are going to learn from these things that you are going to apply, and somebody will see you as, this person is a lawyer, but he's just different from other lawyers, because you have already broadened or your scope. You are not just linear. You are not just an engineer. The only thing you know is just engineering. It's just learning book on engineering. No, it's very, very important. But in a situation where, in a country where the reading culture is declining, it now seems like what we now have is everybody wants to be like everyone else. The last time we were talking about this social media, it's just like, that is why this hustle culture, because that the reading culture, it does not exist in hustle culture. It's contradictory, because in hustle culture you just want to follow the trend. Everybody is doing food vlog, you are doing food vlog. Everybody is doing comedy, you are doing comedy. Everybody, so no innovation, because what are you reading that is different? You are consuming the internet that everybody is consuming. So definitely you are not going to act based on, if you act differently, it's going to be strange. If you are going to act differently, that means you are consuming information that is different from other people. But in a situation where everybody is online, there is money online, that's just the focus of so many people. So it's really making the reading culture that to go down little by little. And it is very important that we really revive it early. And not just, we won't just say that, and there used to be a time. No, we shouldn't say there used to be a time. There used to be a time when, no, it shouldn't be. It's very, very important. And then another thing that we may have lost through reading culture is loss of national identity. Yes, most times many people now, except even government students now, except, okay, if maybe the first military rule in Nigeria was in what year? Who can tell me? Military rule started in Nigeria in what year? Now if I know it too, probably because I did government, right? So, but the point is that things like that. But imagine we have a country where people are interested to know. Because I remember then, while growing up, my father would be mentioning dates. They will be mentioning dates in 19 since this thing. This was what happened in 1980 something. I remember that time, that Abacha time. We remember this thing. They were familiar with those dates. But we see that now, this historical culture and the national identity might really be what we might be forgetting it. And even books that have it, the question is, are we reading those books? Because we cannot say there are no books. There are books now that is written on Obafemi Awolowo. There are many books on Obafemi Awolowo. How many have we read? There are many books on Civil War. Have you ever read it? There are many books on Nnamdi Azikiwe. Have you read it? There are many books on political party development in Nigeria. Have we taken our time to read it? So national identity, we may be forgetting it. At the end of the day, we cannot even say, if reading culture is totally lost, we may not even know what the country really stands for. What is really our core value? What is really our identity? And then the question is, do we even have leaders that are reading? Do we have leaders that are reading? And then they will show that, okay, because if it will show, the way you are going to lead is different. It will be different. The way you are going to read is different. It will be different. Because that's the thing. When you read, there is a way that reading will give you different things. That it will give you wisdom that is different from what you already know. It will give you wisdom that is different from what you are used to. if as a parent is one line, is one way that you know about parenting, when you read another book of parenting that is telling you what, that is telling you another thing, you are going to what, see that and read it, you are going to apply it differently. It's very important. Many people do not know the story about Civil War. Many people do not know the story about pre-colonial era and a whole lot of that. And before substitute, what is it that we are now substituting? From tomorrow now you will start seeing 1 minute 30 seconds, 1 minute, and the thing is that even with that you cannot get the, you can't compare it to going to listen to the full message of that. It's not about sharing the 1 minute. And that's one thing. We might be saying that social media you are learning it, but the brevity is killing us. That shortness, that's the thing, it's killing us. Many people cannot sit and watch a podcast of 1 hour. Even if they are watching it on maybe their TV or their laptop, they are still scrolling with their phone. They are scrolling with their phone. So the brevity, they cannot, we now find it difficult to sustain attention. And that is one thing that reading can do to you. Reading can help you to sustain attention. So when we say that, okay, social media is there, we are learning there, know that it is not long, it's short. It's short. And know that you are just going to learn facts. You may not learn in-depthly. Because in 1 minute, tell me, what knowledge can be shared in 1 minute? At most, 1 minute 30 seconds. So you are just going to learn facts, tips, hacks. You are not going to learn the real depth of what, of things. It's very important. So you are going to just learn fragmentation. Social media is transfer just fragmentation of knowledge, not depth. But when you read, you get the depth of what? Of knowledge. Then we can also say that, oh, we have podcasts, we have documentary. After all, I watch podcasts, I watch 1 hour podcast, I watch 1 hour 30-minute podcast. They are good, we cannot deny. You learn, people discuss and all that, but they are not good enough. They can't be compared to reading. They cannot be compared to reading, because this listening, when you are watching podcast, is listening, and listening is passive. Whether you are listening to the podcast or you are watching podcast, reading is passive, while reading is not. Listening is passive, while reading is not. What do I mean by that? When you are listening to a podcast or you are watching a podcast, they've already done half of that work that your brain is going to do for you. So when you are just listening, you are just assimilating it. But when you are reading it for yourself, you be the one to do the process of reading, interpreting what you are reading at the same time. So that's it. Reading is very what? Active. It's built. You are the one that will build the image in your mind. You are the one that will form the image and you comprehend it. But when you are watching or you are listening, you may not be able to have this kind of what? Of opportunity. And then we can say, oh, we have e-books that we can read as well. E-books are good, they are fine, but they are still not good enough compared to physical book, something you can hold and you can read, you can carry anywhere. Some people say, oh, I may not be able to carry my book everywhere, but I can what? I can carry what? My phone everywhere. But the thing is that it requires discipline for you to read on a what? On your phone. The same phone that has your Instagram, that has your TikTok, that has so many things that can distract you. It can be very difficult for you to read on that phone. So reading is still irreplaceable. Reading is still irreplaceable. It builds your vocabulary, it builds your critical thinking, it builds empathy. It builds empathy. It's very, very important. So how do you now build reading culture? How exactly can we build reading culture? We said that it is declining, but the question is, it's not in extinct. It is not in extinct, but it is not declining. It is not in extinct. So what that means is that at least we can still revive it. So the first one is that make sure you build your attention. Build your attention. Build your attention. So that's what it means. And make sure you do it deliberately. Make sure you do it deliberately and intentionally. Ask yourself, how many minutes a day do I want to what? Do I want to use to read? And then the thing is that if you are somebody now that you are not used to reading at all, you just want to start, make sure you start with a book, a genre of book that you find interesting. Don't say you want to start reading a book now for the very first time and you go and carry a 1,500 pages of non-fiction book. You will not get to 20 before you get tired. You will even sleep off. So just decide the kind of genre that you want, that you love the most. That you love the most. I personally, if I say, okay, I don't want to invest time or I just want to read for this thing, I love Christian fiction. Because okay, you as you are reading, it's for fun, but you are still learning one or two things, learning values and all that. So just start with a genre of books that you find interesting. And then make sure you give yourself time. I myself, because you know a lot of activities and you are involved in a lot of things, you may not have time to read, but there is no excuse. There is a woman I followed on Instagram. Her handle is the Reading Mom. The Reading Mom. In 2025, she read more than 300 books. In 2025, in fact, she was even interviewed on Channel earlier this year. She read more than 300 books, far more than 300 books. And she works in the corporate organization. She's an auditor. She works in the corporate. So the thing is that she does 9 to 5. She has family, husband, 3 children. So she has family duties. Yet she still read that amount of book in a year. So that really shows that there is no excuse. There is no excuse. So and make sure you, after you've already make a reading decision, make sure you decide to start now and schedule your reading time. It's important. Schedule your reading time. Do not say that, oh, you are coming. Start. Schedule, even if it's 10 minutes a day. It's okay. Just be consistent with it. And there are some people that what they do is that they have a particular place that they read. There are some people that side time, they schedule location. They know that when I'm here, this place is for my reading. And so they also do away with their mobiles. Anything that can distract you, your laptop, your phone, that is why it is not advisable for you to do what? For you to read on phone. Reading books is very, very what? You can read books, physical books, hardcover, hard books. It's better than soft copies sometimes. Another thing is that read. If you are a parent and you want to build reading culture in your home, let your children see you reading. Let your children see you reading. Don't be somebody that is just preaching and you are not doing it. it is very, very important. Give your children books as gifts. Just the way you give them clothes, just the way you give them shoes. So the way they will try to wear the clothes and wear the shoes, they will also want to read the books that mommy or daddy gets them. So that way they see that reading is normal in this world, in this place. And then another thing is that for school should redesign reading. Reading should not just be for literature students, maybe to pass exam. Reading should not just be, it should be that they want people to read. And I really think that is what JAMB try to use. You know, for some years now, JAMB has been putting their English text in their syllabus for English subjects. Yes, always from the days of the successor, the Potter's Wheel, Lekki Headmaster, the Independence. I think now they are reading, what's the title of this book again? I've forgotten. So there was a time Life Changer. I think probably the essence is also to let people read. I think the one they are reading currently is Lekki Headmaster. I think the Lekki Headmaster also. So I think the essence is still about that reading culture, but unfortunately, it's still not all the students that are reading it. It's not the students that are reading it. So it should be in the curriculum. And then another thing is that there should be reading culture inculcated in school, like reading clubs, which should be made compulsory for people to join. Because when they have reading clubs like that, they will read, they will come and explain whatever they have read. And we must teach our teachers how to also read as well. Teachers too must find satisfaction in reading. Teachers too must find satisfaction in reading. And public libraries should also be invested in. I don't really think we have public libraries again. There was a video I saw of a library in Korea, Seoul in Korea, very beautiful. I said, this is it's on my top bucket list. Like if money or anything is not the problem, and say okay, pick one place to travel to, I actually want to be there. Because very beautiful. Though libraries, I don't even think we have public libraries in the country again that people can actually go and read, you go and borrow books. I don't think so. And these are the things that can help people. If you have watched the documentary, the movie, even if you have read the book about Ben Carson, how many of us have read it? Ben Carson, you've not read the book. Where are the science students here? Like almost all science students read this book now. That what's the Gifted Hands? Yes, Gifted Hands. And there's actually his movie on Netflix. Yeah. There is Ben Carson on Netflix, and you will see that at a time when the mother wanted to be helping the boy, one thing is that they will go to the library, right? They will go and borrow books, and the mother will say they should be reading. You should be reading the book. And the funny thing is that the mother did not understand, did not understand what he was reading. Look at that. The mother will say, "Yeah, sit down and read. I will ask you questions." She cannot ask questions because she is not educated. But that thing really helped that boy. It helped the boy. So the point I actually want to bring out of that is that they had access to libraries. Do we have access to libraries in our country these days? I don't really think so. Maybe, but okay, wow. You may get there like this and everywhere can become waves and all that. So it's very important that that's good. That's something that you should actually, you shouldn't be one in it should be accessible, and books should be there. Books should be there, not just for formality. That's the thing. Relevant ones that people can make use of to do whatever they want to do. So the decline of reading culture. So as I'm rounding off, reading culture is something that we need to revive in the country. A country that cannot read cannot improve. and then we have a whole lot that we can do in our country. We have a whole lot of potential, but people should be able to improve themselves. It's very, very important. People should be able to improve themselves. People should be ready to invest in knowledge. Know that whatsoever you want to achieve in life, somebody have achieved it before. So you can help yourself by getting something that that person has written and learn from the person. Know the essence of reading. Don't read just for the fun of reading. Take a step today, because in the beginning I asked how many of us have read a book or two in this year. How many of us have done this? We have few hands. So make it a point of duty. Even if it is 6 books in 12 months, take a step. If you have not read any book before, take a step that you are going to watch. You are going to start doing that. Take a step that you are going to start doing that, and you are going to really see the improvement. Most times, ditch the phone. Just keep your phone somewhere and take a physical book, take a hard book, and just read. Just read. It's not going to do anything to you. You are just teaching yourself. Even if you feel sleepy, sleep. First day, sleep. Second day, do it again. But don't let your phone be around you at all. Don't let your phone be around you at all. First day, you may sleep. Second day, try it again. And then we also need to start imbibing it in the generation that are coming. Because the generation that are coming now, it's like they like screen more than us even. It's like they've been pressing phone since they are in the womb. Because you will see them, they are so smart with screen, and so exact when they hear Coco Melon like this, it's as if everything that is doing them has finished. There is that TikTok video of different children reaction when they hear Coco Melon, and you will see all of them. They are Coco Melon, they are coming. Whatever they will leave, whatever they are doing. So we need to also start to show these ones and catch them young. So we have a lot of activities. We have a lot of. I think another way is that there should be like competition. I remember when I was still in secondary school, there was these people that used to. It's called Ambigata, Ambitious Galaxy of Talent. That's what they call. They do competition. So it's the town where I schooled. Though they are like past. They are students of not that school but of that town. So that's what they do. So what they do is that they prescribe 2 books, GSS2. The 2 classes that do that competition is GSS2 and SS2. So aside general knowledge, they will pick 2 books. From that 2 books, I remember they can set 150 questions on that 2 books. Many questions. You must have to read that book. There are story books though, but you have to read it in and out. So I really think what they were trying to do with that competition was still to imbibe reading culture. So I think competitions like that can also help. Spelling bees, quizzes, and they can help because we really need to. I think specifically reading is very, very important. Very, very important. So I really think that this is what everybody individually we need to work on and we need to imbibe, because a nation that reads will be a nation that leads. If we also want to lead the world, we want to be one of the go-to nations, I think that we need to change the way the approach we have been using, and then to try another approach. Thank you very much, and at this time I'll be passing the microphone to the next speaker.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Benga Halavi, and I'll be talking on mental health, calm in chaos within the next few minutes. So before I delve into this talk proper, I want to ask some questions. How many of us here feel pressured about life? How many of us here are truly happy with our lives? How many of us here are actually pretending to be fine? Well, I do not actually expect you to answer because I have the answers already. According to statistics, 1 in 4 Nigeria at every point in their life are actually battling with one mental health condition or the other. So let's say if we have 100 people in this building right now, at least 25 out of them will be battling with one thing or the other, will be struggling with one thing or the other. So I'm certain at least I can count about 10 to 15 of us here, which means at least 4-5 of us are not okay. Yeah. So that's the fact. And to make this matter worse, we don't even have the people to care for us. We have a population of over 200 million. And as of this moment I'm talking, we have less than 300 psychiatrists in Nigeria. So even if you run mad, you may not get someone to take care of you. I'm so sorry about this revelation. So, this is what is necessitating this talk. I want to talk about mental health. Talking about mental health to youths. So, what is mental health? According to WHO, mental health is a state of well-being in which an individual realizes their own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and contribute meaningfully to their community. So, for you to say you are mentally alright, you must tick all of these things I've listed. You must be able to have a state of well-being in which you actually realizes your abilities, your potentials. You can cope with the normal stresses of life. You can work productively, and you can contribute meaningfully to your community. So, mental health is not spiritual attack. It's not so mental health is not spiritual attack. It's not laziness. Mental health is not laziness, as some people understand. Mental health is how you think, is how you feel, how you view life, how you control the things you can control, and how you handle the things you can't control. How you feel, how you interpret the events in your life, how you handle the circumstances around your life. Mental health is how you relate with others, is how you cope with others, is how you understand others and relate with them. And one thing you have to understand is, if your mind is not well, nothing about your life will be well. Nothing. You may have all of the resources in the world, but if something is wrong with your mental health, then everything will be wrong with every other aspect of your life. That's why you don't want to joke with your mind. You know, the Holy Writ says that guard your heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. You may be Dangote's son, you may be Dangote's Otedola's daughter. If your mind is not okay, nothing about your life, despite the money, despite the wealth, nothing about your life will make sense. Nothing about your life will be normal. This is why we're talking about mental health today. So I'm going to be addressing the major issues, major mental health issues Nigerian youths are facing. The first I'm going to be talking about is depression. Depression, and I'll be talking about the symptoms you feel, you see that make you know that, okay, maybe you're battling with depression without even knowing. When you are feeling persistently sad, when you are feeling morose, you are feeling down, you are losing interest in previously pleasurable activities. The things you used to enjoy, you are no longer finding pleasure in them. You are no longer enjoying them. Maybe you sleeping too much or you are sleeping too little. These are all the things you see when you are depressed, when you are having suicidal thoughts, suicidal ideations. You are looking like life is just gloomy, bleak, dark. If you start to experience all of this, then you may be battling with depression. And we have a lot of triggers in Nigeria. We have, like, if I want to start, I cannot finish. Is it unemployment I want to talk about? Is it the pressure you're getting from home? Is it the relationship issues? Like, the list is endless. Financial dependence. Most of us here, we still rely on our parents, despite the fact that we are graduates. In some other climes, even before you graduate, you're already sending things back home. You're sending money home. In a country where driving a nice car is a luxury, unless you are a Nepo shite, or you go into or you know how to press laptop very well. So we have a lot of triggers. We have a whole lot of triggers. So, but one thing we have to understand is that we didn't start working the very day we were given birth to. Life is in stages. We have to undergo process. There are some steps you cannot jump in life. So once you understand that, you'll be gentle with yourself. Most of us are too hard on ourselves. In fact, the fact that you were born in Nigeria and you are still alive, you should be praising yourself because you are actually doing well. It's not easy to be a Nigerian. It's a terrible time to be a Nigerian. Some people had it better some years back. But the fact that you are presently in Nigeria in this 21st century, you should be clapping for yourself. Every day you're waking up and you are still showing up against all odds. You should be clapping yourself, clapping for yourself. You should be praising yourself. It's not easy. I can tell you that. Nobody is having it easy. If Dangote could come out, was it last year, shouting on TV, ranting because some policies were not in his favor. So how much more you? Who are you? Who you be? Who am I? So nobody is finding, even Dangote with his words, nobody is finding anything easy in Nigeria. We are all facing it. We are all feeling the heat. You can see the celebrities are coming out, ranting, shouting, complaining about the government. Because no matter how rich you are, if you were buying petrol 700 naira some months back and you are presently buying it 1.5, you won't be happy. So we have a lot of triggers in our environment in Nigeria, but we have to find a way to cope with all of these triggers and make sure we maintain our sanity, we maintain our joy. Nothing affects our joy, because without joy, without happiness, you cannot do anything. If you are not happy, you cannot enjoy anything. You cannot enjoy anything. If happiness is taken away from you, you will lose motivation. You will lose your drive. You will lose your passion. You will lose your passion. I can remember when I was back on campus. When I was rotating mental health posting, I came across a lady. She was actually a medical student. I think she was in 300 level also. We were managing her for severe depression. This lady, like, that was the worst case of depression I'd ever seen. This lady would just be walking like this, so sluggish, so sad. Like, you could literally palpate the level of sadness this lady was battling with. The level of sadness that could make her drop out of school to come for treatment because she couldn't cope again, she couldn't read again. I really pray we don't get to experience that level of sadness in our lives. So depression is a major problem Nigerian youths are battling with presently because of where we find ourselves as youths. So I want to talk secondly about anxiety. Anxiety is when you are scared because of the future. Uncertainties are scaring you because you don't know what will come tomorrow, because you don't know what to expect tomorrow. You are scared. But unfortunately, most of our fears are non-existent. We are scared because, what if I don't get employed? What if I marry, I don't get pregnant? What if I start this business and I fail? What if a lot of what ifs? What if you don't fail? What if you don't fail? What if you try it and you do not fail? So we are anxious. We are anxious because of many things. I'm not blaming us. It's understandable. It's understandable because if we look at all the metrics around us, we have every reason to be anxious. Election is coming next year, and the second term of Tinubu is almost as certain as the second coming of Jesus. So you have every reason to be anxious. If this man has been in office for the past 3 years, and it's not been able to deliver on many things, so you have every reason to be anxious because that office was actually, if I'm to say, it's easier to get than to maintain. If he could get there, he has every means to be retained there, to stay there. So the second term is very certain now. So we looking at all of that, doing the maths, putting 1 + 2, you realize that what's my fate? What's my fate? This is second term, and by the time it's done, we don't know. At least we don't know the bargain. We don't know the contract he would sign with the Northerners to ensure a second term. Maybe the VP will take over, and we just continue the cycle like that. So we have every reason to be anxious. We have a lot of things. We have japa pressure right now. People are running away. Some of us, I can remember when I was entering medical school, I went into medical school because I want to treat my people. I saw myself working in Nigeria. I saw myself treating my people, taking care of people in Nigeria hospital. I never saw myself leaving Nigeria, even if I want to, maybe just to go for some fellowship and come back. But the story changed when I got to 400 level. The story changed when I saw my consultants jumping back. So the pressure is real. Homes are getting destabilized. In Nigeria presently, we have families that are scattered all over the world. One child is in America, the other one is in UK, the other one is in Canada. The parents are in Nigeria. A lot of parents are dying this day without their children being present because of this anxiety we're talking about, because people just realize that if I stay back here, do I actually have the hope of getting out of this poverty. So it is understandable, but we have to develop coping mechanisms that can actually help us in the midst of all these uncertainties. Another thing we must not fail to mention, most especially in women, is marriage pressure. You know, is for ladies, it's more like your life expires at 30. If you don't get married by 30, then you don't expire. No. Who actually sets all of these cutoffs? Who? Of course, we understand you have a biological clock that is ticking every month. But who tells you if you don't marry by 30, you are failed in life? How about those that marry much early and the marriage failed? Is it not even better to be single than to be in a toxic relationship? Is it not even better to be alone than to be coping, than to be enduring a partner? Is it not better to be living alone than to be living with someone that would kill you one day? So these days people are settling for the less because of all of these pressures. You also want to live the pool of singleness. You want to marry, you want to have children. And you see a man that there's nothing green about his flag. Everything is red from head to bottom. Or how did Buhari say it? So even though this man is a stacking red flag, you still say, because you want to live the single pool, you still settle. So the third point I'll be talking about is comparison culture and social media pressure. These days, we make the mistake of comparing our behind the scene with some people's Instagram reels. We are comparing our behind the scene with some people's finished products, edited movie. You are comparing a behind the scene with a finished movie, a beautifully edited movie. Like they've actually filtered all the negative aspects, they've cut them away. So everything you see is the joy, the happiness, the fake joy, and you are comparing that with your life. You are dissatisfied. You now feel like there's productivity greed. Everybody is busy doing something. You are the one not doing anything meaningful with your life. This one is posting, I just went to a conference, I delivered it. For instance, most of us here, this presentation now, we post it on social media. And someone will now see, Guinness World Record. This guy don't blow. This guy, the person will not see how you are dressed in here, you want. The person will not see how you are not comfortable sitting here by this time of the day. The person will not see that they are actually begging some people to come and sit here. The person will not see all of these things. But the moment you post this and you are talking, you are doing or more, you start thinking, what am I doing with my life? What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? So these are the problems. You start feeling like everybody is winning but you. Everybody is winning but you. Everybody is making it. People are living large but you. And one thing we don't realize is we have a lot of fake lifestyles out there. People snapping with houses that are not theirs. People snapping with rented cars. And you feel like, or more. ọmọ. There's a saying in Yoruba that èèyàn tó bá ń wo ìyẹn kọ́ èèyàn tó bá ń wo bọ́mọnìkejì ṣe là ó máa sáré kú ni. Like if you are just looking at what people are posting, you will never know rest in your life. You will never know rest in your life, because one thing we have to understand is, like, our wants, our needs they are insatiable. They can never be satisfied. We can never meet everything. So if you do not learn contentment at every point in your life, at every stage of your life, you will never know peace. You will never know peace. If there's actually no time you sit down and even look at where you're coming from, comparing it to your present level, you will never know peace. You will never know peace. As they always say, you don't have any reason comparing yourself to others. You should be comparing your yesterday to today. That's all the business you've got. The only reason you should feel unsettled is when your yesterday is actually better than today. Not using someone's presence, their present life, to judge your own present life. You don't need that. You don't need that at all. I'm not saying you should have this peace of mind that will make you unnecessarily comfortable with yourself, that will make you settle, that will make you complacent. That's not what I'm preaching. That will make you a mediocre. No, you have to keep pushing. But that drive must be coming from within, not from some external forces. At this stage of your life, you should be able to motivate yourself without looking at other people. You should be able to motivate yourself. That drive should be able to come from inside. Not, of course, there are some times we need some external drives, some external push. But it shouldn't be all the time. It shouldn't be all the time. So we have no business comparing our life with the beautiful videos on Instagram. We have no business. We have no business. I was discussing with my friend before coming on stage how presently nothing less than 50% of Nigerian youths are actually into illegitimate ways of making money. People, the last week I just spoke about reading. Who reading here? I told my friend, I read on OU campus for good 8 years. What's my salary today? So where's the motivation? Where's the drive? Someone that didn't even go to poly. Oh my God. I should not cast myself. Don't let me cast myself. Maybe as I'm here, maybe I don't even have a bicycle. But a secondary school leaver that knows how to press computer, I've changed like 4-5 cars. So you are now coming here, you are telling me book caution, reading caution, don't spoil. Why no go spoil? Because where's the end result? After spending years on campus, the reward is not encouraging. That's the problem here. The reward is not encouraging. If you tell these people read, go to school, they be like my elder sister that went to school, never get job. God helping you can't go campus, study course where you go study local government studies. I'm sorry to say, if there's anyone here that study that course, local government we don't crash in Nigeria. Local government we don't useless. How many? So we have to we have to understand all of these things and be gentle and not be too hard on ourselves. So I'll be talking about financial stress and identity crisis. Most of us, most Nigerian youths, we are broke. Most of us are broke. Most of us are broke. Most of us are broke, and the pressure is just too much. Some of us here, the moment you went to uni, your parents already told you, the moment you finish like this, now you go sponsor this one. This your younger brother, now you go sponsor him. So the pressure from home. You know, in some other climes, you can be schooling and at the same time working. Before you finish, you can marry. We are talking about ladies getting to 30, not getting married. Like, how? Is it a guy that can't even fend for himself that will be thinking of marriage? So these are all the issues. These are all the issues. But imagine someone that was schooling and working at the same time. You can go to class in the afternoon. By night you go to where you're working, make money. Like, you're already having your life figured out even before you leave campus. By the time you step out of campus, it will be easy. You already know what you want to do with your life. You already know what you want to do, what you want to achieve. What you want to achieve with your life. But that is not the case here. So we are going through a lot of financial stress. We are going through a lot of financial stress that almost everybody is now surviving on urgent 2K. Urgent 2K. We have a lot of dependent parents. At this stage of our life, some of us have actually not even figured out what we want to do with our life. We should get to a point where the reason we are doing what we are doing is actually not because of money. That is how you can actually fulfill your potential in life. That is how you can do something meaningful with your life. Money should not be the motivation about everything you are doing. If you are going to school to study a course, the reason you are going for that course shouldn't be because of money. Of course, money is important. So most of us, my friend here can attest to this. Most of us back on campus that went for medicine, most of us went because of money. But the moment we got into medicine and we started feeling the heat, we realized that, oh, what a mistake. Because if money was your motivation, you could easily be ready, going for other stuff, doing business, like maybe studying Yoruba and having enough time to face other aspects of your life, to establish a business and be successful at it. So, if money is still the major push, at the end of the day, of course, the money will come. It's just a matter of time. So by the time the money comes, and you are still feeling empty, you are still feeling unfulfilled, you are still feeling like, what am I actually doing with my life? Even when you eventually get this money we are talking about. That is why, right from the onset, money shouldn't have been the motivation, shouldn't have been the reason you went that route. So most of us are still battling with identity crisis. We don't know who we are. We don't know who we are. We don't know what we want to be. We don't know which career path to follow. We are still we are still questioning our career path. That's why some people, they will finish one degree, they will go for another one, because they are just not sure. They are just unsure which path to follow, which way to follow. Now, talking about relationship trauma and emotional instability. You know, a lot of us here, we are presently enduring toxic relationships. We are in relationships where we are being treated anyhow, and we are just coping with it. We are just enduring it. We are in relationships where we are being beaten repeatedly, and we are just coping because we don't have any choice. Some of us here, we are in relationship where we are being emotionally manipulated, but we still stay. We die there. We stay because you are thinking if you opt out, maybe someone else will not come for you. Maybe you will not get another suitor, and you keep enduring. You keep bearing the pain. You keep bearing with the manipulation. Some of us, we suffer breakups. In the Nigerian parlance, they serve you breakfast back to back. You never eat lunch, now only breakfast. It's just breakfast after breakfast. And when are you going to eat dinner? So, unnecessary breakups because of unnecessary relationships. So, a relationship you shouldn't have entered initially, you now have to suffer heartbreak. We put ourselves in tight situations, in tight conditions. We put ourselves under unnecessary sexual pressure. As a man, you want to satisfy a woman, you are taking like 10 taps of sildenafil. You are overworking your heart. You are damaging your kidney. You are damaging your liver because you want to satisfy a woman. As you are taking all of that, you are using alcohol. You are taking Osha Prapra. You are taking Aleku, Action Vita. You are Jekumo. You are taking all of these things that are overworking your heart. And most of the time, when you are coming, you actually didn't know you are going. So we actually don't know that we are killing ourselves, but we call it enjoyment. We call it enjoyment. Some of us, we cannot handle loneliness. We cannot handle loneliness. You just shop a breakfast, and the next week you're in another relationship. You didn't even take time to process. You didn't even take time to process the last relationship. What happened? What happened? What actually made this relationship fail? You are never comfortable with yourself. You can't take time to actually know yourself. You can't enjoy your personal company. You always want to be identified, associated with another human. It's not a bad thing. Okay? It's not a bad thing. That's why people are living a relationship today and entering another one tomorrow. No. You should be comfortable with yourself. It should be your joy should not be coming majorly from external sources. You should be happy. That's why you won't settle for just anything. That's why you won't rush into relationships, because you don't want to, because you are tired of being alone. So you should be able to handle loneliness. You should be able to bear with loneliness. I understand loneliness can also kill when it's too much. Yes. So loneliness too, when it's too much, can kill. But you should not be where you shouldn't be because of loneliness. So this is how you don't initiate unnecessary relationships that will bring about trauma at the end of the day. Now I'll go talking about substance abuse. Some of the substances we abuse as Nigerian youths are alcohol, cannabis, tramadol, you name it. Colorado, ice, all of these stuffs. You said? Yeah. So, but you have to understand that it is better you don't start what you cannot finish. It is better you don't start what you can never finish. You see people that they will go borrowing money because they want to buy substance. They've not eaten, they are dry, they are thin like broom, but they will never be okay until they take that substance. They never be okay. I've seen a lot of patients coming into the hospital. I'll be telling them, sir, this your BP is skyrocketing. You have to stop this. Doctor, alcohol as a man. Some of them are actually doing this thing because of society, because of pressure from the society. There was a man I think I saw, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? I was talking to him in the consulting room. He was like, doctor, I can't go for a social function. And my friends are taking stout, Gouda, 3-3, and I'm drinking malt. I saw and I'm drinking malt and I'm drinking Coke. Like, I'll be feeling like a woman. But you want to die young because you want to prove a point that you are a man. So these are some of the things that you don't want to know the number of celebrities that are dealing with substance abuse. You don't want to know the number of celebrities, all of these people that we see in music videos smoking. We see, we think, this is beautiful. We see the smoke, we think, they're enjoying. Most of these people have personal psychiatrists that are taking care of them. These are the people we want to copy. These are the people we want to be like. And funnily enough, most of them actually have the means to take care of complications, to take care of the addiction, how many of us can afford mental health physician? When I was still in OUTAC, I can remember before you can be admitted into the mental health ward, I think you had to deposit nothing less than 300,000 back then. That was like maybe 5 years ago. You have to deposit like 300 to 500,000 before they can admit you. So most of these people we are trying to copy, they actually have the means. They have these people going to their houses to take care of them. But most of us, the town where I'm presently working, there's a factory there where they make all these furniture, all this nylon shepe. The nylon has actually filled up the whole town. They have actually turned this thing to souvenir. You can greet people on the road like this and you, bros, if is this pure water? Why we like you just meeting someone, just random guy? The way you can greet them is to take this. So people don't. Some people they wouldn't even have eaten in the morning. The first thing to open their eyes is all of these stuffs. They go to junction, go take the shots. They want to feel that hotness, that heat, because of what? So it is better you don't start all of these things. It is better because the moment you start is going to affect many things about your life. If you are a student and you start this, you get addicted, you will find it difficult to concentrate again. You will find it difficult to go for classes. You'll be unkempt. Even to take care of your own self, you'll be looking like just anyhow. Your hair is bushy, everything, clothes dirty. To take care of your own self will be a difficult task. So it's better you don't start. You don't start all of these things, and it's not a definition of words that you've made it. It's not. Why should you go for a party and because they are passing shisha around, you also want to prove that you're a man? You are until you put on for mouth because you want to prove that yes, you did here. You don't need this. This is your life. At the end of the day, when the ships are down, you won't see all of these people. You'll be the one to bear the brunt. So it is better you don't allow anybody to push you into what is not. Now, lastly, I'll be talking about suicide. And I will take time to dwell on this because this is we don't get to talk about this a lot. We don't talk excuse me. We don't talk about this enough in Nigeria. And on daily basis, people are indulging in this thing. People are taking their lives. As I'm talking right now, some people are jumping into the sea. Some people are taking poisonous substance just to end it up. Some people are tying rope right now. Some people are taking paracetamol overdose right now because they can't bear it anymore. Yorùbá sọ pé ikú yá ju ẹ̀sín. It's my prayer that we never get to that point in our life, that we don't have any other choice than to just end it. I understand life is not easy. I understand things can get really bad. I understand things can get really messy. But we also have to understand that every problem exists to be solved. Every problem is existing to find a solution. And another thing you have to understand in life is that there's nothing new under the sun. There's nothing you are facing right now that someone else hasn't faced before. There's nothing you are passing through right now that someone hasn't handled before. So there's nothing new. In fact, some people have even experienced worse than you are facing right now. That's one thing you have to understand. That's why at every point in life, personally for me, this is how I view life. I don't see the cup half empty. I see it half full. I just have the mind that okay, it's just a matter of time. This cup will get filled up, and not only filled up, filled to the brim and running over. So, nǹkan tí ò tó lénìí, ó ń bọ̀ wá tó lọ́la. So once you have this perspective, this belief about life, you know that whatever happens, you you will always come out. You will always come out alive. You will always come out. And that is why it is better we don't, as much as possible, of course we can't be too careful in life, but as much as possible, if there are some problems you can avoid. In as much as you are still alive, for as long as you live, problem is inevitable. Problem is part of life. It's just like when you are walking. When you are walking, if there's no friction between your wheels and the ground, you will fall. Every time you walk, you will slip and fall. But it is that friction that is actually helping you to have a grip on the ground, and you are not falling every time. So sometimes the problems we face, the challenges we have to face, are actually the things that are holding us in life. They are actually the things that are holding us in life. A young lady came to my hospital just last week, and I was trying to, I think she's an economic student, 100 level student of Uni Osun. So I was encouraging her that, make sure you start ICANN, make sure, if possible, before you graduate, you become chartered. She was now telling me that, she doesn't like stress in life. She doesn't like any painful thing. She said the people that are writing ICANN, they are always reading. They are always, like, it's stressful. I was not like, so why are you in university? Why didn't you just stop at secondary school? If you don't want to pass through anything stressful in life, if you don't want to, like, I was trying to give her an example that if this is the ideology you want to hold in life, then you will never achieve anything. I'm so sorry, I'm a Yoruba man, and I love the culture, the language. Yoruba sọ pé títa ríro là ń kọlà, tó bá jiná tán ló ń doge. So if you are a woman and you are saying you cannot bear pain, then you will never give birth. You will never carry pregnancy. You will never be pregnant. Because the pain of labor is crazy. I supervised the labor 2 weeks ago. It got to a point. In fact, when like it got to a point, the lady was just shouting. She was just screaming. When we ended the whole process, she said, nobody told me, I would have turned a lesbian. That she would have turned a lesbian. That I just opened my mouth. That more. So, but at the end of the day, this woman, when she saw her baby, she was happy. When we discharged her, she had to come to my office, and the husband, they wired some money to my account in appreciation. Do you understand? Because of the joy she's now going back home with. But while she was in labor, it was a crazy one. She was shouting, the whole hospital was. So, if you cannot bear with pain, then you will never enjoy anything in life. As a matter of fact, all of us here, if we had actually not endured some pains in our life, we won't be where we are today. I want to believe you totally agree with me with that. If you had not endured some pain in your life, you will not be here today. You will not be here today. So we have to understand. So when you face some challenges in life, you need to keep calm. You need to keep calm. You need to manage. Yakubu. You go feel am like say you won't die, but you no go die. Understand? Is that clear? So you have to understand that you have to learn to manage. You have to learn to manage. You have to learn to manage. You must not chicken out or chicken in at any instance of any problem. Should not be fidgeting. Only be lily lambomo okunrin. It also applies to ladies. You must not just like be shaking at any instance of any problem. No, just breeze up. Just breeze up. I can't. As I'm talking right now, when I was in 300 level, there was an exam we were to write to cross over to clinical year, 300 level MB. So, it was biochemistry. So, normally, during the session, I always ensure that my in courses, my test course now, I always ensure that, okay, I don't have issues with them. I always make sure I have good test scores. So, because every time we are writing exam, it's always crazy. You will have to read everything you've been taught right from the beginning of the session. In fact, for some of us, for some courses, we had to read courses that we were taught even right from 200 level. I can remember anatomy, we had to read all the materials they gave us in 200 level. This is 300 level exam. We had to read all of these materials. So there's no way you cannot finish it. You cannot. It got to a point that for anatomy, once I just pick the material, look at the front like this, drop it. There are some that once I carry, I know, see this one, if I start to, I cannot finish. I just drop it. So you just do what you can do. You cannot like do your best and leave the rest. So that was what we were doing. So, but for a particular course, I don't know what happened. For the first thing course, I went for a family function. My elder brother was getting married. I went to do best man duty, and the following Monday we were going to write the in course for biochemistry. So I didn't finish the material before I traveled. Coming back again, there was no way I could finish it. And in medicine, there was something we call negative marking. It would have been good if they won't penalize you for every question you get wrong. For everything you get wrong, they will deduct from the ones you got right. So at the end of the day, it's possible you got maybe 70 initially before the negative marking. Or maybe you guessed the remaining 30. Then they now put maybe the negative marking for 0.5. So that's like 15. So they deduct 15 from the 70. So at the end of the day, you just see 55. Yes. So I just managed, like Yakubu, I just managed to get a little above 50 in that course because I didn't guess. I just did the ones I could remember. The materials I didn't read, I didn't even touch the questions. I just managed to get, I think if I can still remember, 55. So, but in previous levels, like other courses, at least I will manage 60, at least 70 sometimes. Do you understand? But this time around, 55. Then we were going to do the second test. I did the second test. It was generally bad. There was one wicked lecturer, Mr. Gumbiadi. One wicked biochemistry lecturer. So this man just set one crazy test. This man set one crazy test, and for the first time in that college, I had below 50. I had maybe 48. The result was generally bad. Even the very good guys, they managed to scale 50. So, when that happened, because I already prepared my mind, okay, this 55 in first test, I have to cover for it in the second test. I can't fail the second test past the first one. At that time I realized, while I don't solve, we see the deal, but in being also relation. So I started feeling the heat. I started like, then exam came. I started reading. So the morning of the exam, I was reading alongside some of my guys, preparing for the exam. So maybe about few minutes to the exam, to the onset of the exam, I just suddenly saw a material. My guy was reading, and that was the first time I was seeing that material. Not knowing to me that it was even part of the thing that contributed to my failure in second in test. I just thought it was because of the general failure. Even the ones I've not finished it. And I saw the material that made me, I just broke down. I started crying, like, God. Oh my God. I broke down. I started crying. My guys just encouraged me, let's go. Guy, you go write this thing, yo. I stood up. I followed them. We even got late to the exam, of course. Why will you be early to an exam? You don't even know what to go and write. So, but lo and behold, we were to start with theory. And in that theory, I can remember they brought out 7 questions. So you have to pick 5 that you can write on. So the moment I collected the paper, I started ticking the ones I can write. This one, okay, I should be able to write something on this. I should be able to write this. By the time I will count the number of things I have ticked, I was able to tick 5. I was not like, so this is what I wanted to kill myself for. I just picked my pen, I started singing, and I was writing. I was just pouring out, singing, writing, like sing, of course not out loud, just singing within me and pouring out So at the end of the day, my fear was actually non-existent. What I wanted to kill myself for, what I was scared of course. Personally, I hate failure. I hate failure. The moment I entered that college with my mates, I made up my mind that no, I must finish with these guys. Because in health sciences, especially medicine, the moment you start failing, your chances of making it to the finish line start dropping. Because the stress enough is enough to kill you. But the moment you are now seeing your mates ahead of you, even in your own class, you can't go for all classes. But the moment you drop to the next class, you have enough excuse not to go for classes again. Because you will not feel at home with your junior people that you did catch them young for. And they were calling you chief, senior. You are not in the same class with them. You will lose every drive to read. So I already saw that, and that alone led to the withdrawal of many people. I can tell you, if anyone could write JAMB, pass and get into health sciences or get medicine, I can tell you they have every reason, they have all they've got to reach the finish line. They have everything that should make them graduate. But one way or the other, circumstances of life, things beyond their control, actually prevent them from. And again, Nigerian factor, like, of course, the training here is just somehow, they want you to just feed the heat. They just want you to, reflect the heat. You must feed it too. You must go through this pain. You must prove that you deserve this. In most Nigerian universities, they always say that you have failed until proven otherwise. Most especially in public schools. You have failed until proven, so you have to prove them wrong that you don't deserve failing. But in some other places, you have passed until proven that you be the one to tell them that I don't deserve this pass. So I don't know the type of school you went to. Well, I am speaking for myself. So what took us through all of these stories? You have to just keep calm and know that every problem that comes, every problem has solution. Every battle you are fighting, you can win. Every battle you are fighting, you can win. You've got all it takes. You've got all it takes to win in life. You don't have any reason contemplating suicide. You don't have any reason contemplating suicide. There's no point. And one thing you have to know, if not for anything, the fact that if you take your own life, the havoc you will do to your parents, like you will cut short their life. If you try attempting suicide, you are going to push all of your family members, all of your loved ones into untimely death, into depression. So I beg you this day, whatever you are going through, don't feel hopeless. Don't feel hopeless. Like they always say, when there's life, there's hope. And it's not just a massing, it's not just a saying that we just have to keep saying. It is the fact. When there's life, there's hope. When there's life, there's hope. So you don't have any reason to feel hopeless. You don't have any reason to give up. You don't have any reason. Some people, they feel like a burden. They feel like they are a burden to humanity, that they have no good to offer the world. Like, why should you be seeing yourself as a burden? Why should, no, why? Regardless of what you are passing through, you shouldn't, the moment you start thinking of how to escape, how to run away, you want to escape this problem, you want to escape this trouble, you should know that something is wrong. You should know that. And one thing you have to know is that people don't just wake up one day and just take their own lives. It's something they must have been thinking about. It's something they must have been contemplating. They must have been ruminating how they want to end it. Is it poison they want to take? Is it knife they want to use? Is it like they want to jump into one big ocean? So it's not something they just wake up one morning and say, I want to kill myself. It's something that starts gradually. The moment you are feeling hopeless, the moment you are feeling like you are a burden to people, the moment you are thinking of how to escape, the moment you are just continually sad, you are just doom scrolling social media, you are going from TikTok, going to Twitter. For me, when I'm depressed, that is how I know. Yes, if the normal things I should be doing, I can't do them. I am scrolling Twitter, read. When I'm tired, go to Instagram, flip through Instagram. From Instagram, I go back to Twitter. I go through Twitter. From Twitter, I go to WhatsApp status. That's, and if I'm doing that endlessly for like a half of the day, I know that, oh, Benga, something is wrong with you. You have to check yourself. You have to sit with yourself. Like, so the moment you are seeing all of these things, you should know that maybe you're already falling into depression. Maybe you're already falling into depression, and you have to actually check yourself.